This scarred man you're looking at is our main character, Zeke. Zeke Draker is the first direct descendant of the Dragon Slayers clan, but he never awakened their power, because he had the gift of a healer, not a swordsman. Because of this, he was cast out by his own clan, and now he's on the brink of death, all because of a mysterious treasure. At that moment, he was trapped by a band of villains deep inside a snowy mountain cave. One of them sneered as he looked at Zeke's pitiful state. "Fool, you really think you can break through our trap? Where is the ancient artifact hidden?" they asked, eyes full of menace as they stared at Zeke. He was missing both arms from the fight, yet his face showed no fear at all. In fact, he mocked these bandits. "Idiot, if you were me, would you tell?" Hearing this, a hooded man lost his temper, furious that Zeke didn't realize his position. This arrogant bastard, he spoke as if ready to pounce and stab Zeke multiple times. Luckily, the guy beside him still had his wits about him, so he quickly reached out to stop him. "Let's go, first we need to contact the main team." After saying that, he pulled out a communication stone and spoke to the person on the other end. "We've captured the Northern Ghost. Please confirm our coordinates." A sound came through the stone confirming, "Coordinates confirmed. We'll arrive soon." After connecting with their comrades, he had to admire the stubbornness of their captive. "You're seriously stubborn. I can't believe you're still holding on even though you lost both arms." Because the Northern Ghost also had a vendetta against the relic sought by the Emperor, one man asked with curiosity without waiting for an answer. Then the guy wearing the cap beside him spoke on his behalf. What other reason could there be? He just wants to stir up trouble. We've put up with him long enough. Let's have some fun before the main team arrives and make him pay for all our hardships. You better get ready, Northern Ghost. We won't stop until you beg for death. As he spoke, the bad guy calmly drew his sword from his waist. The guy with the cap had an idea too and eagerly suggested, "Let's decide who goes first. Time's running out." While saying this, he flipped a coin into the air. "All right then. If it's heads, I'll go first." The guy with the cap laughed, and while both stared at the coin, Zeke didn't stay still. He grabbed it, seized the moment, opened his mouth, and bit the severed arm next to him, attaching it to his wound. Then a miracle happened. A sudden flash of light shot from the wound, and the two separated parts visibly healed. "I won't let this end without a fight. I'm the Drake clan's first failed awakener. I know Drake because I was born into the Drakur clan, Dragon Slayers, but with a body that couldn't harness the crow's energy. I never awakened it, which should have been obvious for a knight treated like trash and cast out from his own family. So I did whatever I could to get stronger and survive. Someone once said, if you only chase power, you end up with nothing. But that's nonsense. Only the strong say that. I thought to myself. As soon as he got his right arm back, he snatched his sword off the ground and lunged forward at a speed that sliced through the wind. Unaware, the two villains happily kept checking the coin toss. Delicious. The hooded man cheerfully said something when he saw he'd land the final blow on Zeke. But before he even saw the coin's result, Zeke's sword had already sliced through his neck, clearing a path straight to his head. Everything happened so fast his companion had no time to react. After a moment of shock, the companion grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. Sadly, this didn't buy him even a few more seconds. Right after defeating the hooded man, Zeke turned around and ran at the other thief. And with a single swing of his sword, easily cut the thief's blade in half, leaving a deep wound that sent the thief to hell before he could say a word. Looking down at the bleeding corpse before him, Zeke reminded himself that the weak get crushed by the strong, and that whatever belongs to them will be taken away. That's the harsh truth of this world. Suddenly, countless footsteps echoed outside the cave, grabbing Zeke's attention. The new arrival was the ally of the two who had just fallen. Seeing he was surrounded, Zeke grabbed his left arm, placed it on the wound to heal, and clicked his tongue. Maybe I can't escape in front of him. The bandit couldn't believe what he saw. Zeke literally reattached his arm just like that. An abnormal person. Gross. But either way, he's probably finished if we cut off his head. Whispers started as the enemies closed in. There's no need to say much. It's pointless. Immediately, both sides rush forward, clashing swords. Who knows how long this fight has lasted? Now the battle lies over, with every thief's body sprawled in a pool of blood. Zeke himself has countless swords piercing his back, and even with his incredible healing, he knows he's at his limit. Damn it. Looks like I'm heading to hell soon. Though I can't get revenge, I managed to steal the relic the Emperor wants. Maybe I did achieve something. Thinking that, he took a purple dragon-shaped crystal from his pocket, gripping it tightly. His hand started shaking as he apologized softly. "I'm sorry, Alicia." With that, Zeke's eyes slowly closed, as if preparing to say goodbye to this world. And at the same time, blood from his forehead also dripped down the tip of his nose and fell directly onto the stone. Then, at that moment, the stone suddenly exploded with fierce energy, accompanied by a mysterious figure appearing behind him. The soul of an ancient dragon was deeply etched into the will of this stubborn person. Emergency measures were triggered. Zeke Draker, do you agree? Back to Sequel. These words made no sense. Nonsense when he was about to die. "Shut up. Do whatever you want," he whispered. And as if it had received its confirmation, the sound kept ringing. The awakening agreement was sealed. An irreversible promised power was activating. The countdown started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time flew by. In that moment, the child's psyche stared into the mirror, stroking his chin, reflecting on everything that had happened. "I look like this, so I've returned to the past. It's hard to believe I can still vividly recall the pain of being stabbed in the stomach by a sword. This place feels so familiar. This is the Drakur clan training academy. The Cradle. The Drake Dragon Slayer clan is one of the 3 great founding clans from Tarakan Drake, the hero who saved the entire continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut during the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the current Drakur clan, perhaps from the bloodline of the dragon hunter, Tarek and Drake. All Drakur bloodline heirs are blessed with Hydelus. They can easily awaken high-level Hydelus and become sacred knights. Except me, I secretly mocked myself in my heart. Before that mechanical sound echoed again in my mind. The management system kicks in. The awakened soul has been identified and confirmed complete. There's a 100% match with the soul of the previous awakening. Accepting the ancient dragon's will and fully integrating, you gain access to part of the system. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker. Activating status window view. Opening status window. Low-level administrator. Status window. Name: Zeke Draker. Profession: rare healing mage. Title: person blessed by the ancient dragon. Healing ability: restore vitality, enhance senses. Low-level skills: novice precision, stab, slash, critical hit. Dragon ability locked. Need 10 points to unlock, currently none. Back to Zeke. The sudden screen piqued his curiosity. He watched closely. Magic videos. And an ancient artifact activated. It was possible to pass through this like a magical video and navigate it similarly. Also, professions and skills. The dragon language stopped being used in modern times. The master said the ancients classified themselves by professions based on their strengths. Each profession trained a specialized technique called a skill. His profession was a healer, so he could use a skill called healing. Remembering his master's words, he couldn't help but shiver, recalling training with him in his past life. After waking up, he trained him until he almost died. But regardless, according to the status window, he was a healer mage. Let's see if the status window is correct. The moment he became a healer mage in his past life was at 20, just after the ether hall unlocked. If that's true, as he thought, I know he started closing his eyes and focusing on feeling the energy inside his body. Right after, his whole body started overflowing with energy. And seeing this, I know he couldn't hide the joy on his face. I knew it. My ether hall has opened. I get it now. Even if my trained body isn't here anymore. I've come back to the past with my skills and memories. Compared to before the regression, I'm in a much better position now. And to make use of this, I need to figure out what I have at hand. For starters, with that said, I know he focused on studying the system screen again, but before he could figure it out, nothing. A man's voice came from outside the door. Young master, I know you're in there. It's useless to pretend you're not. That familiar voice made him jump in surprise and panic, trying to find a way to turn off the system screen. Nothing good, I haven't finished reading yet, but how do I turn this off? The strange man didn't wait for an invitation and just opened the door, barging in. I'm coming in! Can't believe you're still not ready. This old guy dressed like a butler is Seke's personal servant. Decker turned towards Sek. Seeing Decker showed no sign of trouble, he let out a sigh of relief deep down. Maybe he didn't see the window. Luckily, thinking that, Seke also asked, Ready? Ready for what? In response to the question, Decker's voice hardened again. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he barked at the protagonist. Are you seriously asking me, young Master Seke? This extremely normal phrase came from him, but somehow it sent a chill down Seke's spine, reminding him of the past. He'd always been scared of Decker when he was young, even though he had the mind of a 32-year-old now. The fear had been deeply etched into his body. Just thinking about it made him tremble uncontrollably. Until the system detected his agitation and automatically activated the calming sect ability. Only then did Seke's mind clear again. Calming sect ability. The user's mental state remains unaffected. No matter the situation, it helps maintain composure. Turning to Seke, his anxiety vanished instantly. This too was a skill, very handy that it triggers automatically. Seke felt pensive but unaware of these details. Old Decker spoke again. I've told you many times, this is a very important event. You're listening, young master. Sekwe responded. Sekwe also smiled. Of course, Decker. You're talking about the park ration evaluation test, right? Speaking of that test, it's quite an interesting tradition. All Drakes must go through a training system called the Cradle. From age 7 and for the next 5 years, they must endure rigorous basic training. Instructors evaluate new students yearly through fencing competitions and no-rules pankration fights. Opponents are chosen by the instructors. But sometimes the students get to choose their opponents if both agree, because there are no rules. Some end up injured or even dead. Since this competition determines which class the students will join in the academy, the kids don't have a choice. To really fight with all they've got, the scene shifts to a huge arena. Right now, a group of kids is gathered here prepping for the Pancreon evaluation exam, above normal field competition. An adult man also spoke loudly to the group, as everyone knows. Today's the day for the Pancreon contest. I think you all know, this is the final evaluation, right? Yes! The kids below shouted in unison. Hearing this, the brown-haired guy continued speaking with satisfaction. Alright then, seems everyone's spirit is way up. Let's get started. Get ready. He's the main instructor, Mark Pan. Among the crowd, I know he was there, and the other kids watched with disdain and judgment. The one humiliated last year and still here this year. If I were him, I would have run off. How could he be a direct blood relative? Pathetic. Hey, I heard all that. I know he felt it deep down, but he didn't bother to answer. Turning toward the arena, Pan began reading the first names. Aaron, come here. Both candidates responded quickly, rushing to the arena. Then they waited in their ready spots. Pan shouted loudly, ready to start. The bell rang. The brown-haired guy lunged like a leopard to get the first strike. However, before his fist could reach his opponent, Aaron landed a direct kick to his chin that rattled his brain non-stop, and he fainted instantly in the stands. Seke witnessed the scene and yawned in boredom, seeing the match was over. That's what happens when you don't keep a proper defensive stance, Seke murmured. Sure enough, just as he predicted, Gaten couldn't get up after just one hit. Gaten couldn't continue fighting. Aaron won the match. Pan announced loudly. Without further ado, the fights dragged on slowly, and the more Seke watched, the more bored he felt. He thought back to when he was young, terrified. But these guys? Nothing. After saying that, he covered his mouth and yawned loudly again. Whether he noticed it or not, at another spot, a boy with a face full of freckles stared at him with eyes full of excitement, like he was eyeing prey, his hands trembling from excitement. Then, Very quickly, it was Seke's turn. And by chance, his opponent was that freckled boy. "Hey Leon, are you ready?" "Yes, sir." Both answered. On one side, Seke noticed his opponent was this big, lazy dude, rubbing his eyes out of boredom. Meanwhile, Leon stared back with contempt. "Look at you. Here you go again. Seems like I didn't look after you well last year." Those words reminded Seke of last year's competition, when he had to get on his knees and beg him to stop. "Sorry. Leon Conrad, please forgive me." This time back to the present moment. Seke didn't have a single worry about him at all. Whatever. He was his rival every year. Anyway, he was sure he'd been doing stuff behind his back. His family babbled nonsense about how you gotta overcome dirty tricks to become a real dragon hunter. Why would that crap be my cousin in my past life? My 4 blood brothers never even got to meet. Yet dozens of cousins were always ready to bully me. Thinking about it, Seke cracked a strange smile. On the other side, unaware of what Seke was thinking, Leon kept spitting those insults. "Gotta admit, Seke Reiko, you're brave coming back here after getting smoked last time. Or maybe you didn't learn your lesson cause you're too pathetic." While he talked, the kid slammed his head, and this provoked a bit of anger in Seke's heart. But it was quickly wiped away by his energy mind skill. It had been a while since he'd heard such dumb insults. Seke sighed and shot a warning glance. "Hey, I'm not gonna make it easy if you keep calling me that." After Seke's words, Leon reached out to pat his head, trying to provoke him. "What are you gonna do, you vile bastard?" Hearing that, Seke wasn't interested in talking anymore. In a flash, he swung his hand and punched that idiot right in the face, sending him flying like a sack of junk. At the same time, the system triggered a notification activating the critical strike skill, a powerful critical damage attack. You can counterattack if their move fails. Leon started clutching his face, screaming in agony like a little dog. "I just wanted to knock you out," Seke said, trembling slightly, surprised by the power that came from his own punch. His skill had activated on a normal hit, and he really couldn't control it well. Meanwhile, Master Pan Alvera, the head instructor, who had suddenly appeared, asked, "What are you doing?" He wondered why Seke attacked before the fight was officially called. In response, I know he also sighed at the master's naivety. Who would have thought you need to prepare for battle? On the battlefield, whoever strikes first gains the edge. That said, I saw him smirk slyly, moving forward like Cacerola, sensing an unseen danger around him. What he just felt was a thirst for blood. A question formed in his heart. Meanwhile, Leon shook off his pain and said, "I'm fine, master. Please, start the match. I'll take care of that filthy bastard," Leon said, looking furious but with a sarcastic grin. It seemed like he was the one too stupid to learn his lesson. Standing aside, Pan saw that neither of them was backing down, and they wanted to pounce on each other. He had no reason to stop them. So, get ready to start. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon pushed off with his legs and shot forward like an arrow. But when he saw Seke's calm face ahead, for some reason, he felt a little scared. Was he scared of the punch from earlier? But his punch didn't do much damage. If I'm on guard, it's nothing I need to defend against. Counterattack with my left hand? Too obvious. Thinking this, Leon chuckled and immediately crouched to dodge the punch. The punch came from Seke. At the same time, he reached out to grab his thigh tightly with one hand, while with the other, he gripped the protagonist's waist hard and began pushing him forward to unbalance him. Damn it! Damn bastard! Leon let out a loud yell, like he'd already seen his victory. But a second later, he felt his body stop abruptly, and when he looked back, he saw Seke sitting a few meters away. What the hell? What just happened? Leon wondered for a moment before he could even realize what had occurred. But unlike him, the head instructor, Pan, who stood nearby watching, had witnessed everything. And because of that, he felt dizzy. Are you kidding me? This is the fighting sense of a 12-year-old kid. The moment Leon dodged Seke's counterattack and was about to knock him down, Pan thought Leon would definitely win. But Seke had landed a hit on Leon's chin and slipped out of his grip. It was Leon's mistake for dropping his guard, thinking he had Seke trapped. Rarosek stayed calm, unfazed by the failed counterattack, focusing on the concentration and precision needed to land such a sharp, effective blow. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wondered quietly as he looked at the familiar yet strange figure before him. Turning to Leon then, a wave of dizziness still overwhelmed him, making it impossible to act decisively. Damn it! I can't do anything. I need to create distance. Thinking that first, before Leon could step back, Zeke lunged fast and unleashed a powerful hook kick straight to this guy's thigh, making his whole body wobble. Damn, he's so small. How can he be this strong? Leon was shocked, screaming inside, but quickly regained his stance and launched a direct punch to Zeke's face. How dare you! He spat as he struck. Leon was still confident, thinking, alright, this time I can control the power on the opposite side. Zeke began activating his sensory enhancement ability, temporarily boosting all his senses. At that moment, following his gaze, Leon's rushing punch suddenly slowed down dramatically. It felt so familiar now that he was used to controlling ether. Then he thought, I'll finish the match now. He lightly blocked the punch, but it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, he grabbed Leon's arm with both hands and delivered a strike that crossed over his shoulder. The blow was so strong that when Leon's body hit the ground, it shattered into countless pieces. But I know he didn't plan to stop there. He activated his precision stab ability. Precision stab targets the enemy's weak spot to deliver a fatal hit in that moment. To see that elbow hit the idiot's sternum, cracking his bones in countless fractures. Then he sat on him and raised his fists. Even an idiot like him would learn a lesson from this. Try it and you'll see. Sweating a little will clear your head. I can spot the people here. Stop looking around if you have something to say. Then come here. While speaking, Zeke peeked to look at the punks above with a taunting gaze. In response, a young man with reddish-brown hair said arrogantly, Zeke Draker, I've chosen you as my opponent, Pancredion, because as you said, I have something to say. Hearing this, the protagonist noticed him and realized he was Jackie Bardek, who was also his cousin. Thinking it over, he calmly agreed. All right, but it's boring fighting just you. Lien Piedra, you're in too. While speaking, Zeke looked at the big guy behind Jackie. He was Jackie's servant. I think that'll make it fair. Zeke gave a disdainful smile, making Jackie grit his teeth involuntarily. Did you just insult me? He asked through clenched teeth. Zeke's response was a ridiculously cute face. That's right, idiot, he said softly, jokingly. But that only made Liam angrier. Draco, come out. I'm definitely going to kill you next. Jacken muttered this silently. Both stepped down onto the competition stage. Before the fight began, the instructor Jeef, also worried, reminded Zeke, don't do anything until I signal you. Draco, yes. Zeke nodded, focusing on the big guy in front of him. It was interesting to see him back here. The mercenary Liam, even in his past life as Jackie's servant, had attended the academy, but only because he was a distant relative. He lagged behind in education. He begged to enroll in advanced studies at the Balaya Academy, but ended up joining a knight order in a small country called Baranon. After Baranon fell, he became a mercenary. During the chaos, people flocked to this strong man. And after much time as a mercenary, he became the Red Knight, forming his own army of stone mercenaries. He united the 3 largest mercenary guilds, and was soon called the King of Mercenaries. With the largest stone mercenary force in the Lien Empire, he joined the Continental War. He and the Northerners treated Lien like an enemy, but this time things might be different. Zeke quietly held a phrase in his heart, unaware of the thoughts brewing inside him. Pan saw both sides ready and spoke up, preparing to start. Just as the words ended, this Jegi suddenly launched a lightning-fast attack. His punch shattered the air with force. Yet this blow wasn't enough to faze Zeke. Zeke caught the fist in his hand and said, let's charge together, right? Zeke said coldly at the same time. A dangerous aura was released, making Jack's face sweat lightly from anxiety. Do you really think I'll fall for your cheap trick? While speaking, he kicked his leg again, aiming straight for Zeke's head. However, he immediately felt a sharp pain that struck his brain. The reason being his kick hit Zeke's elbow. Watch carefully before you kick, Zeke taunted. Because of this injury, Jack was temporarily unable to attack. Seizing the moment as he focused on the situation, Seke quickly asked about his leg's condition. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Hake lifted both hands in front to block. But this was just Seke's feint. He seemed a bit too scared to even see the fake attack. That's why I said, let's go together. You alone aren't enough. Then Seke conveniently kicked right at his knee. This caused the guy to stumble and lose balance. Seeing that, Seke turned and punched Yaken in the ribs, making him cough up blood in pain. There was no other option. Realizing his weak strength had no effect on Seke, he immediately called for backup from his subordinate behind Liam to kill this bastard. The kid shouted loudly, and this time, facing the future mercenary king, Seke dropped his disdainful attitude. He's only 12 years old like us. The most annoying thing about fighting him is his reach is way too long. If I let him strike first, I won't be able to do anything. I have to take the initiative. Seke thought just as Liam was about to swing his arm to attack. Then Seke quickly rushed forward and threw a straight punch, blocking the attack before it could land. At the same time, Seke activated his range D/ ability, which unleashed a series of attacks that obscured Liam's vision. Right then, Seke's body suddenly split into countless purple figures, relentlessly launching attacks on Liam from all directions, with no choice but to curl up defensively. Watching this, the students' expressions shifted too, becoming wild with surprise. What did they say? Stunned. And among the crowd, only Professor Pan recognized this skill. That's right. You must be amazed because this is something you've never seen before. The northernmost fist-fighting technique of Middle-earth, in a place ruled by fencing. How could Seke know it? Back to him, his constant attacks pushed his body to withstand intense pressure. At that moment, he started cursing his useless body. Damn right, my body was useless when I was young. Plain and simple. And now it hurts. Everything was happening. But setting that aside, the guy's monstrous physique was the real problem. No counterattacks, no dodging. He just took it all. He was even fiercer than when he was the mercenary king, and my body was about to reach its limit. Now I could see how strong his body was. Still, I'd break through his defense and take him down. Thinking this, I inhaled deeply and focused all my strength into my right fist from the opposite side. Liam's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing a change in Seke. Then he started concentrating fully. Suddenly, without warning, Seke's figure blinked and appeared right in front of him, throwing a punch with terrifying reflexes. Liam tilted his head slightly and struck Seke's bicep with his hand to redirect the blow. The attack failed, which bitterly frustrated Seke. How did he avoid it? He couldn't even see the ether with his own eyes. Everyone here had terrifying senses, he thought as Seke drifted in thought. Liam grabbed his right wrist tightly with his left hand. Then the big guy used his strength to throw Seke's body like tossing a chair. But it wasn't easy for the protagonist. As his body was hurled forward, Seke instantly lifted his leg, using the momentum to knee Liam directly in the head. After that, he activated his enhanced senses skill to boost his perception speed. He used both legs to clamp tightly around Liam's neck. No matter how strong the body, if the brain doesn't get enough oxygen, it's useless. Seke thought as he tightened his grip with more force. But Liam wasn't about to just sit there. He started hammering at Seke's ribs with his left arm, making him spit blood. This crazy guy. All right then, let's see who wins. Gritting his teeth, he held on. Both were now locked in a battle of endurance. In the end, Liam lost after passing out from lack of oxygen. Across the stands, another guy saw Seke's victory and smiled with joy. Good. That's the fight I expected from you, Zeke Draker. Time flew by. The scene shifted to Seke's private room. Just then, the old butler Decker kindly asked, I heard you got badly hurt during the fight. Are you all right, young master, if I may ask? May I check your pulse? He asked calmly. But how could this question fool Seke? He immediately guessed the real reason, to see if he'd awakened from the fight and of light. Upon learning your purpose, Seke also told him to wait a moment while he finished dressing before extending his hand for verification. Seeing this, the old man didn't forget to thank him. "Thank you, young master." After saying this, Mr. Decker gently touched Seke's hand and slowly transferred his energy to his arm to check. But the moment he felt his energy moving inside his body, Seke couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. Wait, he's a blue knight. When checking if someone has awakened, people usually just look at the dantian, but he does it with great care. Just transferring the ether light inside someone else's body is pretty hard. Yet he can control it so precisely. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are classified by martial strength and ether light handling skill. The white swordsman is the basic level. Most kids who haven't undergone the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen. Then come the yellow swordsman. That's the level when you awaken your ether light and open your dantian. All cradle students become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn to control the ether light at will, you earn the title of knight. The purple knight is when you can strengthen your sword with ether light. The blue knight is when you can use the light sword. Then comes the realm of transcendentalists, the limit reached by mercenary King Liam's realm that year. Before my reincarnation, I had reached the red knight. There was also the black knight, but only a few monsters existed continent-wide. So how could someone strong enough to be a commander become the one who watches over me? More importantly, I still couldn't discover my ether. Only 2 people in the world could use it. It was murmured internally. And as predicted, after some checks, Old Decker still found nothing and had to stop his investigation. However, his instincts kept telling him that Seke seemed to be hiding something. "Young master, could you be hiding something from me?" he asked, staring intently at Seke. On hearing this, Seke didn't answer but countered, "And what if I am? Are you hiding something from me?" The sudden question made the room fall quiet. Without waiting for a response, the protagonist waved his hand and said, "Just kidding." Old Decker sighed and turned to ask, "Why have you changed so suddenly, young master?" In response, Seke also turned to look at him with a superior gaze. "That's the wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why I'm only changing now. Many things will change from here on. Everything will return to its place. So just follow me to the other side." Decker fell silent for 2 seconds as if weighing the claim, then nodded and bowed. "Understood, young master. I get it. I've prepared the training room as you asked. I really like how quick you always are," Seke said with satisfaction. "See you again soon. Later, young master. You can rest." Seke waved his hand and quickly left the room. At the same time, he vaguely guessed why such a strong person stayed by his side. If he was ordered to follow me, then I just need to keep him close to gather info when the chance comes. The question is, who ordered him to follow me? I don't think it's anyone from my mom's family. It must be one of my brothers or sisters, he judged internally. The scene shifted to the training hall. It seemed like the first time Seke was here, so he was a bit surprised by its vastness. "Wow, this is a personal training room. This family really lives up to its reputation," he exclaimed. Before remembering he still had a system, he hadn't had the time to study closely. "But before that, I should check what kind of system it is," he muttered, and quickly opened the status board to check. Next, I know he quickly noticed the change in his condition as well. His slash skill had reached proficiency and would improve the more he used it. The skill activated naturally based on my actions. That means I already had it. If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill? What's the difference between skills and sect skills? They activate similarly. And this one, the Dragon Man technique. I can't see it right now, and it needs 10 points to unlock. Thought. He also tried clicking the causal points button to check, and the system quickly gave him an explanation. Causal points. You can earn causal points by killing monsters. Current causal points are 0. After reading the description, Zeke's face showed a few thoughtful monster-like expressions. There are tons of them in the dungeon, but I need to reach Purple Knight rank at least to get there. Also, I'm even more curious about why I reincarnated in the first place. And what is this skill and profession system? It says it's definitely tied to that ancient treasure, but right now, I have very little info. The more I think about it, the more curious I get, Seke. But I can't figure anything out right now. So for now, Seke can just put this problem at the back of his mind and study it later. Oh well, as long as it helps me get stronger, I'll use it. No matter what system it is or if I'm part of the Drake family. He muttered and struggled to lift the sword before him, but his whole body was shaking from its weight. As he lifted it, Seke also reviewed what he knew from his past training. There are two known powers in this world: the Knight's light energy and the Mage's spirit energy. The Knight strengthens the light energy within the Dantian, while the Mage circulates the spirit energy through magical circles. These two powers exist at opposite ends, so if one awakens one, the other can't be awakened. Unfortunately, I was unlucky and couldn't awaken either the Dantian or the magic circle, so the clan took me away. Rejected, I met the master during his wandering days. He taught me many things, but the most useful lessons were about healing abilities and the ether chamber. Through the ether chamber my master developed, I could tap into the natural ether energy. My master and I are the only #1 users in the world. While lost in thought, I wildly swung my sword to practice. Time flew by. 2 hours later, at this exact moment, I felt as wiped out as a dog. Panting, I had only been practicing for 2 hours, but I felt like I was about to pass out. I had to hold myself up with the sword to keep from collapsing, struggling with exhaustion. I immediately activated my healing and vitality recovery powers, which instantly lifted my weary body back to its cheerful state. Healing was a rare ability I didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I used it in front of everyone, they'd think I'm some kind of freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the fight with Liam. I had to heal quickly as soon as I got back to my room. Now that I've recovered, I'll keep going, I said, throwing myself back into training. Time flew by until nightfall. Only then did I stop, because my stomach started growling for food. Hey, it's dinner time. I sighed softly before looking at the floor, which was covered with countless sword marks, wondering how to explain this to Decker. Without another thought, a week went by quickly. At that moment in the cafeteria, everyone had started gossiping about Sekwe's change. Hey, have you heard about Sekwe? He's totally different now, someone said, causing their companion to look slightly shocked. He was the guy who failed. That guy dabbled in dark magic hoping to control the stronger ones. Yeah, someone else agreed. The scene shifted to a fancy dining hall. 4 young masters were sitting and eating together. At that moment, young Reina Toroan was eating like a starving ghost. Across from her was a handsome young man. He spoke up to remind Leon, "You might not be hungry, but you need energy to fight with your sword." This handsome guy is named Owen Simmons. In response to these kind words, Leon clenched his fist, lifted his chin and said, "Are you trying to provoke me?" "I was just being nice, but it seems your inferiority complex is pretty intense." Owen's cold reply made Leon lose his temper. He slammed the table and yelled. That slam also sent Reina's plate flying. Leon started getting harsh glares, eyes so cold he didn't dare look back. Setting that aside, Jaqen also spoke about that guy. Then everyone. "What are you planning, Sakadrako?" Owen's expression changed instantly in response. "I'm not sure. Pancracio's fight was brutal but impressive. Still, it'd be embarrassing when he switched to swordsman. What could he do if he couldn't even hold a sword?" I heard Leon, on the other side, made an excuse and used it too. That's right. He was so weak he had to request a separate sword because a normal one was too heavy for him. Exactly. There's no reason to lose against someone that weak. I think anyone who saw it knows that she beat me in the Pancredion fight purely by luck. Speaking of Reina, seeing those weaklings constantly making excuses for their loss, she stood right up from her chair. Luck? If you really believe that, then you don't deserve to be knights of the Rakur family. Saying that, she also sat down disdainfully at this group, and then immediately left the dining table. A sword fight, unlike Pancredion, was all about swordsmanship and was the main cause of most accidents at the academy. It's also where the difference in students' skills showed clearly. A month after the ongoing exam, the blessing ceremony would take place, the event where the Drakur family awakened the light. The scene shifted to the competition field, And at that moment, Chief Instructor Pan also spoke. "I know you're close." Hearing this, I saw that he also carried a long sword and stepped forward. The sword in his hand made everyone either lean in or feel uneasy. What's up with that ridiculously long sword? Did he think wielding such a big sword would make him stronger? Murmurs started among the stands. Opposite Seke was that girl, Reina. "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent," she said with fiery fighting spirit, while Seke wasn't afraid of any of the elders or juniors. So he sealed the deal. "Sounds good. I accept this challenge," he said, also pointing his sword right at the opponent's face. Hearing that, Reina calmly drew her sword, simultaneously guessing Seke's strength. Holding a sword with both hands so easily, I can tell now. This isn't the Seke I know, who barely managed to hold a sword before. Is it because his aura has grown? The more Reina thought, the more confused she felt. Then quickly, she gritted her teeth and reminded herself, "What am I even thinking? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight starts." She confidently accepted. Speaking of Seke, even though he just declared extreme confidence, deep down he knew it wouldn't be that easy. But fighting the Thunder Knight would definitely be intense. Reina Turuan, also known as the Thunder Knight, was one of the knights who made a name during the Continental War. She was also regarded as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Reka clan, one of those who awakened the light before the blessing ceremony. She should have awakened it years ago, but she didn't use it in the academy. She said she wanted to strengthen her foundation first. Sek thought to himself. Next, Chief Instructor Pan saw both had steadied their stances and called out to start. As soon as the words ended, Reina's body flashed like lightning, thrusting her sword straight at Seke. However, this attack was also used by Seke to form the sword in his hand, which he then deflected to the side. Seeing this, Reina immediately stepped back to keep her distance. She used her speed advantage to run behind Seke and launched another powerful thrust with her sword. But this attack was blocked by Seke lifting his sword horizontally. Still, the power behind the strike couldn't be underestimated, as Seke's body was almost sent flying out of the arena after taking it. It was better than he expected, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Reina barely gave Seke a moment to think before charging in a straight line over the bleachers. That lion idiot, not realizing the strength of both, also shouted, "Stop messing with him! One hit to take him down!" Reina, hearing this Jack next to her, reluctantly tried to explain to this pig-headed guy. What a fool! It doesn't even look like Reina's messing with him. Back in Reina's perspective, while launching attacks to contain Seke, she also thought of ways to break through his defense, even though it was tight. Yet she could still feel the gap. However fast she tried to exploit it, her sword would just touch mine as if to undo my effort. And right after, another gap appeared. Yes, it felt as if this training battle was designed to teach me. The more Reina thought about it, the more she doubted her senses. Then, after another clash, Reina's body was pushed back, and both paused their attacks because her face was dripping sweat from the non-stop fight. While our protagonist didn't sweat a drop, he even felt a bit bored. That's how the Thunder Knight defended in her prime. Her swordplay was simple, as expected from someone obsessed with fundamentals. But that was her weakness. Let's see how. I won't help her out of her shell, Seke thought, lowering his stance like a cheetah ready to sprint the other way. The sword-wielding woman saw Seke's stance and instantly shifted to an ultra-low attack posture. She planned to close the distance with a single strike. His speed wasn't ordinary. "Come here, Zeke Draker," Reina murmured. And right after, Seke had already started an attack, only for his body to blink and appear right in front of her. He was insanely fast, but as long as there was distance between them, reacting to his moves wasn't impossible. Reina thought to herself and hurried to dodge the slash coming from him. Still, she couldn't predict Seke's next move. At that moment, she only saw him start swinging the sword in his hand, diagonally, cutting the ground and aiming straight for Reina. His strike dragged countless debris with it, and hit Reina's face successfully, splattering her with blood. But no one had time to notice. Reina quickly recovered her stance, but Seke had already seized the moment she lost momentum and lunged forward, sword aimed straight at the swordswoman's throat. I'm done for, Reina thought. But then, by some miracle, his speed and strength suddenly skyrocketed, insanely fast, and he instantly sent Seke's sword flying and spinning. The crowd roared wildly. They saw Seke was losing, the narrator said. Reina was truly different. She didn't use her light eye as usual either. Unlike them, Pan, who'd been watching from the sidelines, had a completely different thought. No one else noticed. But when Seke's attack neared, Reina used the smallest amount of light eye possible. It was such a tiny amount, it was almost undetectable. Reina, who had promised never to use light eye until the academy officer forced her, said this while staring at Reina with a blank face. Meanwhile, I know he also took advantage when she was off guard and rushed straight into the attack without hesitation. What are you doing? The fight isn't over yet. With that, Seke immediately struck at Reina's throat, making her bleed instantly and kneel before him. Across the stands, everyone saw it and started cursing. That's how sword fights go. We won't stand for such a dirty attack. Exactly. One knight threw down his sword. This is Reina's victory. You don't have what it takes to be a knight. As shameful curses filled the air. But Seke didn't care much about the insults as long as he won. Meanwhile, Reina, after a few seconds' rest, struggled to lift herself up. Seeing her, he asked again, "Want to keep fighting?" Hearing this shook his heart a bit. "I haven't lost yet. I only landed a hit because I was careless. Careless as if I hadn't used my bare hands. But I had a dagger. Then I wouldn't have gotten this chance." Thinking this reluctantly, Reina admitted, "I lost." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent and Pan, as the referee, quickly announced the result. The winner was Seke. That day, the one who had recently been called humanity's trash achieved victory over one of the most talented kids from a prestigious family. The scene shifted to another location. A ruined castle littered with countless soldier corpses, as if just attacked by monsters. While cleanup was ongoing, two men sat drinking in a room. The black-haired man looked miserably at the person before him, Abel. Even in this state, he kept drinking. "I stopped watching. You said it yourself, that bastard. I beat Reina," he said, eyes fixed on the letter on the table. And in response to his question, the person named Abel also shook his head gently. "William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing?" "We still have time until the next full moon," William replied. "Then it seems now is a good time to visit the house," Daluevo said softly as he quietly stepped out the door, his words causing William to start slightly. "What do you plan to do there, personally?" "Yes, you have piqued my curiosity. I'm eager to know what kind of awakening my younger brother experienced," William said, casting his cold gaze out the window as well. Speaking of Seke, although his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to base and kept training. Time flew by, and a month later, on the day of the Blessing Festival, Seke was still deep in his training. The more he trained, the more confused he felt. "I really don't understand how, in my past life, with this body, I managed to become a Crimson Knight." He murmured this as he opened the status window, and the info screen appeared before him. After a month of non-stop training, Seke's skills had improved dramatically. His precision in stabbing had reached expert level. Critical hit chance was now expert level. His agile footwork was also expert level. Looking over the descriptions on the screen, Seke felt fairly satisfied. As expected, one of his skills had surpassed the competence level. His skill level increased, and competence reset. Even the agile footwork skill he gained in battle had improved. Just then, a knock came at the door. Without turning his head, he recognized who it was outside. "What do you want?" he asked. The elder reminded him of the blessing ceremony. "We leave in 2 hours," he said calmly. "All right, I'll join soon. Get everything ready," Seke answered. Seke nodded and replied without further words. After finishing his preparations, he climbed into a carriage heading to the main estate where the blessing ceremony was held. Sitting in the carriage, he stared blankly ahead, realizing it had been a long time since he'd been to the main estate. It belonged to the Drakur family, located in the Duke of Troy's territory. Although the main house was in the continent's center, at the Four-Season Fortress in Middle-earth, the blessing ceremony must take place at the main estate. where the legend of the Dragon Slayer originated. The scene shifted to the Drakkar family's main estate, the Dragon's Lair. Inside the great dining hall, all the grown children had been gathered to prepare for the ceremony. While the crowd stood solemnly, Zeke looked left and right, taking in the scene and sizing up the situation. He'd never noticed before, but all the guests were famous figures he'd only ever read about in the continental newspapers. He was sure the family had sent spies to follow him, no matter their intentions. Once they saw he hadn't awakened, he was certain they'd ignore him. Thinking this, Zeke suddenly felt a gaze fix on him, making him turn sharply to look. When he saw the owner of the stair, his face instantly filled with rage. "Why the hell is that bastard here?" In another corner of the room, two men were shaking hands and greeting each other. "It's been a long time." "Hey, haha, it really has," Abel replied. Hearing this, the man opposite asked with curiosity, "Why are you here for this blessing ceremony? Has anyone in this class caught your eye?" Abel immediately raised his hand and replied, "No, I have another reason. It just so happens my handsome little brother is here too." Then he glanced sharply at Zeke. This boy beneath him is the second son of the Drake family, the Sword Lion, Abel Drake. Looking back at Zeke, though furious at the sight of him, Abel reminded himself to stay calm under the circumstances. "Night Buka. Abel, calm down. There's nothing I can do now. In my past life, Abel never came to see me at the blessing ceremony. Have my actions changed the future? If so, this might be my chance." Thinking this, my hand clenched so tight it shook. Before I could grasp it, the voice of the master of ceremonies rang out. "All right, now we begin the blessing ceremony." Aaron stepped up quickly where a statue of a knight with a huge sword stood. In front of the statue, there was also a giant bowl filled with water. Then, as if he knew what to do, Aaron rolled up his sleeve and dipped his arm into the bowl. From his palm, drops of blood started to emerge. Immediately, the water began to glow, with a beam of light that ran up his arm, helping to open his dantian during the ceremony. All Drakkar clan members awakened their sealed light when moving from cradle to age 12. This was much faster compared to ordinary knights who awakened at 20 years old. It was surprisingly quick. Among them, there were rare cases where, along with the light, the Dragon Slayer trait and the inhibitor spirit would also awaken. These people at least reached the level of a yellow swordsman. Some rose to the rank of red and black knights, experiencing the true blood awakening. Nearby, Pan saw Aaron had awakened and nodded. Next, the sword maiden Reina stepped forward, her statue's light glowing red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately ordered a soldier nearby to bring him a pair of gloves. Because of the suppression of the spiritual power, everyone would have to wear special gloves made by the family, or they wouldn't be able to live normally. When a person proved to be a true blood descendant, they would receive the last name Drake. Along with that came unimaginable family support and countless benefits. One by one, the children stepped forward to awaken their light until it was the protagonist's turn. Because he was a direct descendant, so everyone was eager to see what he would awaken. It seems the main event has finally arrived. "I wonder what kind of awakening someone like him will have," someone said curiously. Another quickly shared their opinion. "Of course, it's True Blood's awakening." He had defeated Reina. Turning to Zeke while overhearing the chatter, he chuckled inwardly. "I never thought I'd be standing before this damn statue again. Last time was terrifying, but the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me beyond the cradle. I earned a shameful title. But this time it was different. I could not only heal myself but also use ether, above all. I didn't give up and damn it, I got back up on my own. So help me out, damn thinking statue." I also stuck my hand in the cold water. Then the night statue kept trembling, but after a few seconds it suddenly stopped without warning, leaving the crowd around stunned, not knowing what was happening. He stopped. That had never happened before. In another corner, Abel also looked at his younger brother, confused and puzzled, then turned to Zeke. Though he already knew the outcome, Experiencing it again made it impossible to hide the anger on his face. I knew it. I shouldn't have expected things to change because of that bastard. He pulled his hand from the huge water barrel and grabbed a towel to dry his arm. The crowd nearby had already started staring at Seke with doubtful eyes. What's this? Has he not awakened? Could that even happen? But why? It seems the family head's blood isn't strong enough to suppress the cursed blood. Someone sneered sarcastically, but was quickly cut off by the person next to them. Hey, shut up! How could he have possibly beaten Reina? He must have used some trick. What a disgrace to this family. Seke heard the gossip and wasn't surprised, as if he was used to it. These people never change. Doesn't matter. There are plenty of ways to get stronger besides awakening. He knew it was whispered quietly, but just then the system sent him a notification. Sorry, Sakadreko, a processing error occurred. A message was hidden. It was discovered that the essential identification data had been lost. During the professional identification process, the profession information was input using the system's admin rights, but the required data was flagged as missing. The profession entry was completed. The system recognized the user's talent as a healer, confirming the profession unlock. This profession was classified as a rare one. A series of notifications began to appear, which left him feeling slightly confused about the situation. Something was different from his previous life. The needed info was detected as missing. Impossible thought. He immediately turned his head to the statue, which was now glowing red, the exact same red light from when that rain awakened a girl. This caused the guests to exchange wide-eyed looks again. This was the true blood awakening, marked by that red glow. Ignoring this, the system kept sending more notifications. It had established a link. The ancestral dragon's blessing sealed in the user's soul had been activated. The talent of the gladiator bloodline had awakened. Their talents combined, a rare fusion. A new profession emerged, an unparalleled immortal. Speaking of the guests watching from the sea, they stared at the statue, which had once glowed red but now suddenly shone gold. They truly felt their minds whirl in chaos. Golden light. Is this the true blood awakening? Just moments ago it was red, so it must be real. One person said uncertainly across the way. He heard the sounds of the argument but wasn't too surprised. It was natural to be suspicious. But if he said anything here, it would hurt him, he thought. Meanwhile, the group of guests kept whispering among themselves, but the spiritual lamp showed nothing. So, was the sword statue defective? Was there no spirit suppression? Then, how could it be a true blood awakening? Suddenly, for some reason, Abel pretended to be supportive and clapped to draw everyone's attention. Why the serious faces? We already have 2 people awakening. True blood in one note? Isn't that something to celebrate? Hearing this, everyone started giving each other sharp looks. They quickly understood each other's intentions. It seemed that if one from the Drakren family failed to awaken the light, it would be extremely embarrassing. So, in this awkward moment, the best thing was to let Sekwe, who had successfully awakened true blood, preserve the family's honor. The nearby guests agreed and immediately applauded. That's right. 2 people awakening true blood. What a blessing. They applauded and spoke animatedly. Seeing this, Abel was pleased and turned to the main instructor. Pan, what else needs to be done? Quickly put the gloves on the new member. Yes, sir. Pan nodded and spoke. Someone quickly brought a pair of gloves and tossed them to Sekwe. Looking at the gloves, the main character tried to feel them a bit and murmured, "These feel a bit heavy." Saying that, he quickly stepped aside to make room for others to awaken their light. And although Sekwe had received help from Abel, he only felt the discomfort around him. Abel's intentions were too obvious, but getting his help felt like stepping in trash. Time passed quickly after all the clan's kids had finished the awakening ceremony. Pan stood up to announce, "This marks the end of the blessing ceremony. We'll soon have a celebration party. It's for everyone, so please enjoy it nearby." The kids who heard about the party started laughing happily. It seemed their miserable lives up to now were finally improving a bit. Only Sekwe ignored this and turned to leave the room. "What a stupid party. There must be a training room somewhere," he muttered, heading off to find it quickly. But before he took a few steps, his older brother Abel's voice called out, "Hey, I know the party's just started. Where do you think you're going?" He sounded super friendly, but Zeke felt like Abel hadn't even noticed him. "If a venomous snake were watching me, I didn't expect it to speak so quickly," he murmured. Then the older brother, looking like a model, also reached out and congratulated Zeke on awakening the true blood. In response, Zeke smiled and extended his hand to greet him, knowing that refusing now would show his hostility. So, he had to do it for now, just as their hands were about to touch. Suddenly, Zeke stopped, instantly recalling a sad scene from his past. The atmosphere around him shifted immediately. Abel noticed right away. Haha, this was really awkward. On the other side, Zeke clenched his teeth, thinking that even if he wanted to save face, he couldn't shake the hand of such a scum. Turning to Abel, who seemed oblivious to Zeke's anger, he waved his hand and said, "No choice. I have to tolerate seeing you." "See you later," Zeke said, giving him a pat on the shoulder before walking away. Zeke waited until the guy left, before hastily brushing off his shoulder, like he feared the other guy would dirty it. "All right, till next time." He gritted his teeth and felt his heart thaw. At the party, everyone was talking about Zeke. The two new True Bloods had arrived. That's right, Zeke's golden aura was quite amazing. "Is this the first time?" someone asked. "I thought he hadn't awakened yet. Where's Zeke?" Meanwhile, Zeke was in his private room, tired, taking off his party clothes. "Phew, I thought I was gonna suffocate in there." Ignoring it, how could I be safe? Every true blood carries suppressive spirit energy. It was proof you were an enemy of the dragon, the source of spirit energy. But since most machines used spirit energy as fuel, true bloods had to wear clan gloves. If I was really true blood, there shouldn't be a problem. When I took off the gloves, pondering it, I also opened my status window to check the info. But it had changed a lot. His profession, from healer, had changed to immortal. His skills now included spiritual energy reflection and overall level up. His current karma points were at 102. Seeing this, curiosity immediately stirred in Zeke's heart. This was different. It wasn't suppression, but reflection of spirit energy, though I had to read it more carefully. Then I focused on this reflection skill, and the system quickly explained it. Spirit energy reflection created a distortion field that neutralized nearby spiritual energy after I read the description. Zeke's eyes also gradually understood some things, so spirit energy reflection was classified as a skill. Spiritual light was fine, because it wasn't a passive skill. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healer, but now I became a unique immortal. Wait a second. Hold on. All the graduates normally awakened with a blue aura. Only Reina awakened red, true blood. Mine was red too at first, but then it turned golden. The system said the ID device had lost essential info. The ID device means the statue number 11. As soon as the info input system, did the statue, which had paused, emit red light? Damn right it did. So that bronze statue doesn't just tell if someone's awakened or not. It shows the user's traits and profession. Red is rare profession. Gold is unique. The bronze statue is an ancient treasure used before Terrakan's time, the founder of the Drakur clan. Back then, the idea of professions didn't exist, so it was only used to see if someone was awakened or not. Maybe they misread the red light, which means rare profession, as a sign of true blood. Honestly, no. Which master figured this out? Now I have karma points. I got them just now. Let's try using them to satisfy my curiosity. I know he quickly pressed to confirm using dragon skill points, so his 100 dragon skill points dropped to 90. A bunch of system notifications popped up. Your dragon skill is unlocked. Dragon skill level 1. Dragon lets you see detailed info of a person after close observation. Locked needs 20 points to unlock. Dragon skill level 1. Prestige lets you force enemies to surrender with light. Locked needs 30 points. Dragon skill level 1. Devour lets you eat and digest a lot. Locked needs 50 points. After reading through the info on the skills, I muttered to myself, which skill should I unlock? I only have enough points for 2. Let's see, I already have Dragon Eye and Dragon Power, but Devour needs 50 points. Way too much. Better to pick something obviously useful, not risky. So I quickly unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Power. The Dragon Clan really is intense. I'll save this to help me here. Now, let's use Dragon Eye to take a look. As soon as the skill activated, one of Seke's eyes immediately turned yellow, like a dragon's eye. Honestly, I was expecting more since it said it showed detailed info. But nothing really changed. I muttered as I stepped out onto the balcony for a closer look. Then the sight just startled me. Ha, this is crazy. The statue in the middle of the garden is right in front of me. This might actually come in handy. I laughed aloud, but then the system suddenly sent me a reminder. Would you like to receive detailed information about the detected object? Seeing this, I know you felt a bit curious and pressed the accept button. Then a flood of details appeared before your eyes, from the Alador wooden table and chairs to the drawers made in the Merc Empire. Back to Sekwe before I could keep studying. The light in my eyes slowly dimmed. Then, a dizzy spell hit me. What's this, my body? It's full of dragon powers like this. So, I can't push it too much. I said I was tired as I leaned back in the chair. But at that moment, the healing and vitality recovery ability kicked in automatically, making his fatigue vanish instantly. Still, I have to admit I was curious about how it worked. What is this? I didn't plan on using this healing, the young master said curiously as he checked his status. Then his eyes widened as he saw his skills had changed. Wait, all my sexual skills have turned into passive skills and my level went up. This is way too much. Before, healing power was considered really strong. But it wasn't something you could use constantly, and the healing effect had a limit. Now, with unlimited self-healing, I have to test it out and think this through. Seke grabbed a fruit knife nearby and slashed his bicep, making it bleed non-stop. Yet seconds later, the wound closed and healed like it never happened. Seeing this power, Seke suddenly felt he'd have to revise his plan. There's no way graduation would take 5 years here. 5 years? I'd only need 2. Seke laughed out loud. Drake Academy, the biggest night school on the continent, where those with night ambitions gladly pay top dollar to attend. The Duchy of Troy, where the academy is located, buzzes with life every spring semester. Right now, Seke's group, having awakened to the light, were enrolled here. As he walked around, he peeked to size up the other students his age. The older students were basically adults, because they're trained to perfection. Still, compared to those born into it, they're a bit weaker, but they're still from powerful families. Thinking this over, Seke looked at the groups of 5 or 7 people splitting into factions, then shook his head in disappointment. They've already claimed their territories. This family is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Rakur family, 3 hold the most power. They're called the 3 great families. First up is the Turuan family, known as the Force, the Sims family, known for their wisdom, and then the Bardek family, famous for their wealth. Even the children from these 3 families are in that status. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. He shrugged, thought about it, and quickly made his way back to his dorm. His dorm is the top tier one, the Platinum building. It has a training room, library, and all sorts of facilities. It's only for high-level students, and even those born into privilege can't get in easily. As for the true blood and awakened ones, they're granted special privileges called Master of an entire floor, known as the Platinum floor. Just as I entered the building, a maid was already waiting, bowing before me. "Welcome, Zeke Draker. We've been expecting you," she said. She then escorted me to the assigned floor. The servants lined up on both sides bowed in unison. "Welcome, young master." Being treated this way made me feel a bit embarrassed and unfamiliar, since in my past life, I never would have dreamed of such a situation. "Isn't this a bit too much? Even for true blood," I thought awkwardly. Then an old man spoke up, reminding me that Mr. Decker was waiting for me in the lounge. I quickly returned to my room and asked the old man, "Decker, what's going on?" He handed me a luxury box containing a pair of high-quality gloves made for true blacks. The white gloves I had received after awakening were only temporary goods on this side. I put on the gloves and felt a heartening sensation, nodding with amusement. Wow, this is a whole new level compared to those temporary ones. Decker smiled and said, "Glad you like them." I said, "I've got new gloves. Now I want a new sword too." "What do you think, Decker?" He replied, "Excellent choice. The Duke of Troya's lands are close to a huge mountain range rich in high-quality iron and mastersmiths, to the point where many say a student's first weapon after graduating is a masterpiece." Then Decker also offered to find Zeke an expert blacksmith. However, the protagonist declined because he already had someone in mind for the job. "No need, I've already picked someone. I'll go myself." So, they set up an appointment. While talking, he jotted down the other party's details on a piece of paper and handed it to his butler. After reading the name on the paper, Decker's eyes showed curiosity. Gally and Albert. He'd never heard of them before. "I'll get in touch with them right away. Also, classes start tomorrow. So please, review the relevant documents beforehand." Always nagging. I know, I complained. Then, while waiting for Decker to contact the blacksmith, I also took the chance to glance over the papers. With the platinum floor fully isolated, I'd have more freedom to develop the dragon technique. Just as I was lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted me. "Come in," I said. Seeing I'd given permission, a maid came in and announced, "With your permission, the floor mistress Reina has sent an invitation to dinner." When I heard this, though a bit curious about why, I nodded. "All right, take me there." The scene shifted to the building's rooftop. "Dad, the setup here looked like a flower garden set up for a tea party." When Zeke arrived, he couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled by what he saw. It was pretty intriguing, like a southern gang hanging out across the way. Swordwoman Reina saw Zeke arrive and nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Zeke Drake. My clan is a bit unusual. Sorry," she said, snapping her fingers to signal her subordinates to leave. On this side, I know. Although I was a bit surprised, I didn't pay much attention. "Thanks for your concern. Let's finish eating, then talk." Reina kept talking about Zeke. As she gave orders, he frowned and watched the Thunder Knight optimizing her Dantian to control the light energy. She had also set her sights on the Purple Knight's position. Then why was her sword skill stuck? Such a waste of potential. Zeke sighed quietly. The two ate calmly together, and after seeing the pile of dishes, 3 times thicker than Reina's own, he also felt skeptical about life. "Ha ha ha, I eat well too. But your appetite really exceeds my expectations," Zeke thought, looking at Reina oddly. Meanwhile, Reina seemed unfazed by the stare. Calmly, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and got straight to the point. "We're done eating, so I'll be direct. Accept the Turuan clan's support, Zeke Draco." On the opposite side, the protagonist's expression changed immediately. Then, he reminded Reina she seemed to have forgotten the problem. "We're both true blood awakeners." Reina almost burst laughing at Zeke's naivety. Apparently, he didn't get true blood awakeners. "It's true, we have many privileges. Just this platinum level is proof enough. But we don't get any real benefits when it comes to development. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge packed into the academy, plus a personal instructor to effectively boost your strength. Without that, no matter how rich you are, you'll still lag behind. That's why family support is crucial." Speaking of which, Reina paused and gave a live example to make the point clear. Even Abel Drake, a true blood like us, the youngest to earn the White Knight title, and the current Black Knight, also had his mother's family backing him. Thanks to the Sims family, though the head of the Turuan clan never explained why, he told me I wouldn't get support from my mother's side. I'll say it again. Accept the Turuan family's support, Zakadrico, the swordswoman said, serious in her eyes. But despite that, I shook my hand to refuse without listening. Reina's face fell silent. Unable to hide her curiosity, she asked, Why isn't accepting Turuan clan's support a disadvantage for you? I stood up quietly and said, It's not that I don't need more as a true blood awakener. It's not a lot really, but it's enough to cover the essentials, like food and some basic expenses. Now, let me get you something to eat. Here's some advice. Your sword carries too much power. I guess you're too worried about that guy. Listen closely, Reina. Your greatest strength is the flexibility a nimble body gives you. Don't throw direct attacks or overpower your opponent with brute force. Instead, deflect their strike with fluidity and deliver a precise, delicate hit. If you could master that, you would be way stronger than you are now. As he spoke, I saw him lightly wave his hand, swirling the blades around him like a tornado. After that, Seke said goodbye to the swordswoman. That's it. Thanks for the meal. Turning to Reina after hearing Seke's words, she unconsciously clenched her fist. The Turuan family is a symbol of strength. I'm just following tradition. It's not about caring for others, but he's right. I've been obsessed with being someone worthy of the Turuin name. This has unconsciously seeped into how I handle my sword. He just saw right through me. When I was young, everyone called me a prodigy, but no one gave real advice. Zeke Drake. Who are you? Curious, she muttered. Back where Seke was, he'd already left the dorm and was wandering the schoolyard. His abilities had shifted drastically. His performance was insane. How could he keep going, staying up all night practicing Sega's sight? It was thanks to his infinite vitality skill, a power that rapidly recovers any fatigue with endless energy. Basically, an upgraded version of abundant vitality. Back to the story. While walking, I saw him glance at the students practicing around him. In his past life, he thought this place was hell. But now, fully awakened, this place felt like paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but nothing else compares. He sighed quietly inside. Suddenly, Owen called out from the side. Later, I knew Reiko, and those in the special class would hear someone calling. The protagonist glanced back slightly to check and quickly recognized who it was. Owen Simmons, the third young master of the Simmons family, one of the three major families known for their scheming. He used others to intimidate and carefully kept up a flawless image. But why is he acting so friendly now from the other side? At that moment, Owen played the good guy and spoke. I invited you to dinner last night, but you didn't answer. Didn't get the letter? Hearing this, I noticed a slight smirk as he recalled the letter in his room and asked, is that what's on my desk? Seeing that, I know he recognized it. Owen asked again, why didn't you answer? Hearing this, I know he chuckled coldly and said, well, you're funny. Why would I answer given Seke's attitude? Before Owen could give the order, a hunting dog behind him stepped forward to show his stance. You're rude even though the young master is so kind. Out came Draco. The voice belonged to a big guy like a bodyguard with an arrogant face, but maybe he's small. Seke didn't recognize the guy. Who is this? He muttered. The big guy overheard, covered his face and laughed. Ha ha, you don't know me? Guess the blue bloods are useless. Turning to Seke, there was no need to wait. Seke saw through the act but had no time for this, so he walked away. I get it. You want to impress your master. But remember, you're up against someone far beyond. The big guy, uninterested, turned away as well. This guy made a sneak attack, throwing a lightning-fast punch straight at Seke. Luckily, Seke reacted just enough to push his body back unscathed, dodging the blow. He now had a decent read on his opponent's strength. It seemed high-level students could manipulate basic light energy. Speaking of the big guy, seeing Seke stay still after the hit, he also announced himself loudly. I'm Dovan Roswell. Around here, they call me Mighty Durbin in the name of young Master Owen. I'm going to teach you a lesson, he declared boldly, unaware danger was closing in. Mighty Durbin, a student not yet a knight, had a nickname. Ridiculous, the main character said sarcastically. Then, in a blink, he vanished and immediately closed in on Durbin. At the same time, he powered up his fist and landed a direct punch to Durbin's gut, making the big guy spit blood from both nose and mouth in agony. Next, his body shot backward like a cannonball. But that wasn't the end. To keep those flies and mosquitoes off him, I know he also eyed every one of Owen's subordinates and challenged the mighty Durbin. It was Durbin's turn to pick a side, standing opposite young Master Owen. From what I know, Owen was famous for his cunning, and he didn't show a hint of anger when his man got beaten up. Instead, he calmly let his dog-like minions pass by and said, "You really love soaking in the spotlight." "Yeah, Draco's kind of funny," I muttered, watching the crowd's backs as they left. Draco Academy splits mainly into two classes. There's the regular class where if you lack talent, you're expected to make up for it with hard work. They stick to a strict routine from dawn till late. Then there's the special class where you can choose subjects beyond the basics. Even in an academy filled with elites, this special class exists. So I had some expectations. But most people here were just alumni from the cradle. Special class? What kind of special class comes from a cradle? I know he smirked inwardly as he looked around. Only familiar faces he'd seen until he got sick of them. While the whole class chatted noisily, suddenly the teacher's loud voice restored order to encourage the new students of today's special class. There was one very special person who had come. Not just the commander-in-chief from the war against the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, but the hero who stopped the imperial invasion through sheer wit. Please welcome General Howard Drago. As the teacher's voice echoed, an elderly man with a big belly entered the classroom and greeted the students. Pleased to meet you. At a glance, I knew from his presence who this figure was. He was the academy director, Howard Drake, a war hero. People worshipped Howard Drake as a war hero and a tactical genius. But the truth was he leaked intel to the enemy to save his own skin, accidentally throwing the enemy into chaos. He was a lucky traitor. That rat was no hero, but the mastermind behind my expulsion from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering the Principality of Troya until they caught me and sold me off to the cartel territories in the south. I'll give you a taste, Zeke. I secretly vowed in my heart as I stared at the nasty face of the fat man in front of me. After Howard greeted the students briefly, he quickly left the classroom and the teacher resumed the lesson. I think you all remember the director's words. We'll start with basic training now, so grab your swords and head to the arena. Yes, sir! The group shouted in unison. The scene shifted to the covered arena for the special class. Though indoors, the space was massive. Meanwhile, Zeke showed extreme boredom at the professor's lesson. Who'd have thought even the special class had to learn the basics of dragon slaying? In my previous life, just because I couldn't use light energy, I wasted 2 years on things someone could learn in 3 months. Take it easy, I thought, rubbing my painful face. Right then, standing before them was a young knight who spoke. Welcome, students. My name is Andre Drak, and I will teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This was the Pink Knight, Andre Drak. But maybe because he was too young and hadn't yet built a reputation, the students didn't recognize him. Who is he? So young? The murmurs started. Among them, only I knew his identity. Rosenar Andre. Though not pureblood, a sharp mind. He'd graduated early from Balaya as valedictorian, a rare genius for a century tied to the Drake family. Even the special class teacher was on another level, famous for being strict and unyielding. I thought to myself, as expected. When Andre saw the noisy, unruly students below, he immediately shouted, "Silence! If you're done talking, I'll start the class. Draw your swords." The students quickly fell in line, realizing he was no fool to mess with. At that moment, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "What kind of sword is that?" On hearing this, Zeke immediately swung the sword in his hand, sending gusts of wind blowing all around, and shrugged in response. "As you can see, I used this sword for that." Andre then ordered with a cold expression for him to step into the arena. "Student, don't you know you should choose a sword that suits your body?" Hearing this, Zeke shook his head and sighed, expecting this reaction. I purposely made an impression by drawing the sword, but it was still useless. Better to show off my skills. With that thought, the protagonist calmly said, "I can beat you with this sword, master." His calm words instantly shifted the atmosphere around Andre. Then Andre started radiating spiritual pressure towards Seke. Too bad it was blocked by Seke's untamed spiritual defense. Seeing his spiritual attack failed, Andre calmly grasped the sword at his waist and spoke up. I understand, student. If you want to learn through your body, if your sword touches mine, even just a bit, not only will you be excused for your rudeness, but you'll also be excused from this basic dragon-slaying class. Don't worry, I have no intention to use spiritual energy on the students. He reminded Seke to stay calm, unaware his words made the protagonist want to lose it inside. Oh, getting excused from class? Perfect, I might beat Andre since I know his weak spot, but being too obvious could be dangerous. Like when he was in a cradle, Andre brushed his clothes and admitted defeat. Thinking this, Seke gripped his sword tight and with a clear voice, lunged forward like lightning. As he got close, he swung his sword hard at Andre's throat. The strike was so fierce it sliced the air. But it wasn't enough to hurt Andre, who easily parried the blow. Seeing this, the protagonist wasn't too disappointed. Just as expected from Blue Knight. This wasn't going to be easy. After saying that, I saw him start moving non-stop, striking from every angle. But no matter where he attacked from, he couldn't break through the Rose Knight's defense. Meanwhile, the students below had been watching for 30 minutes straight. A Drake Knight really is on a different level. Yeah, 30 minutes, and not a single scratch on his clothes. Still, someone shouted. Still. They had no idea that after fighting so long, Andre's body was actually trembling with exhaustion. He started looking at Seke with a puzzled expression. What kind of resistance is this? Even holding back and not using spiritual energy, I can't believe he's losing to a student. Truly, the existence of true blood is unfair. The more Andre thought about it, the more bitterness grew in his heart. On the other side, Seke noticed Andre's breathing growing heavier and instantly knew his plan was working perfectly. Haha, his resistance is still so weak, and suppressing his spiritual energy this way only makes it worse. The Drake family's method of cultivating spiritual energy is famous for its uniqueness. You have to keep it active during practice, in everyday life, even while eating and sleeping. It's basically supposed to be as natural as breathing. In other words, Andre is holding his breath, and the sword only drains his stamina faster. But losing like this just feels wrong. I've got no choice. I have to force him to use his spiritual energy. Setting up an easy fight is pointless. I need something that makes him use that energy without thinking. In other words, a desperate situation. Keeping that in mind, I know he started activating his agile footwork, making his body move lightning fast, appearing and disappearing around Andre, who was left with dazed eyes, unable to pinpoint his exact position. Impossible. How could a student have such quick feet? Andre wondered, confused. While he was distracted, that figure suddenly appeared right behind him, activating his critical strike skill. Sensing the danger, Andre spun around immediately, but, with no other choice, was forced to use his spiritual energy and slowly retreat. At that moment, Andre raised his sword high above his head to unleash his Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 1, Section 1. Straight through the sky, just like that. Andre's devastating slash was sent directly at Seke. Seeing this, Seke reacted instantly, raising his sword in front of his chest to block the blow. Then a deafening crash echoed through the air. After blocking the attack, a deep gash appeared on Seke's sword, and Seke himself was badly wounded, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. Damn. That hurts, but I guess I can pass out now. After thinking it through, Seke dropped his sword and rolled to the side to end the fight. Seeing this, Andre slowly sheathed his sword and, though a bit reluctantly, had to admit this student no longer needed to attend the audit class. Any other student wanting to be excused? Below, all the students fell completely silent, realizing their teacher was furious. Now, if any fool dares raise their hand, they'll definitely regret it upstairs. Overseeing, Andre saw no one volunteering for the challenge, so he started airing his anger at the whole group. Fine then, I'll treat this as if no one's here. Now, raise your swords. From now on, you'll witness how time flies, heading to the infirmary. Meanwhile, the main guy rested calmly while the other students were wiped out like dogs on the training yard. Honestly, that was a solid performance. Though I didn't touch his clothes, I made Andre use his spiritual energy, something he said he wouldn't do, and earned his respect for my skills. In the end, Andre learned his lesson, and now I've got free time, so we both win. However, Andre's final attack, the most basic move of the Dragon Slayer technique, Dragones, Chapter 1, Section 1, sliced through the sky like it was hurled by a blue knight. It wasn't that powerful, but thanks to my endless stamina and healing, I beat a blue knight. Still, that's not enough to live freely. To break my limits, I need unstoppable strength, power that guarantees I'll never lose to anyone. I thought this quietly when suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit Seke's nose. Then a voice echoed, "So you're Arthur's youngest son lying in bed." Suddenly, a drunk man appeared beside him. His eyes widened in shock. "Who the hell is this?" he wondered, eyeing the stranger warily, which seemed to amuse the man. "You've got the same eyes as that useless Arthur bastard." Neither the strong smell of alcohol nor the insolent Arthur himself was something Seke could detect. How dare he speak that way to the current head of the Drake family? Thinking this, Seke immediately asked, "Who are you?" without answering. The redhead shot back, "What did you do before?" Kitty said the man started drinking non-stop, making Seke even more unsure about what kind of person this guy truly was. It was clear he acted on a whim, Seke thought, then asked, "What do you mean by that?" In response, the strange man set his bottle aside and looked at Seke with piercing eyes. "You're playing dumb? You got hurt before, but how'd your wound heal so fast?" Turning to Seke, the man's sharp observation made Seke panic a little inside. He'd uncovered his healing ability. "I can't let myself get exposed. No one at the academy knows about my healing ability." Thinking this through, Seko clenched his fist and decided to keep pretending ignorance. "I have no idea what you're talking about." In front of him, the redhead didn't seem too surprised by Seke's reply. So that's how the story goes." Without warning, he swung his hand straight at Seke's neck. Luckily, Seke was always alert around this guy, so he managed to react just in time and dodged to one side. If not, he'd probably have been sliced in half like the pillow behind him. Next, Seke grabbed the blanket beside him and threw it right in the man's face, blocking his sight. His instincts screamed that if he didn't kill this man, the man would kill him. With that thought, Seke unleashed all his strength at once, using his quick footwork, landing precise strikes, and delivering a critical hit to attack his opponent. But the man just raised his hand slightly and easily caught Seke's sword, stopping it from moving an inch. The nameless man even praised Seke, saying, "Your ability to adapt is impressive. You fight like a mercenary." Those words hit Seke hard, making him shout in his head, "Who the hell is this guy on this side?" Seke saw his sword being held firmly, and he immediately released it gently, stepping back to keep a safe distance. Then he fixed a cautious look on the man, wondering silently, "Who the hell is this guy? A mercenary? Does he know anything about my past?" Seke thought quietly. Meanwhile, the redhead began to toy with Seke's sword and said, amused, "A Drake dropping his sword and backing off? I think you'd do better as a mercenary than a knight." With that, he casually swung Seke's sword back at him, which Seke caught effortlessly. However, his look of distrust hadn't lessened at all. What does he mean by that? I'd never felt this way since meeting my master. After this short fight, I'm sure there's a massive gap between our skills, so wide he could kill me if he wanted. He's at least a Crimson Knight, maybe even stronger. Thinking that, I realized he lowered his guard a bit, because with his current strength, there was no way he could handle this red-haired man. Unaware of Seke's thoughts, he spoke again, saying that two-handed sword is a basic supply weapon from the start. Right? Do you have that talent? Then, why use a weapon like that? Before Seke could answer, the room's door opened and in came Pink Nightfall. Andre entered and, upon seeing the redhead, seemed to recognize him and said, "So you're here, Dexter the gardener." Hearing this, Seke began doubting himself, wondering if he misheard such power coming from a gardener. At that moment, Seke thought, Dexter the gardener started tugging his ear and complained to Andre, "That damn pest! How did you know I was here?" "You were earlier in the training hall," Andre answered. "You're really annoying," Dexter said, bored. As Andre passed Seke, he told him to leave the room. "You're done here, student. You can go." Though Andre's words were harsh, Seke didn't want to stay and face that red-haired monster. "All right, I get it," Seke said quickly and hurried out. But before he could leave, Dexter shouted, "Hey kid, if you've got time, come to the west greenhouse of the academy. I'll show you some useful stuff." Hearing this, Seke paused for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "No, it's nothing." With that, he quickly left the room without hesitation, leaving behind Dexter shouting in frustration, "Look at your mouth, you are something else. Damn it!" After closing the door, Arthur immediately started putting all his mental energy into thinking about Gardener Dexter. Who does he think he's fooling? If you're at a level where you can casually mention Arthur Drake's name, then you must be someone who's only ever had one disciple, Andre. If I'm not mistaken, this is Duke Drake, the Knight of the Storm, one of the Black Knights whose strength could rival an entire kingdom alone. There was a lot of talk when he suddenly disappeared one day, but I never expected he'd be hiding out in this academy. Maybe that's why Andre came here, because the Duke is here. Rumor has it the Duke has an iron will, and some say he became a Black Knight just because he liked the color black. But it's probably nonsense. Right now the Duke seems very interested in me, but learning ordinary lessons out of mere curiosity isn't something I care for. If I'm going to learn something, it might as well be the secrets of his power. I turned that curiosity into determination with this thought. I know I smirked slyly, secretly planning how I'd face the Duke in my mind. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the magical theory class. At this moment, Professor Fanon, the magic theory instructor at the academy, was attempting to teach. When something like this happens, you all know what's about to go down, but nobody seemed to realize. He said clumsily, looking at the students who were slouched over their desks, half asleep and uninterested in the lesson. Seeing this, Fanon had no choice but to answer his own question. Haha, alright then. When the spiritual formula is formed through resistance, it actually hurts you. Before he could finish his phrase, suddenly I raised my hand to ask, "I don't understand the law of the spiritual energy flow you mentioned earlier." "Sir, on the podium." Seeing someone pay attention to him, Fanon's face lit up with joy, to the point I had to remind him again before he snapped back to reality. "Oh, sorry. It's the first time someone's asked me about the spiritual energy flow's answer." He began explaining it in detail so I could understand. Time flew by until the end of their class. The students were still gathered, chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this boring magic theory class. Why do we have to learn magic theory at the Knights Academy? Actually, it was just nap time. Someone laughed and looked at Seke. Unlike the lazy students around him, Seke couldn't help but praise Professor Fanon's skill. It was a very easy lecture to understand, not your average teacher, he thought as he packed up his books to leave. Suddenly he heard Professor Fanon's voice. "Wait up!" the professor called out. Hearing this, Seke turned around and asked, "What's going on, Professor?" The professor took a deep breath, collected himself and awkwardly said, "Oh, it's nothing. Honestly, it had been a long time since I felt like I was giving a proper lesson to someone like you. So if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former student who earned a scholarship from the Magic University of Bo, so I know quite a bit." Hearing this, I couldn't help but think better of him. I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a former student of the Magic University of Foa, the birthplace of magic. With that in mind, and since Fanon said that, I knew I wasn't foolish enough to refuse. "I understand, sir," he said with a smile, also grateful for his own luck. Having a wizard as an ally wasn't a bad thing. Wizards are great with math and tend to think flexibly. They're better colleagues than knights. "Fanon, huh? Let's see if he proves useful," he whispered quietly to himself. While pondering how to make the most of his relationship with the Duke, he suddenly noticed the Duke was already sitting back in a chair, apparently waiting for him. The Duke was more impatient than he expected. It seemed like only a week had passed. Seke shrugged and thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke noticed him stepping into the courtyard and looked over, saying, "Finished already, kid? Why didn't you go to the greenhouse? You should understand what I mean about teaching you useful things." In response, Seke switched to actor mode, sighing dramatically. "I've told you, I'm not interested." Facing him, Duke, a dark knight, couldn't hide his frustration after Seke repeatedly refused. "What? Why not?" he shouted, clearly angry. Seeing this, Seke quickly thought up several excuses. I know you're skilled, but I'm busy with personal training right now, Seke said. Oh, I see, Duke replied. Of course, personal training can't be ignored. You don't think I'd say otherwise. Just as Duke finished speaking, his huge figure suddenly appeared right behind Seke. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Before Seke could react, Duke twisted his hand and struck Seke's neck, causing him to roll his eyes and pass out instantly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the flower garden Duke was tending at that moment. Seke slowly came to after fainting, rubbing the sore spot on his neck. He hadn't expected Duke to hit him. It seemed a week had been too long for Duke. So this is the west side greenhouse, Seke murmured, looking around. While inspecting, Duke saw Seke had regained consciousness and stopped watering to take a sip of alcohol. Wake up already, kid, he said casually. Did you kidnap me? Seke's voice was cold as he questioned him. Duke answered without hesitation. Yes, I kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kid. Hearing this, Seke realized Duke had dropped all pretenses and was now openly admitting his intentions. Duke seemed increasingly impatient. However, Seke knew this wasn't the right moment to face him. With that thought, Seke activated his agile step skill and dashed forward like a gust of wind. Yet, Seke was no match for Duke's speed. Within seconds, Duke's face appeared right in front of him, making Seke quickly recoil in surprise. The Duke still saw him as nothing more than a joke. Seke needed something to provoke a reaction, so he decided to probe for answers. What exactly interests you about me? He asked, hoping for more information. I asked how you healed your internal wounds so quickly, replied the Duke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Seke couldn't help but smile, realizing he'd found the key to pique the Duke's curiosity. So that's what bothers you? Well, if you're so curious, you'll have to make me talk. The Duke's expression darkened for a moment. He seemed lost in his thoughts. Then, without any warning, his figure vanished right before Seke's eyes. Startled for a moment, Seke scanned his surroundings in confusion. Where had he gone? Just as he wondered, a spinning sword suddenly shot toward him from afar. Reacting quickly, Seke dodged, barely avoiding the blade. He swiftly caught the sword in midair and turned to face Duke. What are you doing? Seke asked. His tone was filled with both curiosity and caution. Duke, wearing a wicked smile, proposed an unusual challenge. He said, I could make you talk, but that's too easy. How about a bet? If you can land even one hit on my clothes, I'll grant you a wish. But if you give up in this fight, you must reveal all your secrets. As Duke spoke, his expression was wild, almost like he found the whole situation amusing. The battle between Seke and Duke raged fiercely, and by dusk, the entire garden was coated in dust from the fight. As the fight dragged on, Duke couldn't help but feel frustrated and puzzled by what was happening to this kid. He thought 3 hours had passed, and not only was his endurance impressive, but his wounds seemed to heal endlessly. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he got back up like nothing happened. Although he hadn't been defeated yet, Duke knew he still hadn't found a way to win. He thought to himself, I could do this all day, but I still can't beat him. Meanwhile, Seke started thinking about whether to use the long roar ability he had learned before. Rugido largo, huh? It's dangerous, which is why I've never used it. But against a black knight like him, it shouldn't be a problem. With that in mind, Seke gripped his sword tightly, and the air around him grew colder. Seeing the fierce resolve in Seke's eyes, Duke felt a bead of sweat form on his face. All right, now you're acting the part, Duke thought with a smile. Without hesitation, he activated his agile step skill, launching himself forward like lightning, closing the gap between them. He swung his sword with purpose. The Duke, however, remained unfazed. He wasn't afraid of the incoming strike. In fact, he still had the mental space to think. He's repeating his attacks. He's fast. But compared to that damn leech and the girl from the Turoin house, he's nothing. Still, this malice is more than persistence. I like it. Maybe I should use a bit of light aura. With that thought, Duke's hand began to glow, enveloped in a light aura as he prepared to block Seke's sword. But just as Seke unleashed his strike, he suddenly activated the long roar. The overwhelming pressure and presence of the skill made Duke feel as if something incredibly powerful was looming over him. Instinctively, Duke raised his arm to deflect Seke's sword. His strength was enough to snap Seke's blade in half with a single blow. Just as Duke was about to analyze the strange sensation he'd just felt in front of him, he activated his Earth Scales technique, surrounding the area in a cloud of dust. It blocked my vision, Duke thought, but it'll be hard for him to find me in this snow fog. But what Duke didn't know was that with his long eyes ability, Se was able to easily pinpoint Duke's location. He immediately closed the distance and swung his sword at Duke's neck. The blade sliced through the air, but Se quickly realized his sword hit nothing. Instead, he just stabbed the afterimage created by Duke's movement, as expected. Then, in an instant, Duke's figure vanished from sight. Se found himself surrounded by a whirlwind of dust and debris, and quickly figured out what was happening. This was Duke's secret technique, a swift dash that whipped up a powerful gust of wind, earning him the name Night Whirlwind. Se didn't know how to counter it. Just as he was weighing his options, Duke's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Without hesitation, Se swung his sword backward, but Duke had vanished once again. Moments later, Duke reappeared right in front of him. "Let's call this a draw, kid," Duke said, his smile still edged with frustration. He threw a punch at Se, sending the young man flying back like a cannonball. The blow was so strong that Se's body was blasted through the air after Duke hit him so hard that Se's recovery skills started to falter despite his impressive regeneration. Overusing his skills had triggered an energy overload. Warning: excessive use of skills beyond safety limits for your security awareness will forcibly shut down. This is just like the saying," Se muttered softly as his vision faded to black. As time passed, Se slowly regained consciousness in his room. Rubbing his head and looking around, he thought, "This is my room, so Duke must have brought me here." He sighed with regret. "I was so close to winning. But it's true, he's a Black Knight. For some reason, I thought I gave it my all, but it was useless. I tried distracting Duke by repeating my attacks over and over. Then, he used long eyes at the right moment to create an opening and aimed with his long eyes. Still, it wasn't enough. I know I thought hard about Duke's last technique. Duke's super fast movement looked almost unreal. It was a skill born from intense physical training. A secret move that surely helped someone like Andre, who had less stamina, rise to Red Knight status. I know Se felt frustrated for missing the chance to learn it, but he was still somewhat proud of his own Elarga's power. Even a Black Knight was briefly affected by it. If it hit him that hard, most weaker opponents would have fallen right away. Just as he was thinking this, a notification screen suddenly popped up before him, grabbing his attention. "You have one unread message. Confirm to open it." He murmured with curiosity as he quickly pressed the confirm button. The screen then flashed with several new notifications. Skill level D, agile movement has been upgraded to level C. This high-speed movement was developed by your soul through sheer willpower. And with the soul growth system, functions are activated. You can unlock the next function by spending more karma points. The topographical features on the minimap are now visible as a full map. Locked compartments need 20 points to unlock storage slots. You can store various items within the locked capacity. Unlocking requires 20 points. There's also a limited quest book that gives guidance and quests to help lower-level admins develop. To unlock karma points, you need 45 points. Seke looked amazed by the new info. He hadn't expected such a big boost to his skills and system features. "I've earned karma points. I can unlock more features. Looks like my actions are finally paying off." He checked the points he'd gathered. "Just a few more and I can unlock the rest." Seke stood up, thinking carefully about how to use these new skills and what options lay ahead. This new power looked like a serious advantage. Moving forward with so many new things appearing, he couldn't help feeling curious. A lot had popped up. The storage compartment sounded pretty interesting too. "Let's check out the storage compartment." He thought it over first, then immediately spent 20 karma points to unlock the new feature. Right after, the system sent a notification. If you choose an item, it'll be saved in the storage compartment. To retrieve an item, Just think of its name or shape. How much space an item takes depends on its size and weight. Want a bigger compartment? You can spend karma points to upgrade its size. After reading the description, I realized it said even a cow could figure out how to use it. So I just have to pick an item I want and activate the ability by thinking about it. Putting an item in the storage compartment should work the same way, I thought. Then, casually, I picked up my broken sword and silently said the words to store it in my mind. Immediately, the sword in my hand vanished and was transferred to my inventory. The two-handed sword disappeared and took up 2 of the 28 storage slots. So that's what the system meant when it said, the space an item takes up in the storage depends on its size and weight. To take it out, I just have to think of its name or shape, I thought, focusing a bit, and then the sword reappeared in my hand. I was thinking about a spatial storage compartment, but this is even better. That treasure is clearly rare and expensive, but it's hard to find a place to store it, and I can even expand the storage space using karma points. This over-the-top advantage is just a low-level admin's feature. I wonder what it'll be like when I reach a higher level. If these points are worth that much, I can't just spend them recklessly. Looks like I need to change my plan. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Just then, the voice of the old butler Decker came from outside. "May I come in, young master?" Upon hearing that, he nodded and said, "Come in." "What's going on?" Decker then pulled out a small piece of paper and said, "There's a message for you." He added, "You'll know who it's from. It's from the garden caretaker Dexter on the other side." He quickly grabbed the paper and examined it. The note read, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, you can do it any time while looking at these words." He smiled like he'd just caught a big fish. It didn't seem like a total defeat. Is this what he meant by a draw? Anyway, it still meant there was a chance. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and slowly felt the call of Duke's secret technique, as if inviting him to learn. Turning to old Dexter, he said, "I have one more thing to tell you. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier." Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy and he quickly asked, "Oh yeah? When's the appointment?" The old man hesitated before replying, "Well, there's a problem. The blacksmith refused the appointment. He no longer forges weapons." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a small, old forge. At that moment, the carriage stopped here. This was where the person he'd been watching lived. Seeing this familiar place, a wave of nostalgia flickered in the protagonist's eyes. A long time had passed. Papnir's forge was indeed a prestigious name. Thinking that, he opened the door, stepped inside and called out, "Is anyone home?" Inside, the forge was a complete mess. Armor pieces scattered everywhere. On a table sat a young man clearly drunk, clutching a bottle. "Ram, the radiant sword is a masterpiece forged by Galleon," he muttered. It was the price for saving his life. The title of Soul Blacksmith was well earned. Galleon was known to read the souls of smiths before crafting their weapons, and it lived up to that reputation. Crafting a sword with the most essential skill, the power to replace radiant energy with ether. The continent's greatest blacksmith had forged this blade. But why was this man in such a state? Zeke wondered, staring at the drunken figure of Galleon before him. This was the one and only smith, Galleon, also known as Albert at this moment. Galleon noticed Zeke's presence and, surprised, said, "What's this, a kid? This isn't a place for children to wander." Zeke didn't reply but began to survey the room. With a slight scowl, Zeke thought to himself that Galleon was a deeply emotional man. It didn't seem like he'd fall into such an extreme state without reason. What had happened to him before meeting me? He couldn't bear to see the smith in such a drunken state. Without hesitation, Zeke grabbed a large bucket of water and dumped it over Galleon, causing his eyes to fly open. Then Zeke smiled and greeted him. "Are you awake now? I want to know why you refused my request in front of him, young blacksmith." He was a bit more sober after the splash. Then Galleon noticed the dragon emblem on the protagonist's gloves and instantly recognized him. He quickly bowed his head and apologized to the Drakur family. "I'm sorry for showing such disrespect. Please forgive my recklessness. But right now, I can't take any requests. How could a fool like me create something someone wants when I can't even make what I need?" Saying this, the young blacksmith shook uncontrollably, looking powerless at his current state. It was clear he saw himself in the past, so even Galleon had gone through such a phase. I know he thought so now that he reflected on it. When he met Galleon, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent, and Galleon never spoke of his past. Maybe he didn't want to reveal such an embarrassing history, but Zeke knew he couldn't wait another 10 years for him to see reason. He thought quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Galleon kept pulling his hair in frustration, lamenting, "Why am I so useless? Can I even make a weapon?" The more he thought, the darker his mind grew, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back to reality. "Please forgive my poor behavior," Galleon hurried to say, but Zeke just shook his head, not worrying. "Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed creations." Hearing this, Galleon looked a bit puzzled about why Zeke would ask such a thing, but he quickly led him to the back. "Let me take you back." Zeke's request was to gauge Galleon's current skill level. There was no other way. He had to set him back on the right path. Zeke thought silently to himself. The scene then shifted to the forge's backyard, a clearing with countless identical swords sticking out of the ground. Seeing the messy scene before him, Galleon felt a bit guilty and said to Zeke, "Sorry, I shouldn't have let things get this disorganized." "Ha ha ha, it's okay. You could even call it pretty captivating," Zeke replied, nodding. Then he casually stepped into the sword garden, pulling a sword from the ground to examine it closely. Behind him, Galleon watched anxiously and warned, "Sir, please be careful. Even though these are failed products, the blades are still very sharp." Of course, Galleon's warnings were totally unnecessary for Zeke. How could he get hurt by these swords? After some time inspecting the swords, Zeke quickly formed a general opinion about the quality of the weapons here. This one, and that one too," he said. They weren't failures at all. They matched the quality of the weapons Galleon forged when he was celebrated as the continent's top blacksmith. Thinking this over, Zeke began to wonder why Galleon called them failures. To dig deeper, Zeke activated his long eye skill and carefully examined the sword in his hand. Soon he noticed some unusual details. Just as he expected, "Your forge has some issues." Zeke said this, causing Galleon's eyes to widen for a moment as he quickly asked, "How did you know?" Zeke didn't explain, instead focusing on the sword. "Let me ask you, have you optimized your unique alchemy style? It looks like you chose other metals to make lighter, more refined materials, but their durability is too weak." Saying this, Zeke swung the sword hard, then suddenly stopped. The sword in his hand shattered into countless pieces from the backlash. Zeke quickly deduced the cause of the break, mumbling to himself, "In cases like this, it's caused by impurities that weren't properly removed during the heat treatment." Looking at Galleon, upon hearing Zeke's words, the young blacksmith's face went blank. Zeke hadn't made a single mistake. Everything he said was spot on. He not only recognized Galleon's forging method, but also pinpointed the key flaw and source of the problem. If this person was right, maybe he could help. Galleon felt his instincts kicking in and, with urgency, clenched his fists and said, "Sir, this is very coincidental, but I have to ask you a favor." "What is it?" he asked. Raising an eyebrow to explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop. There, Galleon pulled out a drawing of a furnace and laid it on the table for Zeke to inspect. As soon as Zeke glanced at it, his knowledge of the future helped him quickly understand what it was. This was Galleon's secret, something he'd only revealed after many years, a design for a magical furnace. Zeke recalled from his past life when the blacksmith had shared this with him. "Haha, why would I hide it from the one who saved me? This furnace is special. It can freely adjust its temperature using magic. It's a secret I've kept close." Galleon smiled warmly as he spoke, then looked at Zeke, who, now recognizing its purpose, nodded approvingly. "With this furnace," Zeke said, "your alchemy will work perfectly." Galleon's eyes brightened with joy, pleased that Zeke understood. But when Zeke asked why he hadn't built it yet, Galleon's smile faded. Holding the design in his hands, he explained bitterly how difficult it had been. The most important part of the design, the energy law for magical energy, remains intact. But the cost to build the magical furnace tower is 10,000 gold. Hearing that steep amount, Zeke's face went stiff as he fully grasped its value. A normal family of 4 would spend 10 gold coins a month on living expenses, so building the furnace would cost 1,000 times that. Galleon had spent 10 years saving up this sum. Zeke sighed deeply and said that price was ridiculous, then returned to the blacksmith. Galleon understood well that with the income from his small forge, he had no idea how many generations it would take to save enough for the furnace. So, he had no choice but to pin all his hopes on Zeke Allen, with a serious look in his eyes. He spoke up. "I have something to ask of you. You're a member of the Drake family and one of only 2 true awakened bloodlines this generation. If you build this furnace for me, I'll grant any request of yours, free of charge and without conditions for as long as he lived." I know that when he heard this, he fell into deep thought. Even though he was from the Dracuri family and one of the true blood, he had awakened. That didn't mean he could afford such a large amount. It might be possible if he were a family guardian knight, but even as true blood, he wouldn't get that much financial support, let alone the Tenthian gold needed. Still, he couldn't abandon Graham, the Radiant Sword. Galleon's problem was the magical essence energy law. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Seke's mind, and he smiled slightly. Then, he rolled up the plan and slipped it into his coat pocket. "All right, I'll take your request. I can ask a mage." "I know. If I find the answer, I'll let you know." "And stop drinking," Seke said, waving his hand before he could leave. Suddenly, Galleon grabbed Seke's leg and started crying like a child. "Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I, Galleon, will serve you for life as my savior." Tears and snot ran down his face, even staining Seke's pants. "All right, I've got it paused now. I'll let you know when it's done," Seke shouted, frustrated. Time passed quickly, and the scene moved to the Drake Academy's research building. Seke headed there seeking help from his friend, the mage Fanon. As he walked, he grumbled about mages from the magic tower. "Why do those damn mages charge such crazy fees? The setup looks pretty simple." Fanon specialized in energy law design, so Seke had hope. "Let's see where his lab is," he muttered to himself. His steps stopped at the sound of someone being beaten in a nearby alley. The noise brought back unpleasant memories from his past life. He remembered a time he was forced to kneel and beg. "Leon, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please forgive me." "Lord Leon, I, the humble one, dared to touch your body," Seke had said, trying to force a smile. In response, Leon kicked him without hesitation, mocking his polite words. "Seke, as punishment, you'll clean the floor you dirtied." "Thank you, sir." Seke. The recall of those painful memories seemed to stir something deep inside Seke. As he relived them, his teeth clenched tightly. His anger grew. The scene shifted to the alley where Leon was mercilessly beating someone, cursing as he did. "You're nothing but a pest, an obstacle to others' existence. Scum." I know it's the same. A golden light reaction unlike any other. A true blood awakened above all. Damn it, Leon thought to himself. His fury grew as he kicked the head of the person he was bullying. He couldn't accept that he, caught off guard by an unexpected attack even before the fight began, had failed against someone as low as Seke. But why had that wretched scum, who humiliated him, become an awakened true blood? Leon's frustration boiled on his trembling lip, biting down hard as blood dripped. At that moment, a voice rang out from the alley entrance. Well, that face already found someone to replace me." I know he was smiling while talking, but when he saw who the victim was, his expression completely changed. "I'll give you all 3 seconds, said his voice, cold and commanding. "If you know what is good for you, get on your knees and beg for mercy." On the opposite side, when Leon saw Seke appear, he also started sweating profusely. But he gritted his teeth and said, "What is this? Your arrogance has been totally crushed since you awakened true blood. Seke Draco, are you really sure you've awakened true blood?" Without letting him finish the sentence, Seke didn't want to waste words on this little mutt, so he coldly reminded him, "Shut up if you won't submit." "Don't blame me," he said, eyes icy, making Leon's face go pale. Leon gasped, terrified by the main character. He started feeling an unseen pressure causing sweat to pour non-stop. "What kind of pressure is this? Just months ago, he was still crawling at my feet, and now he scares me." Thinking this, a silent fury began to rise in his heart, pushing him to confront the protagonist. "How dare you talk to me like that, vile bastard? What are you gonna do? Hit me?" He shouted loudly to his loyal henchmen, and these dogs didn't know Seke's strength. So they smiled and lunged in for a beating. Facing their attack, Seke just sighed in frustration at their stupidity. "Hey, don't blame me for this, understand?" After saying this, he dodged a punch from the bald man, and before the man could even register, Seke landed a direct punch to his ugly face, making him spit blood non-stop and fall to the ground. Then he landed an uppercut that cracked the chin of the man behind him, making him keep coughing up blood. At the same time, a student clenched his fist and swung down at Seke, but Seke caught his arm instantly, spun, and hurled him into the man on the other side. After that, Seke drove a knee into another guy's face, making his eyes roll back in shock. And just like that, this bunch of worthless pests started falling one by one to Seke, who showed no mercy for these weaklings. He only needed one move to send them crashing to the ground behind him. Leon watched his lackeys fall so easily that his face went blank. There's no way this is the Seke Reiko I know, he wondered. Meanwhile, after dealing with the bunch of losers, Seke turned his attention to Leon. You don't have to be scared. I think you already know it's only gonna hurt for a moment, he said softly, acting like it was nothing. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly drew his sword from his waist and stammered, Stay away from me. If you come any closer, I'll stab you, he said in a loud voice. But the uncontrollable shaking of his body betrayed how scared he really was. Back to the scene, when Leon drew his sword, his gaze turned colder than ever. You really drew your sword outside the training grounds. Do you know what that means? Leon Conrad's deadly intent was clear. He had crossed sacred boundaries. I know, Drake. I'll respond with my honor. This coming battle ends when one of us dies. The responsibility is all on us, and neither blames the other for how it ends. Lien Stone, you'll be the witness. Now, let's continue, he said with a slightly excited tone, since that fool Leon had given him the chance to deal with him once and for all. But before the protagonist could make a move, Leon, on the opposite side, got so scared he wet himself, dropped his sword and begged Seke for mercy. I'm sorry, Sakadrako. Please let me live. Forgive me, he said, trembling and looking utterly pathetic, which made Seke lose the desire to kill him. In that moment, Seke simply brandished his sword, brushing against Leon's left ear, causing him to scream in pain while clutching his ear desperately. As for Seke, he sheathed his sword, grabbed Leon's hair tightly and warned him, I'm taking your ear as a prize, and when we meet again, I'll put it back. Next time, it won't be your ear I take, but your head. After saying this, he slammed Leon's face hard into the ground, making him kiss the earth, a sensation Seke knew all too well from a past life. After that, Seke shrugged and walked away like nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lim, the big guy who had been ahead of Seke, leaned back and stood up, asking why Seke had helped him. The protagonist gave a small smile and whispered, Don't think about it. I didn't help you. I was helping myself. Then he officially said goodbye to the fragile figure from his past. After leaving the alley, Seke scratched his head and reminded himself, God, Galleon has influenced me. I almost said something embarrassing. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to his friend, the mage Fanon's laboratory. I know he met with him and showed the design for the Galleon. Is it feasible? The professor asked. After a moment of scrutiny, Fanon replied, Let me be straightforward. It can be considered feasible. Hearing this, Seke's eyes lit up. So you want to take charge, Professor, he said excitedly. However, things were never as easy or smooth as they seemed, and Fanon didn't rush to take on the task. Wait a moment, he said. I think it's better if you hear my explanation first. To start, as you said, the overall structure might be simple. However, the issue lies in the core responsible for energy production. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the circuit path it follows has extremely tricky limitations. Although it seems small, it requires a significant amount of energy, and we also need a way to adjust the output without delays. It's unprecedented. As he spoke, he began pointing to the drawing on the table while Seke's smile slowly faded. He asked cautiously, But it's doable, right? Yes, there are two options depending on the core's condition. I can personally tweak the design, but it'll take at least a decade to modify the core's layout. No, maybe about 15 years. 15 years! He shouted like his house was on fire. Yeah, it's true, it'll take a long time. As for the second option, we could skip redesigning the core and use similar materials. That would save a lot of time, but the material needed would be high-pressure spirit stone. Hearing this, I know he got so excited he couldn't sit still. Is there an ancient treasure that can't be recreated with today's technology? On the other hand, Professor Fanon calmly answered, True. Ancient treasures are incredibly rare, but finding treasures in ruins is even harder. Finding a spirit stone that fits our design will cost over 3,000 gold. To sum it up, if you want speed, the key is still money. After hearing this, knowing he seemed drained, he worried someone might find out he couldn't use light energy. But 15 years is just too long. And 3,000 gold is an outrageous amount. Unbelievable, this is crazy. I can't give up on the gram like the flash sword. Most people think I use light energy because of what happened at the blessing ceremony. But that was just a reaction from my ether healing skill. I still can't use light energy. Ether is tough to control for humans. But except for the spiritual awareness skill my master taught me, I can't use any sword techniques relying on light energy with that skill. I can only enhance and control my whole body better than others. Light energy is much easier and versatile, so I need the gram like the flash sword. Damn, how am I supposed to find a high-pressure spirit stone? The more Seke thought about it, the darker the future seemed to get. Unaware of Seke's expression, Mage Fanon kept examining the design, nodding in admiration. By the way, the creator of these designs is phenomenal. Even with the complex core, it's still an outstanding design. Very hard to make even among Age of Gold treasures. Turning to Seke, Fanon's words made Seke's body shiver, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The treasures of the Age of Gold. That's why it hadn't occurred to me before. Seke smiled like he just had a brilliant idea. Wasting no time, he stood and asked the professor to keep the design safe until he returned. Professor. Hearing this professor, Fanon turned to Seke with a look that could only be described as dumbfounded. What do you mean? Are you asking me to spend 15 years perfecting it? In response, Seke obviously wouldn't foolishly choose a time-consuming method. Haha, of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-pressure spirit stone. Seke declared confidently, as if he already knew exactly where to find it. The Age of Gold was the era of the Liberation War, when they fought to free themselves from dragon rule. This era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut, who was vanquished by Terik and Drakur, the first leader of the Drakur family, bringing a century of peace to humanity. During this time, many ancient treasures were discovered in the Dragon's Caves, relics from the era of the Hero King, the peak of magic. All the treasures found held techniques and magic far beyond today's standards. Among them was the high-pressure spiritual stone, containing essential spiritual energy capable of sustaining an entire people, a treasure from the Hero King's era. Moving on to the main library of Drake Academy, though rarely used, it was kept because it was believed to have been founded personally by Tarakan himself. During the expansion of the archive room, treasures from the Age of Gold were unearthed, prompting the Magic Tower and Archmage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, to join the excavation. Countless Gold Age treasures were discovered back then, and news spread across the continent's press. Well, at least it would, about 10 years later. However, no one had discovered or recognized the treasures until now. As Seke thought this, he started pacing through the archive room. After a while, he could only sigh in frustration. He could search all day and still not find it. So with no options left, he activated his dragon's sight to look for clues. Sure enough, the dragon's sight didn't fail him. After scanning around, Seke spotted a tile with a strange red glow. He quickly ran over and touched it to check if it was the one. It made a hollow sound when it struck, just as expected. Realizing this without wasting a second, Seke used his strength, the spiritual awareness of the primordial spirit, the only ether ability he'd learned from his master. Since ether manifests the user's will to apply certain traits, like cutting and adapting it to different scenarios, it was possible, but with a catch. The user had to spend ether to perform any action. At that moment, the energy sword in Seke's hand made cutting the stone floor much easier. However, after using it, he was drenched in sweat, feeling drained from the effort. It seemed like using it was still too much for him. At that moment, Seke whispered to himself. Then he carefully lifted the tile and crawled underneath. He put the tile back in place to avoid being noticed. Below was a dark underground chamber, forcing Seke to use a torch to light his way. As he walked, he grumbled. The reports didn't say it was this deep. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, which startled Seke. He quickly blew out the torch in his hand and then listened closely to the approaching steps in silence, wondering if it would be at least 10 years before anyone found these ruins. He cautiously peeked out, and what he saw were two skeletons, each holding a pickaxe and a shovel. Skeletons. They're holding picks and shovels. Seke thought to himself. Okay, looks like these weren't made by a lich. So this should be pretty straightforward. Thinking fast, Seke pulled his sword from his pack and activated his critical strike skill, charging straight at the two skeletons. In just a second, he easily decapitated the one holding the pick. Then, swinging his sword with precision, he sliced the skeleton with the shovel in half. After killing these two monsters, a notification popped up. You defeated 2 skeletons, earning 2 karma points. Your current karma is 22. Seeing the message, Seke felt like he had stumbled onto a new treasure. Wait, I can earn points by defeating monsters. He'd completely forgotten while focusing on treasure. Isn't this the best way to get karma points? Seke said excitedly, sheathing his sword and heading out to find more cute skeletons to send to their next life. What Seke liked most about these monsters was how weak they were. They gave him karma points but didn't pose any real threat. Seke cheerfully kept racking up karma points while thinking about the best way to use them. This is too easy, but I should be careful in case I need points to unlock something. He checked the costs. A beginner's quest book cost 45 karma points. A mini-map was 20 karma points. And skills like long sight, terrain mastery, and level 2 block skills required 50 karma points. Looking at his current points, he could only afford the mini-map. He activated the minimap feature, and immediately a small-scale map of the area appeared on his screen. The red dot showed his current position, and he quickly figured out how to use it. It looked like a magical map. As he watched, his eyes locked onto a spot in the corner of the map. What's this? He wondered, reaching out to tap it. The system instantly switched the minimap from a 2D to a 3D model for easier viewing. Impressed by the smooth change, Seke couldn't help but smile, nodding in approval. This was exactly what he wanted. His gaze then shifted to a room glowing with an unusual red light. Why was this the only room with a different color? He wondered, reaching out to touch it. A notification quickly popped up. Do you want directions to the selected location? The warehouse. Seke's eyes went wide as he saw the message. In the past, the search team had spent days trying to find this place. And now here he was, able to find it easily without hesitation. Zeke selected confirm. The system then responded, we'll now give you the fastest route to your chosen location. The 3D map on Zeke's screen automatically drew a path leading to the warehouse, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing with excitement. Haha, this is amazing! With this, how could I possibly get lost? Following the map's guidance, he soon stood before a giant door. This must be the place, but how do I get in? He frowned, realizing waiting wouldn't open the door. With that thought, Seke reached out to touch the massive door, curious if the system would offer more clues. The moment his hand met the surface, a surge of magic pushed back hard against him. He immediately realized it was a security spell. The link between the magic tower and the great mage Nirvana had to be through this door. I know, he thought. Without these gloves, I'd have lost my hand. He sighed softly to himself. I can't break the spell. System, can't you open it for me? Surprisingly, the system replied to his out-of-place comment. We have received your request, Administrator. Initiating connection to the security device. The security spell has been deactivated. Automatic device activation failed. Proceeding to manual activation now. Seke paused, stunned by the response. Wait, are you actually talking to me? I thought the system just confirmed. If you have any other requests, Administrator, please state them. For a moment, Seke was stunned speechless. He hadn't expected real interaction. After a few seconds to collect himself, he asked the pressing question on his mind. If that's true, why was I forced to reincarnate? The system's reply was blunt. I cannot answer that question. Frustrated, Seke tried again. Then what is this administration system? I cannot answer that question. Who created it? He continued. I cannot answer that question. Any other requests, Administrator? Seke groaned, the system's constant refusals pounding like a headache. Damn it. No answers to the big questions. He sighed heavily and commanded the system to open the door. We confirmed the Administrator's request. Dragon Hunter's Tomb. The storage vault responded with an echoing announcement. The massive door rumbled and slowly swung open, revealing an underwater chamber behind it, filled with countless wooden chests neatly arranged on shelves. Seeing those chests, Seke's eyes widened as if he'd struck gold. Treasure chests. True to their name, containers filled with valuable treasures and rare items. Finding just one treasure is considered a miracle. Thinking this confirmed his suspicion, Seke impatiently opened the nearest chest and was not disappointed. Inside lay a dazzling array of radiant jewels and precious stones, blinding his eyes with their brilliance. Ha! Ha! There are actually hundreds of these treasure chests, he exclaimed excitedly, immediately lunging forward, determined to open them all and gather as much wealth as he could. I'll take this one. This one looks good too. I'll save that one for Fano. Finally, I found them. High-grade spirit stones. And there are even 4 of them. Well, that's even better. I'll use a slot to expand my storage by 4 more spaces, but it still won't be enough for everything. Looks like I'll have to come back here regularly until I level up, he muttered, starting to stash all the precious treasures in his inventory. Once finished, he straightened up, feeling satisfied and ready to leave. This should be enough for today, he muttered to himself. But just as he was about to walk away, a golden light suddenly filled the room, making the armor spin around. What is this creepy feeling? He furrowed his brow and placed a hand on the wall to investigate. At that very moment, a sudden change happened. A complex magic circle appeared under his feet without warning, activating instantly. In a flash, he was transported to an unknown place. After a while, realizing he had appeared in a strange place once again, he found himself inside some kind of warehouse. Shocked by the sudden shift, he immediately went on alert, scanning his surroundings and asking the system, "Where am I?" The system quickly replied, "The Administrator is currently in the Dragon Hunter's Holy Land." Realizing the room seemed harmless, he let his guard down and started recalling knowledge from his past life. The Dragon Hunter's Holy Land, he thought. From what I remember, the media never mentioned a room full of coffins. Confused, he then pulled out a mini-map to check his current location. Quietly analyzing the situation, just as he suspected, the place wasn't far from where he was before, but there was no clear path leading to the sacred land of the Dragon Hunters. This must be an undiscovered spot from my past life, he thought excitedly. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Determined, he approached one of the stone coffins in the room and lifted the lid. Inside, he found a full suit of armor. At the same time, the system sent a reminder notification. Exclusive Dragon Hunter's gear discovered. Intrigued, Sequel carefully lifted the armor, searching for anything unusual. Exclusive Dragon Hunter's gear, he murmured. It didn't look like the Golden Age armor he knew. Then he noticed a small hole at the back, as if to fit something. Suddenly inspired, he pulled a mana crystal from his bag. Wait, could this be it? He wondered. Not wanting to leave it like that, he gently placed the crystal into the slot. To his delight, the crystal began to release a powerful energy. Activating the armor, the mana crystal installed the exclusive Dragon Hunter's gear activator, the system announced. Sequel felt a rush of excitement. Activating the armor was just the start of what promised to be an exciting new discovery. The armor's eyes suddenly lit up when the notification appeared. Then, to Sequel's surprise, the body armor came to life on its own. Startled, he quickly stepped back, but before he could process what was happening, the armor suddenly exploded. The system's voice blared a frantic warning. Overload malfunction. Activation failure. A small blast is imminent. Move quickly. But before the alert could finish, the armor shattered into pieces, leaving Seke stunned. It exploded. I'm sorry. The system apologized, its voice filled with regret but powerless to stop the disaster. Seke, still dazed, couldn't help but wonder about the immense energy needed to trigger the armor. So a high compression mana stone was exactly the power source for this armor. What functions does this thing have to need such overwhelming energy? He got thoughtful, deciding to ask Fanon later, and pushed forward, telling himself he'd explore the area. First, Seke roamed the warehouse but found nothing interesting. All the other rooms were empty. "This is the last room," Seke murmured, realizing he'd reached the final space. Looking around, it was a spacious room with a large open area and a single glass cage in the center. Seke let out a disappointed sigh, especially compared to that treasure room. This place looks like a beggar's room. That was his cynical thought, until the system suddenly issued another notification. "You have discovered the legacy of Tarak Andrake, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Seke froze. Sweat started dripping down his face as his heart raced. Tarak Andrake. That lunatic left the heart of the dragon he killed as a legacy. The creepy feeling I had before in the warehouse, it was because of that. But now the feeling was way stronger. He noticed a strange, thickening aura around him that began affecting his body. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut was reacting to the administrator, the system ominously announced. His mind raced as the atmosphere grew heavier, and the cursed heart's presence started to echo around him. This was no longer just a creepy discovery. It was turning dangerous. Seke's mind clouded as the dragon heart's cursed aura took hold. A strange thought crept into his consciousness. "All right, I've heard enough. Looks like there's no other choice. I'll just kill them all." But then the system triggered its unyielding mental defense skill, snapping Seke out of his trance. His eyes cleared, and he instantly realized he was surrounded by a dark, ominous miasma. "What is this? What's happening?" Seke shouted, his voice thick with confusion and growing panic. For the first time, the system gave Seke an emergency mission, the Charakantrai challenge, overcome the curse etched into Bahamut's heart. The task came with a reward, the legacy property of Tarakon. As Seke fought, one of his eyes darkened. The cursed dragon's influence took hold of him. Despite the system's attempt to activate a rigid mental defense, it failed. Seke had to fight the miasma alone, his mind assaulted by countless voices urging him to destroy everything around him. The pressure was unbearable, like his skull might crack under it all. Desperate, I know he slammed his head against the glass cage before him, breaking it to pieces. The pain from the impact briefly shattered the madness, giving him a moment of clarity. "This is so annoying. You talk about freedom. Freedom is something you have to take for yourself." "Idiot," he muttered through bloodied lips, expression grim. As the cursed energy receded, Ash broke the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Emergency task complete. Reward of Terasse's legacy granted. The system notification confirmed Seke's victory. When the glass cage shattered completely, it revealed a heart burning in flames inside. But Seke didn't have time to focus on it. His body trembled and collapsed to the ground, gasping. "Damn, I nearly died. I can't believe my skill failed me like that." Seke lay there for a moment, still trying to process it all. Meanwhile, the system automatically activated some abilities in response to the intense trial. Activating self-healing, activating infinite strength, absorbing the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. The system's interventions began to heal Seke as his body started absorbing the heart's power. Though still shaking, Seke's survival instincts kicked in and he tried to calm himself, realizing he had just survived a massive ordeal, one that almost cost him everything. The evil dragon's heart quivered and unleashed a burst of light that shot straight into Seke's chest. A sharp pain exploded inside him, like his body was breaking apart. What is this pure, condensed spiritual energy racing through me? But I don't have a spirit ring to absorb it, Seke thought desperately. The overwhelming energy had nowhere to go and was destroying his body. I have to do something. He gritted his teeth, enduring unbearable pain, using the forbidden sealing technique to wrap the energy within the ether and lock it in the ether chamber. Seke fiercely focused, channeling all the ether energy inside him to trap the massive surge of spiritual energy. Then came a terrifying explosion, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. Amid the chaos, Seke's body was miraculously unharmed, but the overwhelming energy kept ravaging his form. After a few moments, the intense power began to fade, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm alive," he murmured, eyeing the destruction and reflecting. The heart is gone, so that spiritual energy must have belonged to Bahamut, he deduced. That's when he noticed a strange symbol. an image of the evil dragon emblazoned on his chest, reflected in a shattered crystal shard. Unable to resist, he reached out and traced the tattoo. Has this really happened? Why is Bahamut's spiritual energy freezing? Suddenly, an overwhelming flood of system notifications invaded his mind. The absorbed spiritual energy has refined your body. Your physical constitution has transformed into the celestial bone body. System detected your strength is a C compared to your potential. 95% of your power is sealed since accessing the Karak and Reka vault. The Broken Heart mission is active, guiding lower-level admins. I know it's overwhelming. So much new info. Celestial Bone Body, Draketarakon Vault mission, guidance, more nonsense. As usual, Seke muttered in frustration. I'll check it out later. For now, I just need to survive. He gave a dismissive wave, trying to shake off the overwhelming notifications. Seke's eyes widened when a new alert popped up, his expression shifting to curiosity. Wait a sec, what's this? He muttered, a sly grin creeping onto his face. The new message read, "Would you like to unlock another Karak and Reko legacy?" Time flew by as he quickly moved to his private chamber in the Platinum Tower. After carefully stashing some valuable jewels in his personal safe, he finally had some downtime to assess his current state. Looks like the clutter's nearly cleared. Let's take a closer look, he said with a satisfied smirk, quickly pulling up his status window. When the translucent screen appeared, he immediately noticed some changes. A new title had been added to his profile, Heir of Tarak Andrake, Sovereign Authority over Dragon Skins, Celestial Bone Body, Draconic Techniques, Language Arts, Imbuing Words with Power, Locked and unlockable by meeting conditions. I felt a tingle as he skimmed the new entries. Quite a few expansions this time. Let's see what they do with that. He tapped on each new description, making the system show detailed explanations. Sovereign authority over dragon skins grants the ability to summon and command the subjugated skins. Celestial Bone Body enhances physical abilities, speeds up martial arts learning, and boosts ether transmission efficiency. Seeing these descriptions, I know he frowned slightly. The descriptions alone don't tell me much, and before, I checked not only the second Terakin legacy, but also an entire system related to Tarakan. System window, show me all notifications related to Tarakan, he ordered. The system immediately responded with a new message. Accessing the Terrasyn Secure Archive requires data sync. Please head to the designated sync location. Show coordinates on your minimap. Without hesitation, a minimap popped up, showing the designated spot. However, seeing it, his expression flickered with surprise. This is Valaya. Valaya, the most prestigious night academy in existence. A place only those with authorized access could approach, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valaya would be impossible. I know, he muttered to himself. And he wasn't part of my plan at all. But if the Tarakon legacy is inside, maybe it's worth adjusting my schedule. A sigh slipped from his lips. Looks like I'm stuck with this damn family longer than I hoped. Shaking his head, Speaker Zero decided to check another new system entry. This time he clicked on the beginner missions log. It's a basic guide for low-ranking admins. After the initial tutorial, missions become available to help admins level up. Completing missions grants extra rewards after reading the explanation. I know it sounds dumb. Even an idiot could get this. So, I just accept missions, finish them, and get rewards. Sounds like some adventurer guild or mercenary task system. But what does this part of the tutorial mean? Before he could finish his thought, the system suddenly triggered the tutorial by itself, starting a low-level admin tutorial. As the message popped up, everything around Zeke shifted. It felt like reality itself warped, dragging him into a simulated battlefield that reminded him of a caught-off-guard video game. Zeke's eyes darted around, checking out the new surroundings. What the hell is this? Did I get teleported again? No, this felt different, not like a sudden teleport. More like the world itself changed around him. Then a deep, guttural growl thundered behind him. Instincts kicked in, and he spun around to see a group of huge, wild creatures materializing before his eyes. At the same time, a new system notification popped up. Tutorial mission: defeat the summoned monsters within the time limit. Use at least 2 skills: Reward system. Store access points. Time limit. 60 minutes. His mind raced, analyzing the situation fast. So this tutorial is designed to thrust me into scenarios where I actually use the system. This should have been available way earlier, he muttered, slightly annoyed. But even while still wrapping his head around the tutorial mechanics, the orcs weren't far off. They surrounded him without warning. They swung their massive spiked clubs all at once, the force shaking the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Lucky for me, I never let my guard down. Even thinking about the system, my combat instinct stayed razor sharp. The instant the orcs attacked, he triggered high-speed movement and a quick slash. His body blinked as he dodged their strikes, his sword moving like a lightning bolt. Bam! Before the orcs could even react, their huge bodies were shredded into countless pieces. He knew he felt no resistance in his blow. The sword moved like it weighed nothing. That's when he finally grasped the effects of the celestial bone physique. So that's why my moves feel effortless. The celestial bone physique optimizes my body's abilities. Speed up my martial arts training and boost ether transmission at this power level. I can easily take down a commander-class enemy. He smirked to himself just as the last orc fell, and the system notification popped up. Tutorial mission completed. At the same time, the simulated battlefield started fading away like it never existed. Was that a blink or am I back? It was just an illusion. The realism level was insane. He nodded in awe before sheathing his sword back into the inventory. Then the system showed his rewards. A bonus to critical hit chance. Bonus duration increased, bonus rewards issued. 40 points. New feature unlocked. A system store. Those glowing eyes showed interest. So, I can buy items through the system now. This is too convenient. Excited, I opened the store menu, and my gaze locked on a list of useful items. Titan skin, 10 points. A mystical elixir that mimics giant's tough hide, temporarily boosting defense. Titan flame breath, 20 points. A condensed elixir infused with fire. The Titan's essence unleashes an unquenchable flame. Low-grade runes, stone speed, 7 points. A magical stone engraved with ancient runes that slightly boosts movement speed. Sky wings, 5 points. A potion made from sky feathers that temporarily increases agility. A smile crept across my face. Not bad. This system just keeps getting better. I stared, baffled at the list of items. Stunned Titan's hide. Titan flame breath. These treasures are worth hundreds of gold coins. Just reselling these system items could make me filthy rich. Lost in thought, the system notification popped up again. Please place the item you want to sell in the designated window. Items in your inventory can also be sold. Then, a list of my eligible inventory items appeared. Training gauntlets can't be sold. Elf dagger. Sell for 4 points. My hand froze instinctively. Only 4 points. This dagger would fetch at least 100 gold at an auction. Selling stuff here is pointless unless I desperately need system points. Shrugging, I closed the store window and let out a deep sigh. Phew, what a long day. I need a solid night's sleep. The next morning, research center. I know I've reached the research district, heading straight to Professor Fanon's lab to hand over the energy core. As soon as I pulled out the compressed spirit stone, Fanon's eyes went wide. Shocked. You actually recovered a high compression spirit stone in just one day. His voice held genuine disbelief. Zeke couldn't quite explain the whole dungeon ordeal, so he just brushed it off. It's a long story. Fanon didn't press further and changed the subject instead. So when will the device be fully operational? Fanon smirked slightly. It's done. Zeke blinked. Wait, you work fast, Professor. Fanon chuckled. Not as fast as you bringing back a rare spirit stone overnight. Now that's what I call impressive. While sipping his tea, he subtly eyed Professor Fanon, quietly sizing him up. Very suspicious. He knew that whenever a high-compression spirit stone was found, the continent's major powers logged it with ancient numeric inscriptions. These records documented the excavation date, location, and current owner. But the spirit stone Zeke just handed over. No way it's in any record. This is a brand new discovery. Mine, actually. even putting the shady circumstances aside. His evaluation skills are sharp. Meanwhile, Professor Fanon finished his final round of checks and turned to Seke. "I've verified the serial number. Shall we begin?" He nodded. I followed him to the Galleon Forge to oversee the furnace upgrade. Now powered by the high compression spirit stone, the furnace roared to life, unleashing a wave of energy. Seeing his workshop finally running, Galleon's face lit up with joy. Fanon and I exchanged satisfied glances before he checked the time. "I have a class to teach," he said, turning to leave while giving a brief nod to both of us. "Thanks again, Professor," Galleon called out after him, waving goodbye quickly. He had been smiling so much his face seemed frozen in that expression. Never in my life did I think I'd see a magical furnace in full operation. "Really, thanks." I shook my head. "It was just a deal. No need for thanks." "You haven't forgotten the terms we agreed on, right, Galleon?" He straightened up immediately. "Of course, please state your request." "I saw you dig into your backpack and pull out an item. Forge me a sword with this." What you pulled out was Bahamut's toughest dragon fang. As an experienced blacksmith, Galleon immediately recognized the rarity of the material, his eyes widening. "A dragon fang? Wow, I've never seen anything like this. The size, the quality. Where did you get it?" "Because this was the second legacy of Torakan Reiko, the heart of the dragon." Fang was starting to feel like a tomb raider. "It's complicated," Seke answered vaguely. Then he noticed Galleon trembling, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, like someone with a fever. "Not only have you given me a magical furnace, but also the chance to forge a dragon fang. I promise to live up to that trust. I, Galleon Albert, will give it my all to craft your sword." His passionate words came with a radiant aura that almost blinded Seke. Hearing that brought back a memory from his past life. Galleon had said something very similar. "This guy really is unbreakable," Seke muttered. He decided to leave everything in Galleon's hands. "All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you can make. I'm looking forward to it." The scene then shifts to Seke's room, where he's still excited, eagerly waiting for the sword Galleon is going to forge. "A sword, huh? Can't wait to see how it turns out." Seke thinks cheerfully before remembering the message his uncle Duke gave him. It's been a week since he got the note telling him to come back after the bet with Duke ended. Looks like the time has come. "I know," he murmurs to himself. And sure enough, right then, his uncle Duke suddenly appears outside the balcony, glaring at him with eyes full of rage. "Why haven't you come this time? Kid, answer me!" Honestly, Duke's voice shakes as he looks at the red hair and furious expression. Seke can't help but tremble. It looks like he's ready to kill me, after a moment's hesitation. Seke gathers himself and replies, "Well, you told me to come back and I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, I had no intention to actually go." Before Seke can say anything more, Duke seems to explode with anger, lunges forward, grabs Seke by the neck and snarls, "I told you to be honest!" Without giving Seke a chance to react, Duke throws him out the window. Seke's face goes blank for a moment as he plummets down. "It's so high, I'll die before I can heal." Panic sets in. He twists midair, stretching out his hand, trying to grab the balcony rail. But before his hand even touches it, Duke's hand shoots out coldly, clutching his throat, saying, "You don't want to challenge me again. I don't think you're dumb enough to miss my point. After all, you didn't come back after losing. You didn't even go to the infirmary. It's like you're trying to get on my nerves on purpose." Duke's voice drips with a deadly intent, making Seke realize this time Duke's gone too far. He knows exactly what's happening, yet he still plays along. Seke replies with a smirk, "Thanks. What's ridiculous is that you didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong? Dexter the gardener." Upon hearing this, suddenly Duke smirks, then flings Seke's body aside and lets out a sigh like he's thrown a chair, crashing the furniture to bits. "All right, you're right, Keith," Duke said. "I used to be a Black Knight of the Drake family. My name's Duke Draker." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Seke. Upon revealing his identity, Seke placed a hand over his chest and saluted him respectfully. "Greetings, elder of the family and former Black Knight. I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful behavior as a knight," he said calmly, his face totally unreadable, which made Duke pause with a flicker of doubt. He'd seen that look before. "What's going on?" Duke thought. Seke quickly switched to a confused look. Nothing. Ha ha." He laughed awkwardly before asking curiously, "Duke, what do you mean?" You were a Black Knight? Duke shrugged and answered, Simple. I used to be a Black Knight, but now I'm a Red Knight. Hearing this, Seke felt his mind cloud a bit. That can happen. I've heard knights get promoted, but never demoted. Seeing Seke's confusion, Duke seemed ready to drop it and quickly changed the subject. Kid, don't talk about it anymore, he said, with trembling hands, as if trying to control himself. Seke quickly understood it was a sensitive topic for Duke and wisely decided not to press further. All right. Since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest with you, Seke said, then explained why he avoided meeting him purposely. Hearing this, Duke's eyes grew even more intrigued. So from the start, you figured out who I was and deliberately provoked me to become my official disciple. You've got guts, Duke said with a smile. Then he gave a loud slap on his thigh, which made Seke's eyes snap open, surprised. Hey, that's it? Seke thought, realizing he had to act fast before Duke changed his mind. Without missing a beat, Seke immediately knelt before Duke, and his mouth fired off words like a machine gun. Isaac Drake, I vow to you, Great Duke Drake, Knight among Knights, to dedicate myself, follow your teachings, cultivate virtues, learn and strive to preserve and elevate your honor. He said it as fast as a well-rehearsed chant, making Duke almost exasperated by the speed of this sudden change. You even know the disciples' oath? Duke asked, amazed. It's hardly used these days, Seke calmly replied. Knowledge of culture is a nocturnal virtue. You're not some kid, very clever. Duke chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment, Seke smiled proudly. But then he remembered something and turned to ask the master. Can I ask you a question? Duke sighed. You're already calling me master. Fine, ask quickly. Seke asked, what was it about me that made you decide to take me as your disciple? Hearing this, Seke's mind briefly wandered to his past life. Duke was famous for hardly accepting disciples, not even the genius of the century. Andre begged for years before becoming Duke's only disciple. So why did Duke rush to accept him? Seke had a theory. Duke must have seen his potential in the stakes, something far superior to Andre's talent. He clearly had a good eye for talent. Thinking about it, I know he couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Duke didn't rush to answer and instead asked Seke, So, my disciple, what do you think? Why do you believe I accepted you? Without missing a beat, Seke honestly replied, Of course, it's because I'm an exceptional genius. No, Duke couldn't hold back his laughter, his whole body shaking with amusement. Your confidence is admirable, haha. If that were the case, I'd have already accepted Reina as my disciple. He stopped laughing and his tone turned serious. It's because you have determination. Not every prodigy can reach the level of a Red Knight or a Black Knight. Those who grow up without facing hardships tend to crumble at the slightest challenge. I knew he fully agreed with his master's words. He was right. Many prodigies expected to reach at least the Red Knight level ended up stuck at Silver or Blue Knight levels. Returning his attention to Duke, after explaining things to Seke, he seemed eager to start teaching. Enough nonsense, follow me, Duke said enthusiastically. The first lesson starts now. Yes, Master Seke replied impatiently, clearly eager to learn Duke's secrets. The two quickly headed to the training fields in the west greenhouse. As Seke checked out the spacious training area, he couldn't help but be amazed. Who would have guessed a place like this would be inside a greenhouse? Seke thought to himself, what's he gonna make me do? He told me to run and I've been at it for 3 hours. Now what? Just then, Duke walking beside him seemed to be thinking hard and suddenly ordered Seke to stop running. Seke immediately halted and turned, asking, So, can I stop now? Yes, but I want to ask you something. Duke nodded. Yes, master, what do you want to know? Seke replied. Nothing too complicated, Duke said. Suddenly, Duke appeared behind Seke. He reached out and grabbed Seke's hand. Instinctively, Seke twisted his arm, pulling away Duke's hand, then stepped back to keep his distance, staring at his slightly reddened palm. Duke sighed. Checking your energy won't be easy, he murmured. All right, let's start from the beginning. Something's off. Not just in the infirmary during the test, but even in the greenhouse at the game event. And now, after 500 laps around the training fields, I still haven't felt any aura from you. When I tried to take your pulse, you dodged me, Duke continued. Don't tell me you can't use aura. Duke's words hit Seke like a punch to the chest. The question froze him for a moment. Duke didn't give Seke a chance to answer or explain. Instead, he pressed on. The bronze statue reacted. That unprecedented golden light caused a stir and brought you here. So why'd you stop me from taking your pulse? Duke's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he studied Seke's face, who, in turn, felt uneasy and avoided his gaze. After a moment, Seke regained his composure and briefly assessed his master's expression. He looked more curious than suspicious. An aura-less Draken is serious, but he seemed more interested in my reaction. I know he thought, I'm lucky who I'm dealing with. Once I get the gramo, I won't have to worry about anyone suspecting me for lacking aura. Until then, I need to be careful. I quickly decided I didn't need any elaborate lies this time. I'd handle this differently than in my previous life, where I was my family's first awakening failure. Seke slowly took off his gloves and activated his reverse energy manipulation ability. Sparks of red lightning crackled around him, creating a blade barrier to hide his real skills. He took a deep breath and began to explain. As you said, Master, I can influence the energy flow, a true blood mark, but for some reason I can't use aura. Sorry for scaring you earlier. If anyone in the Draken family was found unable to use aura, they'd be expelled. He even let a few tears well up in his eyes, showing such a convincing look of helplessness that no one would guess it was an act. But Duke, always cautious, didn't buy it easily. He placed his own aura into Seke's body to check for any signs. After a moment, he pulled his hand back, frowning deeply in thought as Seke asked his question. He seemed to be weighing something carefully, a kid with this kind of determination at such a young age. But why can't I feel any aura? Despite having awakened, Duke murmured, rubbing his chin. I know. Feeling the pressure but hiding it, he kept his composure. He realized that even if Duke checked his pulse, he wouldn't get a clear answer. The blessing ceremony was critical for the Drake family. Even if Seke couldn't awaken aura, Duke would probably find a reason to explain it. Seke silently reasoned to himself, just as he thought. Duke's conclusion was that Seke was an anomaly. An anomaly? Seke responded with a calm expression. Of course. Duke replied casually. That's the only explanation that makes sense if you don't understand the concept of profession. This conclusion is totally logical. Not surprised by this outcome, Seke decided to play along. What exactly is an anomaly? The master asked. Duke began to explain. An anomaly is a term for individuals with abnormal abilities. For example, someone who can use both aura and spiritual energy, or someone who can see the future, things that defy the natural order. So, anomalies are usually treated badly. Seke listened carefully, absorbing the explanation. Then why do you think I'm an anomaly? Master Duke continued explaining. It's your abnormal physical abilities and healing powers. Even minor internal wounds should take time to heal, but you recover almost instantly. He paused and squinted. I'm sure a significant amount of energy is being consumed. What do you think that energy is? Seke hesitated, then cautiously asked, Is it aura? Duke nodded his head. Exactly. My theory is that any aura you generate is instantly consumed by your resilience and healing abilities, leaving no trace you can detect. Now, understanding the logic, Seke thought to himself, well, if I didn't know myself, I might have believed it. This theory makes sense. He paused for a moment and then asked, So, does this mean I'll never be able to use aura? Upon hearing Seke's question, Master Duke laughed. Ha, no, you don't have to worry. The cyclone technique doesn't require aura. It's a special technique. He goes on to explain that special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, usually involving the enhancement or use of aura-based abilities. But my cyclone technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll show you once, so watch closely. Wadu tapped the ground with his toe, and the next moment a deafening sound echoed as Duke's figure vanished from Seke's sight. A series of swift moves followed, and Seke couldn't track where Duke had gone. Moments later, Duke reappeared in his original spot and asked, Did you see that? Still processing, Seke asked, All I have to do is follow your steps? Duke smiled at his answer. Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain anything else. You've seen enough. Seke nodded confidently, his face set with determination, which made Duke feel a slight anticipation for what was coming next. Your confidence is worthy of a black knight. Let's see what you're made of. Seke lowered his body into a ready stance, focusing his energy in his feet. Carefully, he began to mimic the steps Duke had taken before, tracing the footprints left on the ground as he moved unseen. The paths seemed to materialize before him. Each move had a reason, whether to attack, dodge, close in, or create distance. Nothing was wasted. Seke silently analyzed his motions. Meanwhile, Duke stayed by his side, eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible, it's only been a week and already he has this skill at this level. What exactly happened in just 1 week? Duke couldn't help but marvel at Seke's progress, sweating slightly in amazement. He's a prodigy. Truly perfect. Seeing Duke's reaction, Seke couldn't resist a smug smile. Does this mean I'm worthy of a Black Knight's trust? He silently acknowledged the thanks owed to the celestial bone structure of his Tianguo Kaite, which was boosting his martial arts training to a whole new level. This was why Duke was so amazed, while Seke basked in his own pride. Duke noticing his disciple's smug expression, Duke couldn't help but mutter under his breath, I wish this brat would lose that annoying arrogance. Thinking this, Duke quickly grabbed Egg by the neck, hoisting him off the ground. That kid was crying just a moment ago, and now he's puffing up like this. Duke muttered quietly. You're not thinking of showing off, are you? He added, slightly worried. Egg shot back. That depends on your attitude, master. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Duke's behavior. An old Black Knight acting like this, I thought to myself, feeling a bit down about the situation. Time flew by quickly, and soon the scene shifted to the academy's dining hall during a meal. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on the past month of training under Duke's guidance. His portions had steadily increased before he could finish his food. Suddenly, Andre spoke up. Can I have a moment? Curious why the supposed genius sought him out, Drake shrugged and replied, If you're here, I guess I can spare some time, though I'm quite busy. Andre wasted no time and got straight to the point. All right, how did you manage to convince Dexter? Seke was a bit curious why Andre seemed so urgent about it, but shrugged inwardly, thinking, looks like he's panicking now that I'm Dexter's disciple, even if it's not official yet. Seke then answered calmly. It wasn't really about convincing him to choose me. At Seke's words, anger flared in Andre's eyes, and he sneered. So it's because you're a Chanhu and Trubuag, huh? Seke froze for a moment, then looked at Andre with wide eyes. What did you just say? You're that confident? Is that all you've got to say? Andre, his hands trembling with anger, coldly replied. Wait, I know you didn't pay much attention to my earlier words. He continued. No, not even halfway. Even if Dexter was initially interested in my lineage, do you really think someone like him would accept a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple, besides his interest, is because of my talent. So instead of wasting time with jealous behavior to boost your confidence, why not work harder to become someone worthy of being chosen? Those words twisted Andre's face, and his frustration couldn't outweigh the younger man's logic. The scene shifted to the training field inside the greenhouse. Dandy Zeke watched a knight running wildly ahead of him. He turned to Duke and asked, What's going on here? Master Duke, equally puzzled, replied, I don't know either. Kebrad asked to stick around. He even offered to handle logistics if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using any Kwanki if he wanted to stay. And here he is, doing exactly that. That kid's really crazy. Duke sighed as he watched Andre from a slightly different perspective. 300 laps without using Kwanki. I get it now, he thought. I always thought he was arrogant, but it seems he's got mad determination. Meanwhile, the scene moved outside the academy gates, where a large crowd stood formally and solemnly around. Whispers filled the air. What's going on? Why are all the students gathered out here? One asked, to which another responded. Fool. Don't you know what day it is today? The head of the family is visiting. As the crowd waited, a carriage decorated with the Drake family crest soon arrived. He walked up as he saw it. A young gentleman raised his voice, announcing the arrival of the family head. Upon hearing this, Howard thanked him. A stout man stroked his beard and ordered everyone to get ready. Yes, Director, the group responded in unison. From inside the carriage, a silver-haired man stepped out and greeted the elder. It's been a long time. Hawa, the elder, bowed quickly and replied, I respectfully greet the head of the Drake family. Hearing this, Everyone around shouted together. We respectfully greet the head of the Drake family. Arthur, the family head, approached Howard and gave him a few pats on the shoulder. I can imagine. Howard shook his head. My efforts are nothing compared to yours. Sir Arthur nodded, then turned to Howard. I'll continue counting on you. After the formal greetings, Arthur suggested they head inside since the sun was blazing. He moved toward Howard before acting. Just as he was about to finish, Leon stepped forward, raising his hand to stop him. Then he moved to a higher spot where all the students could see him, spreading his arms wide as he declared, Young warriors of Sathlon, you are the future and the hope of the Drake family. Focus on your training. Your growth is the growth of Drake. Hearing the family head's reminder, the students brimmed with energy and shouted back fiercely, We will remember these words, sir. Satisfied, Arthur turned and demanded to leave. All right, let's go, he said. Yes, sir, Howard replied. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Arthur's private chamber. For some reason, I knew I had been called to meet him. Upon entering, I immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Lord Arthur Drake, master of all knights and protector of Sathlon's warriors. I, Drake, a member of this family, respectfully offer you my salutations. Seeing his son so polite, Leon chuckled to himself. Ha ha. Not even those from the Four Seasons Fortress greet like that. Forget the formalities and sit. I've heard you enjoy fine tea, so I've brought some. I hope you like it. I felt invisible pressure building in the room. I thought to myself, just as I expected, even my tea preferences are known to the family. They say that even though the Emperor may not know, the Drake family knows everything. Now I could really feel it. I braced myself to calm my nerves in front of him, but the head of the family's next words made it hard for me to concentrate on my drink. The reason I called you here is that I heard surprising news. Duke has taken on an apprentice, Arthur said. I know he couldn't help but force a small smile inwardly, thinking frankly and directly. Then he responded calmly. It's just that Duke wanted to be kind to me. Hearing this, Arthur immediately knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. Still, he didn't press the matter further. That's right. If you say so, then it must be true, Arthur replied. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings. Before Arthur could finish, I interrupted confidently, declaring I'll become the strongest on the continent. Hearing Sekwe's bold claim, Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, though he tried not to stare. I kept sharing my dream so I could live freer than anyone else. That's my goal. After finishing, Lord Leon set his teacup on the table and said coldly, Then that means you plan to surpass me, doesn't it? With those words, an immense pressure radiated from him, triggering Sekwe's biological alarm system and breaking him out in a cold sweat. A feeling that at any moment, his life could be lost overwhelmed his mind. This was the realm where the fate of all living beings was controlled. The sword of the celestial body, the peak of light energy manipulation, could only be wielded by the Black Knights. Despite being terrified to his core, Sekwe gritted his teeth and answered, Of course. Meeting the stubborn look on Arthur's face, the family head. He gave a weak smile and loosened his grip. Then, among everything he'd heard lately, this was the most interesting. I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but now that I see you, words aren't enough. With that, Arthur reached into his inner pocket, apparently to take something out. Meanwhile, Sekwe studied this unknown father of his. This was the current head of the Drake family, a true Black Knight. He thought Duke's level was amazing, but this was on a whole different plane. Unaware that Sekwe's thoughts were drifting, Arthur pulled out a black card and placed it on the table. This is a gift for you becoming Duke's disciple. Seeing the card, Sekwe immediately recognized it for what it was. Thanks to his memories from a past life, he was stunned and broke out in a sweat. This is really for me. Seeing Sekwe's surprise, Arthur smiled, as if understanding the recognition. Looks like you know what this is. Sekwe took the card, still in disbelief. It was a black card reserved for a very select few VIPs. It's known for granting immense benefits without any spending limits. I can't believe I'm seeing this legendary card with my own eyes. Arthur chuckled beside him. I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it however you want. Sekwe wasn't stupid enough to refuse. Thank you, father. I'll be sure to use it wisely. Though respectful, Sekwe harbored suspicion and sighed. His words were kind, but his intentions were crystal clear. This card tracks information, making it easy to monitor my actions. Still, the fact that he's using a subtle method instead of force means he's not overly worried about me. Yet. He thought to himself when Arthur's voice shifted slightly. All right, go ahead. I can't waste any more of your precious time. I know you're the one who's destined to be the strongest. You can leave now. Lord Zeke bowed and quickly exited the room. Shortly after, Duke, his mentor, came in with a sigh. It's such a pain hearing that familiar voice, Arthur replied calmly. What's that grudge about, Duke? Don't even think about asking. Duke, with sarcasm. The kid was left in a cradle, and now you're playing the doting father. His tone dripped with irony. But Arthur, clearly used to Duke's antics, didn't get mad like the family head. I have no choice, Arthur said. And those words you just said are an insult to the head of the family. Duke slumped into a chair, waving dismissively. Fine, go ahead. Make me your scapegoat. Arthur couldn't help but laugh at Duke's carefree attitude. Ha ha ha, that's why you're the only one I can speak so freely with. Then he pulled out a bottle of good wine. As soon as Duke saw the label, his eyes lit up like beacons, like the breath of a long-extinct dragon. See? You do have some taste after all, the Duke said with palpable enthusiasm as they sat down and drank together. Arthur's tone shifted to something more serious. You've heard about the strange situation sweeping the continent? I'm holed up at the academy, how would I know? Duke replied with a dismissive laugh. But Arthur didn't buy it for a second. You still have your eyes and ears everywhere, don't you? Arthur said, not letting Duke off the hook. Duke grumbled, then why ask me if you already know, you old fox? The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching across the continent like a madman. Do you think it's possible? Arthur asked, his voice turning thoughtful. Duke replied without hesitation. Of course, eternal youth can be achieved through magic. But immortality? That's absolutely impossible. Arthur nodded, but paused before adding, I agree. But what if it's an ancient dragon relic? Suddenly, Duke sat up straighter, sobering up fast, and shouted, What did you say? At that very moment, while they were deep in conversation, neither realized Zeke was eavesdropping from a nearby room. Using a device known as the listener, their conversation was broadcast directly into Zeke's mind. If it really is an artifact linked to the ancient dragons, then it's possible. Duke hesitated before speaking. Don't tell me you've already located it, he asked Arthur, probing for an answer. Duke frowned as he looked at Arthur, who nodded in confirmation. Exactly. According to black market reports, it's most likely somewhere on the northern continent. Hearing this, Duke's expression turned serious and he asked, Is this info the Empire hasn't gathered yet? Is that true? Yes, it is, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. Arthur replied, It reminds me of the old days. That mad emperor who started a war right after taking the throne to unify the continent. I thought he'd given up on that impossible dream as he aged, but clearly, he hasn't. If that artifact really can grant immortality, Duke began, but Arthur cut him off quickly. Then the continent will be engulfed in flames. Once again, Arthur said solemnly, This is so important that I've decided to head north myself. Hearing this, Duke grew anxious and warned immediately, And if you leave your post, will that emperor just walk all over you? Arthur locked eyes with Duke, a look of anticipation in his gaze. That's why I came to see you. You're a real bastard, Duke sighed, realizing what his friend intended. You always pick the toughest jobs for me. As planned, they both raised their glasses. Arthur smiling while Duke began to realize the troubling situation was slowly closing in on him. Sequelatia shook his head forcefully, nearly bursting from the intensity of the conversation he'd overheard. With no other choice, he decided to temporarily disable the listening device. I've been using this device for too long, Sequelatia thought, still feeling its effects even after absorbing Bamutz's heart. I can't shake these side effects. Ancient dragons, he murmured, recalling the voice he heard before dying, and the system message after his rebirth. Now it all made sense. I'd stolen an artifact the Emperor wants, who even sent his grandsons after me. Back then I didn't care what it was, but now I found a clue, the system's power to turn back time. It was a feature of the ancient dragon artifact. But who created it and why? I know he leaned against the wall and let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation had ended. I'll act immediately. Arthur, said Duke, waving his hand and leaving quickly. "All right, I'm counting on you," Arthur replied and walked away. But as he passed through a door, something unusual happened. Suddenly he stopped and looked toward the door with suspicion inside the room. Seke didn't realize his father was on the other side of the door. He was still lost in thought about the artifact. If that really is the artifact the Emperor is seeking, then how is rebirth connected to immortality? Seke wondered aloud before hearing footsteps outside. Arthur burst into the room, but it was empty. He looked around, confused. "I made a mistake," he muttered, unaware his son had just slipped out the window. The scene quickly shifted to Seke's private training room. As Seke practiced, there was a sudden knock at the door, which forced him to stop and groan in frustration. "I told you not to bother me while I trained, Dexter," Seke grumbled. "Dexter," the older man replied apologetically. "Sorry, young master, but a classmate is here to see you. Should I send them away?" Hearing that, Seke couldn't help but feel a rush of curiosity. A classmate? But I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Reina? As that thought crossed his mind, his curiosity about the visitor only grew. So, he gave his answer. "Okay." Without any more ado, I know he didn't take long to figure out who it was. Turns out it was none other than Liam Stone. The biggest guy of all, Liam Stone. How? How could he consider me a friend? Seke wondered to himself, while Liam suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed his head. "Please accept seeing me like this, I know." He sighed inwardly and scolded himself. "I should have left then." All right, he sighed softly before asking. "Accept you? Do you mean as a subordinate?" "Yes, my lord, I swear my loyalty to you," Liam declared without hesitation. Seke raised an eyebrow. "So, what about Jaken?" At the mention of that name, Liam clenched his fists, face full of barely contained anger. "I've abandoned him. I have to enter the Balaya." He spoke with a pale, almost desperate expression, as if it were his last hope. That only confused the protagonist even more. It was the same in my past life. "What's up with him in the Balaya? Please, accept me," Liam begged again in response. Seke just waved his hand dismissively. "Are you an idiot? You should have gone to Sinin or hit the track instead. I have no family backing me, which means I'm useless when it comes to getting you to the Balaya." He narrowed his eyes. "And why should I trust you? You could be a spy sent by Jaken for all I know." As soon as those words left Seke's mouth, Liam's face went deadly pale. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly pulled a dagger from his waist, raised it, and cut off his own ear. Blood dripped to the ground, but Liam's gaze stayed unwavering. "Of course you doubt me. I'll prove my worth any way I can. If you ask me to be quiet, I'll cut out my tongue. If you want me to be crippled, I'll slice my tendons. My life belongs to you, my lord." With a determined look, he stared straight at him. "Please, accept me." Those words instantly brought back memories of his past life, when he told his master the same thing. "I want to be stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master." Remembering that moment, Seke knew he'd made up his mind to give the big guy in front of him a chance. Without another word, he threw the sword in his hand forward and raised a single finger. "One move," he said. "If you can withstand just one of my attacks, I'll accept you." After that, Seke let Liam tend to his wounds before the test began. But once Liam faced Seke, he quickly realized that enduring even a single hit was way harder than he'd imagined. He really thought holding his ground would be easy. After all, he's a Drake family light user. But this guy is his age. Just breathing around me is exhausting. Liam shuddered involuntarily. But before he could think further, Seke lunged forward, sword gripped tight in hand, lightning fast. Seeing this, Liam had no choice but to roar and swing up his own sword to defend. The clash was deafening. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, creating an explosive sound that echoed across the training field. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Then, Liam's sword flew out of his hand, crashing to the ground. Far from there, Liam himself staggered back, looking completely disheveled. Seke, seeing his sorry state, just sighed and muttered in disappointment. "So that's all you've got," he said, looking pitifully at his friend Liam, who still sat on the ground with a blank expression. Seke waved his hand lazily and reminded the young man, "You might have strong determination, but when it comes to Balaya, it's best to leave it at that." With that, he turned and walked away from the training field, ignoring Liam's desperate attempts to grab him from behind. As he walked, the protagonist couldn't help but reflect, confirming something that seemed true. Lian's abandonment by Jack was probably real. If Lian wasn't one of Jack's subordinates, he wouldn't have even been allowed into the academy. He was nothing but a low-born man. In this institution, even those with legitimate origins like him had been expelled. If Liam were kicked out now, it wouldn't be surprising at all. It was understandable that he was worried. At that moment, Seque's steps came to an abrupt halt, or rather, it was because Liam, the big guy, had dropped to his knees, clutching Seque's right leg in a desperate plea. This made the protagonist turn around and reconsider everything. Was it really worth it that Liam was clinging to him so desperately? In his past life, Liam had been kicked out of the academy and his mercenary body had declined. But even so, he rose to the rank of Crimson Knight and earned the title of King of Mercenaries. Underneath him, Liam could no longer hold back tears. He sobbed pitifully, begging, "Please, give me another chance, sir." Seeing Liam like this, Seque guessed the young man had no intention of giving up. So whether out of pity or something else, Seque decided to give him another chance. "All right, I'll give you one more shot, but with a condition. If I want you mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll cut off your legs. Got it? If that's the case, then go ahead." "Cut off your right arm," Seque said coldly, patting the big guy on the shoulder. Liam's face went blank at Seque's order. "What's wrong with him?" "Repent." Seque's voice was full of mockery, while Liam's bloodshot eyes and tightly pressed lips showed he was locked in a fierce internal battle. This didn't surprise Seque much. It was a requirement for Liam to give up his life as a swordsman. Any normal person would find that impossible to accept. Seeing this, it seemed Liam had stopped clinging to him. Seque stood up and said, "I still have countless training sessions to get through. If you can't handle it, then disappear." After saying this, he slightly bowed and slowly drew his sword, ready to start training. At the same time, Liam, who seemed to have made up his mind, stepped forward slowly. Seeing this, the protagonist watched him and thought, "I don't know why you're so desperate, but don't give up. Liam, even if you can't reach Balaya, you can still become outstanding." That was what Seque thought to himself. However, Liam's next move shocked Seque. While watching, Liam bent down to grab the sword he'd dropped earlier, raising it slowly overhead while his right hand stretched out. His teeth clenched as if he was about to cut his own right arm. Seeing the look on the big guy's face, Seque immediately knew Liam wasn't joking. "This madman!" the protagonist shouted inside his head, rushing forward to stop him. At that moment, Liam swung the sword down with all his might. However, luckily for Liam, at the most dangerous moment, Seque grabbed his own sword and swung it forward with a speed that cut through the air in one strike. Liam's sword also shattered. The tip of his sword flew out of the training field. Looking at his right arm, which was still intact, Liam gasped heavily, as if drained from the tension. But before he could catch his breath, Seque lunged at him, grabbed his shirt collar and snapped, "Hey man, what if I had changed my mind? You're already swinging your sword before I even say anything." In response to Seque's words, Liam's face filled with intense emotion because there's something more valuable than this arm that I can't afford to lose. Hearing Liam's reply, Seque looked at him with an expression like he was dealing with an idiot. But after a moment, he shrugged, punched Liam in the chest and warned him that if he kept doing stupid things like that, no matter how loyal he was, he'd kick him out. Remember that? Looking at Liam, his face brightened and he asked impatiently, "Lord, I know. What does this mean?" Without answering, Seque just reminded him, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has 1 year left, what will others think of me?" "Yes, I understand, Lord, I know," Liam replied eagerly. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the main characters in a private room. Now Seque and Liam were sitting together, enjoying tea. Liam's ear, which had been cut before, was reattached by the medics, leaving only a faint scar where it was severed. Liam gently lifted his hand to touch his restored ear, then asked, "Can I really take medicine this good?" Seque explained it was an investment worth making, so there was no need to worry. Then he calmly set down his tea and asked seriously, "What exactly is it? Is it more important than your right arm, even more precious than your own life?" Liam lowered his gaze after hearing this, paused for a few seconds and then shared, "It's about my mother after being abandoned by Jaqen. A few days later, I got word that she had fainted from a high fever. Luckily, the fever went down quickly, but her body was covered in red, rose-like spots, and her health kept getting worse. The town doctors didn't even know the name of her illness. While talking, her body trembled with emotion as I asked, 'Is this why you want to go to Balaya?' 'Yes, that's right. Because the medical benefits for students and their families in Balaya are the best on the continent,' Liam said with a sigh from the other side. I know he let out a deep breath after hearing this. Then I called a servant to bring paper and a pen and slowly wrote something down. Those red spots and the recurring high fevers are symptoms of a disease that will cover Middle Earth in the next 5 years. It's called Rose's disease. It's highly contagious with an extremely high death rate that has already claimed many lives. However, a timely cure has been developed that's helped stop its spread. With that in mind, I handed Liam the paper I'd just written and explained everything to him. This is the method to create a cure for your mother's illness. It's not too complicated, so the village doctor should be able to make it easily. Liam quickly grabbed the paper and, with a shaky voice, asked, "Thank you, sir. But how did you know the cure for a disease that even the doctors don't know the name of?" Two familiar figures appeared in Sekwe's mind. Two brilliant alchemists, Al and Judd, had invented the cure to save the dying Middle Earth. But the greedy alchemist guild had exploited the desperate for profit. When the two brothers uncovered the truth, they shared the cure's formula with the world, allowing even mercenaries like him to access it. And it spread across the continent. "Thank you." Seke gave a small smile, then calmly replied, "Let's say you know some alchemists. Now that you have the cure, there's no need to go to Balaya or serve under me," he said, sipping his tea nonchalantly. But Liam wasn't one to overlook kindness. Suddenly, he rose from his chair, dropped to one knee before Seke, and swore, "I pledge my life to you, Lord Seke. I vow to remain loyal to my master for life." Hearing this, Seke felt a flash of joy, knowing he hadn't helped the wrong person. Having the king of mercenaries from my past life as my subordinate really puts my mind at ease, he thought, quickly masking his smile with a stern tone. "If you fall behind, I'll leave you, so make sure you keep up." "Yes, master," Liam shouted enthusiastically. Time flew until late afternoon, and the scene shifted to the principal's office. At that moment, the principal was receiving a visitor. "What brings you here, student?" "Owen." The man before him was Owen, a cunning individual whose purpose was unclear. Upon hearing the principal's words, he bowed and explained his reason. "Yes, principal. I have a proposal. Could we raise the difficulty of this year's midterm exam on the other side?" Principal Herodes, a portly man, stroked his mustache and asked about Owen's reasoning. Owen confidently began his explanation. The principal replied, "You might think I'm being unreasonable, but this year's Class 1 students are exceptionally talented. All the descendants from noble families are here, and there are even 2 pure-blooded awakened individuals. If the exam stays as easy as last year's, it won't truly test their abilities." Hearing this, Herodes paused thoughtfully, then nodded. "That makes sense. After all, they are heirs of the Simmons family. I'll consider it seriously." "Thank you." "Thank you, Principal," Owen said, bowing before quickly leaving the office. If the other students found out that Owen had purposely approached the vice principal to raise the exam difficulty, they'd surely be furious. Once Owen left, Principal Herodes spun his chair to look out the window, his mind wandering. The bloodline doesn't lie. I never expected to share his thoughts, given what's at stake. It's best to nip this threat in the bud soon. Time flew by, and today was the day of the midterm dungeon exploration exam. To explain, this test was held at Drake Academy, where each student pair had to work together to escape a dungeon within a set time. Each dungeon's difficulty was assigned randomly, varying widely among the groups. Seke turned to Liam and asked, "Are you scared, Liam?" Liam couldn't hide the worry on his face and nodded. Admitting it, yeah, I'm a bit nervous hearing all this. Seke chuckled softly and said, It's understandable. Being too tense will make you mess up, and being too relaxed can make you complacent. But if you have just the right amount of tension, you avoid both. So a little tension is necessary. Meanwhile, the Sword Maiden Queen tried to control her breathing to stay calm, while the other students chatted and laughed, seemingly carefree. Then, a voice suddenly shouted right beside Zeke Draker. Liam Stone, on hearing their names, Zeke and Liam quickly headed to one of the dungeon doors. However, before they could enter, an examiner stepped in front of them and pointed in another direction. Wait a moment, you two need to go over there, the supervisor said, indicating elsewhere. From Seke's perspective, seeing the supervisor suddenly block their way made his gaze sharp, as if sensing some trick was in play. But the proctor seemed oblivious to the sharpness in Seke's eyes. In a cold tone, the proctor said, Hurry up and enter. Why are you just standing there listening? Seke quickly withdrew his cold stare, shrugged, and replied, Yes, we'll follow the instructions. With that, the two proceeded quickly into the dungeon prepared for them. Inside, a long staircase descended deep as they walked. Seke mentally reviewed the exam details. Though dungeon difficulty varied, since it was a test dungeon controlled by the Drake family, there was no significant danger. The goal was to escape the dungeon within the allotted time. Each group had a countdown that started as soon as they entered. They had a total of 96 hours, since basic combat skills were also part of the evaluation. Groups could earn extra points by bringing back materials from defeated monsters. However, the main task was still to get out of the dungeon. As time passed, I knew Seke and Liam had set up camp to rest. After finishing the meal, I saw him turn to Liam and say, You've eaten enough? Now rest a bit. Liam quickly waved his hand to refuse. You've done everything, breaking camp and cooking, so you should rest first. Lord said you can go about 4 days without sleep, so Liam, you should rest easy. Hearing this, Liam finally agreed. All right, I'll go rest then. Yes, go ahead. If anything comes up, I'll wake you up. I saw you nodding off. While standing guard, I noticed you pulled out your pocket watch to check how much time was left and figured 16 hours had passed since we entered the dungeon. I've been awake for almost 90 hours after training 3 days before the exam. Infinite stamina helps with physical exhaustion, not mental fatigue. In a dungeon where anything can happen, it's best to minimize risk as much as possible. When I see you wake up, I'll switch shifts with you. Thinking this, your face went slightly blank. Your eyes clearly showed signs of fatigue. Before I knew it, you had slipped into a daze. In your mind, images of a snowy battlefield appeared. In the middle, a beautiful golden-haired girl, dressed like a noblewoman, lay in a pool of blood. Suddenly, a strange bell rang, snapping Seke out of his trance. Realizing he'd fallen asleep during guard duty, he rubbed his face and scolded himself. Damn it, that dream again. Yet, right after that, Seke's eyes suddenly went cold as he realized something and reminded himself. Wait, that sound earlier definitely came from a bell. As if he'd realized something, Seke quickly grabbed the water bottle beside him and splashed all the water onto the nearby fire to put it out. At the same time, Seke called out to Liam. Wake up, Liam. The enemy is here. I'll watch the situation, so don't turn the lights on inside the tent. Liam woke quickly and replied, Yes, master. Seke nodded back. He stepped quietly to the room's entrance, where he'd strung wires with bells above, so any monster entering would ring them to alert him. But he knew he wasn't ready to use his dragon's eye just yet. Using that power in a 4-day test was a huge risk. Better to get used to the dark, he reminded himself. Then a strange smell hit his nose as he breathed in. He froze. It was the scent of sulfur. Impossibly, a creature smelling like sulfur usually hunts in packs. A level 3 dangerous monster. A jaunt. Though Reina had hunted an orc in the last test, she hadn't expected a hellhound here. Realizing his dungeon was unusually tough, Seke quickly deduced they were definitely targeting him. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his sword tighter, bracing for danger. Soon heavy footsteps echoed closer, but this raised doubts in Seke's mind. Wait, something's off. Even if it's the Hellhound's leader, it should only weigh around 100 kilos, not stomp this hard. This has to be something weighing tons. Could it be a freak mutation? As he thought this, Seke extended his sword slightly outward, using its blade's reflection to scout. Then, after seeing, Seke couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Just as he thought this, a massive explosion suddenly erupted at the entrance, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. Seke was thrown backward but landed gracefully, planting his sword into the ground to stop his fall. Seeing this, Liam rushed over and asked, "Master, are you okay?" Without answering, Seke frowned, staring ahead while silently cursing the Simmons family and his own mind. Those damn Simmons are up to something again. No, they're definitely trying to get rid of me. At that moment, both Seke's and Liam's eyes locked on the entrance, where a massive troll monster appeared. It stepped into the dungeon, carrying the head of a hellhound in its hand. The moment it spotted Seke and Liam, it threw the head aside and let out a mighty roar. The sound was so powerful it could daze and deafen a normal person. A troll, a dangerous level 1 monster, could easily crush hellhounds or even orcs. Its blood was a crucial ingredient for healing potions, and it had an incredible regenerative ability. That made it insanely hard to kill. Just the thought of facing a colossal, building-sized monster with such regenerative powers was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. But despite the threat, Liam wasn't worried at all. He stepped forward and told Seke, "I'll be the bait. Meanwhile, you take the chance to escape behind me." Seke heard that and smiled with satisfaction. He gave Liam a light tap on the shoulder and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How could I abandon my subordinate? Trust your own efforts, not mine. Liam, you're not weak. I'll support you. Do whatever you want." Hearing Seke's words, Liam felt a little anxious but pushed himself to reply, "Yes, master." The two gripped their weapons tightly and charged at the huge troll in front of them. With lightning speed, they started stabbing its massive body, leaving countless cuts before the troll even had time to react. However, as I mentioned before, with such a huge body, the wounds they inflicted were barely scratches on its skin, and thanks to its regenerative ability, all injuries healed within seconds. Still, I couldn't help but quietly admire it. Liam isn't bad at all. Causing damage to a troll's thick skin was impressive, but targeting its joints was even more so. Has he been studying monsters in his free time? Just then, the massive troll's body wobbled slightly as it swung its huge spiked club at Liam, making it freeze and unable to react in time. But just as the blow was about to land, Seke immediately stepped in front, blocking the attack with his sword. Watching from above, Liam quickly apologized. "Sorry, master." Seke calmed him down. "It's okay for your first real fight. You did well. Targeting the weakest joints was smart, but you underestimated the troll's healing power. Remember, small wounds on a troll's body heal instantly. With regular attacks, you won't keep up with his regeneration." The troll eyed his weapon, now half its size, fury blazing in his eyes. His face flushed like a furnace. With no other choice, he threw the remnants of his weapon aside and used his massive hands to strike both of them. At that moment, eager to end the fight, he quickly declared, "Looks like you're still standing, so let me finish this." As he spoke, he gripped his sword ready to strike, time ticking away. The troll's bloody head lay lifeless on the ground, no sign of life left. With his sacrifice, I earned 30 extra karma points, reading the system notification. Seke nodded approvingly and turned to Liam, saying, "This species should give us a good reward. Hurry up and pack up." "Yes, master," Liam replied quickly, running to grab the corpse and his backpack. Just then, another system notification popped up for Seke. Sudden quest. One shot. Defeat 100 monsters from 10 different species in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Reward, 2 karma points on completion, plus 2 random gift boxes. Current progress, 2 species, 14 monsters. Only monsters capable of attacking count, the notification read. I was stunned, like a beggar winning the jackpot. 2 karma points left with 7 hours to go. Killing 100 monsters wasn't the issue, but covering 10 species, that would be tough. Even if the dungeon was huge, normal test stages usually only had 3 or 4 species. But if this was a trap set by those damn Simons, then there'd probably be enough variety if I searched thoroughly to complete the mission while escaping. More dungeon. I might be rushing, Zeke thought, shortly after Liam finished his task and came back to report. All done, master. The big bag hanging from his back was the collection sack that came with the countdown timer. Though not nearly as good as a space bag, it was enough to carry the loot. Seeing his subordinate had finished, Zeke felt ready. All right, let's move. Liam, don't drag your feet trying to finish the system's quest and pass the family's test at the same time. Zeke couldn't afford to roam the dungeon casually anymore. They picked up the pace, pushing themselves hard to get through the dungeon. Time flew by, almost like a dog racing across an open field. At that moment, Zeke and Liam paused briefly to catch their breath. Suddenly, Zeke spoke up. How's it going, Liam? You've taken down quite a few monsters already. Looks like you're starting to get the hang of real combat. Not quite yet, Liam replied, after killing the bag and turning to answer. Zeke gave a slight smile. Yeah, that's understandable. It takes time to adjust. His expression then turned serious as he looked at the map in front of him. They had 15 minutes left on the mission, with progress at 9 species and 99 monsters. The mission was stalled just before completion, leaving Zeke frustrated. I even caught blood-sucking leeches the size of a finger, and still only 9 species. There's nowhere else to look. Honestly, those Sims bastards were completely useless. Why didn't they prepare another species? Thinking about it, Zeke angrily waved his hand, wiping the minimap off his view, as if answering some silent wish. Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. Then, with a loud crack, the earth split, almost throwing him off balance. He quickly turned and yelled to his subordinate, Liam, hurry up. Throw that bag to the other side. The big guy was still confused, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Zeke rushed forward, slashing the recovery bag in half with his sword. At the same time, an enormous monster shot out from deep underground, sliding past them and sending both flying to the side. Luckily, Liam was unharmed, but when he came to, he quickly noticed Zeke's left arm was covered in blood. Zeke, are you okay? In response, Zeke waved his left arm casually and reassured him. Don't worry, it's just monster blood this time. Watch closely. Liam, I'm afraid I won't have time to tend to you. At that moment, both their eyes focused on the creature that had just attacked. A giant worm with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Its body radiated an aura of madness, a violent energy that made even them raise their guard to maximum. This is a dungeon worm, a dangerous high-level monster. It would take at least a dozen seasoned Dark Knights to bring it down. Those damn Sims really knew how to prepare. Zeke silently cursed the folks behind this trap in his mind. Meanwhile, the dungeon worm wasn't giving Zeke any time to think. It charged straight at him, as if to confirm he was the biggest threat, not Liam. With its massive body, it lunged forward with force, heading right for Zeke. Liam watched anxiously, a growing helpless feeling washing over him, seeing his master fight alone, unable to help. Like a light bulb turned on, Liam quickly rummaged through his bag, desperately trying to find something to support Zeke as the scene shifted back to him. Meanwhile, Zeke grit his teeth, using his sword to block the worm's razor-sharp fangs. His body pushed back with each strike. The relentless force of being shoved backward grew more dangerous, so he gathered all his strength in his arms, swinging his sword hard, slamming the worm's head to the side. However, the worm quickly took advantage of the gap, and its movement made the cave shake violently. Zeke knew he wasn't sure how to attack while underground. Even a skilled Dark Knight would hesitate facing a dungeon worm in a place like this, given its ability to move beneath the surface. If defeating it took too long, they'd be buried alive in no time. At that moment behind Zeke, a sudden cracking sound was heard. He turned quickly to see the giant worm's gaping mouth bursting from the earth, charging straight at him. Reacting at lightning speed, Seke ducked just in time, barely avoiding the worm's deadly bite, not giving it a chance to retreat back underground. He lunged forward and drove his sword deep into the creature's body. Gritting his teeth, he held his weapon tight and charged ahead, slashing his sword along the massive dungeon worm's body, leaving a deep wound behind. "This time, I'll cut you in half," he whispered softly. The giant worm, struck by such a deep wound, screamed in pain. Its body twisted and thrashed wildly. Finally, it lunged forward, tossing Seke through the air while he still clung to his sword. Seeing this, Seke couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn worm. Before he could react, the huge worm began to coil in a spiral, tightly wrapping around Seke's body. Immense pressure crushed him from all sides, making his bones groan in protest, and blood dripped from his mouth under the worm's crushing grip. Even someone like Seke couldn't see a way out. Luckily, he still had his loyal subordinate, Liam. The moment Liam saw his master in danger, he rushed forward, stabbing his sword into the dungeon worm's body. The worm let out a painful cry, and the pressure squeezing Seke eased up noticeably. With the grip loosening, Seke seized the chance to break free and retreat to safety. Thanks to his regenerative ability, the damage from the worm healed incredibly fast. Meanwhile, Liam anxiously asked, "Are you all right, my lord?" Gasping for breath, Seke asked curiously, "What exactly did you do?" Liam held up a small vial of anesthetic potion and replied, "I coated the blade with a numbing agent." Hearing this, Seke finally understood why the worm had reacted so violently. "I see the key ingredient of this numbing poison is belladonna. It mildly paralyzes humans, but for a worm, it's a deadly venom in a desperate spot. You remember the belladonna, something inherently harmful to worms, and you used it. Your reaction was unbelievably fast, and your judgment and adaptability truly live up to your title as the king of mercenaries. Liam, taking Liam under your wing was undoubtedly a smart move. With that in mind, you couldn't help but smile, then gave an order to your good friend. Liam, on my signal, plunge your sword back into the worm." Saying this, the hero gathered all his strength into his feet and dashed toward the giant worm's massive body. When he reached the top of the head, he shouted loudly to signal Liam. Liam understood immediately and gritted his teeth as he plunged his sword once more into the dungeon worm's body. The worm let out a gut-wrenching scream, almost like a burning house. It even spit a purple liquid from its mouth, something like blood. However, just as it screamed, it suddenly stopped, sensing a greater danger than the pain it felt before. Seke focused his energy on his sword and unleashed a powerful technique, using his soul-splitting slash ability. He generated a massive energy blade that sliced through the dungeon worm's body. This blade, known as the Death Edge, split the creature in half instantly. At the same time, as a reward for the protagonist's efforts, the system issued a notification. Unexpected mission completed. Karma points earned from mission reward doubled. Random gift boxes granted as mission reward. Current karma points, 780. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the outer area of the central training field. By now, countless students had returned after escaping their respective dungeons. In front of them, several wooden tables were already set up, each meant to display and verify monster elimination proof. They had brought back students who had managed to come here for their scores. "Those who finished the test may leave," announced a teacher loudly. At that moment, the swordswoman Reina stepped forward, presenting her monster kill proofs for verification. The master glanced at the items on the table before nodding and declaring, "All right, I'm going to start recording now. Completion base. Score 30 points. Goblins 20. Hawk Goblins 2. Orco 1. Total score 180. Hearing Reina's score, the students around broke out in cold sweat, whispering quietly, "That's almost the record of 200 points set by Lord Evo. That's pure blood right there. The level gap is on a whole other scale." Not just the students, even the teacher couldn't hide his admiration. As expected from Reina, she surpassed the passing mark by a solid 130 points. The Reina group responded by placing their hands on their chests and replied in unison, "You flatter us, sir." Next up was the clever Oven, who stepped forward with his own elimination proof. Alright, I'll start noting it down. Total score 120. He passed by 70 points. Excellent job. The teacher nodded in approval. Hearing this, a brown-haired classmate of Wen's smiled excitedly, like they'd found gold. But Oven wasn't happy at all. His expression darkened, like the bottom of a pot compared to Reina. He fell short by 60 points, nearly half his total score. His gaze shifted. He watched coldly and looked at Reina. Reina Turun, you can't keep acting all tough forever. No matter what happens, I'll handle it just like I did with Seke. A sly smile played on his lips. Seke was probably just a corpse rotting somewhere deep in that deadly dungeon. Typical of the weak. They could only stoop to dirty tricks to trip up those stronger than them. But there was one thing Oven never expected. The sudden sound of Seke's voice ringing behind him. Hey man, how long has it been since I last saw sunlight? The moment Oven heard that familiar voice, his face twisted in shock and fear. He spun around immediately and sure enough, his worst nightmare had come true. Zeke and Liam had returned safe and sound to the meeting area, not a scratch on them. To make matters worse, the imposing Liam casually dragged behind him the severed head of a giant dungeon worm, since Zeke's sword had sliced through his storage pouch, so carrying it like that was the only option. As soon as the other students saw the huge monster head trailing after Liam, their eyes went wide with utter disbelief. Am I hallucinating or is my brain glitching? Wait, don't tell me that's a dungeon worm. I thought orcs were the highest scoring monsters. But why did something like that show up? Did they really hunt down a dungeon boss? Murmurs of surprise and confusion swept through the crowd. Liam dragged the worm's head to the professor's inspection area and dropped it sharply to the ground. Meanwhile, Seke turned to Oven with a mocking tone. You look pretty stunned. Oven, not happy to see me again? What happened to that cold, icy look of yours? Well, actually, I think this face suits you even better. Seke smiled, enjoying Oven's reaction. Oven's face darkened almost to a violent purple with pure anger. Veins bulged under his skin. His jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it might snap, and his fists trembled from how hard he squeezed them. But before Seke could mock him further, Oven spun sharply on his heels and walked away. Seke clicked his tongue, pretending to be disappointed, then called him back with a sneer. Wow, leaving so soon? Oven didn't bother to answer, but inside he was boiling mad. Damn it. Those pure-blood bastards. You all will pay for calling me your lazy lapdog. His followers quickly trailed behind him, feeling their leader's bad mood. Watching them leave, Seke nearly shrugged and smirked. Someone's tense. Just then, a voice snapped him back to reality. Done with your little verbal spar, student? It was Andre, the fencing instructor. Addressing him, said, I know you reacted instantly, laughing awkwardly. Yes sir. How long has it been? Not seeing the instructor. Andre didn't want to waste time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. I'm going to start scoring now. Standing beside him, I noticed him glance at the huge severed worm's head and casually asked, There's nothing else besides this? Do you need me to score it separately? Andre replied, putting on a pair of gloves, his tone firm. I'm the examiner here, so don't expect me to just let this slide. I couldn't help feeling a twinge of curiosity. Didn't the worm swallow the recovery pouch? Yeah, that's right, and that's exactly why I'm going to inspect it thoroughly. Andrea paused before rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. He began his examination with great care, using both hands to examine the grisly, blood-splattered remains everywhere. This made some of the watching students recoil in disgust and flee the scene. From Seke's point of view, seeing Andrea's dedication only made him breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Damn, I really got lucky. That cursed ambush by the dungeon worms cost me all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days. I had no choice but to use this head as a replacement. But honestly, who else? Besides Instructor Andre, who'd be meticulous enough to check every piece of flesh stuck between those teeth. Time flew by. Before long, Andre finished his exam and threw his bloodied gloves aside, then announced his findings. Confirmed monster remains include Gremlin, Goblin, Hobgoblin, Infernal Orc, and finally, a Troll. A troll? Are you serious? The gathered students gasped in horror, their faces drained of color. The dungeon worm alone was already a fearsome monster, But now there was a troll too. Just thinking about the nightmare they were caught up in made their skin crawl. Ignoring their reactions, Andrei wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth and continued. Judging by the amount of blood, I'd estimate there were at least dozens of them. However, if I had to count every single one, it wouldn't be fair to the other students, so I'll only count one of each type. He paused briefly before adding, though trolls and dungeon worms aren't usually part of the standard scoring based on their documented strength, a troll is roughly worth a group of 3 people. Zorgos, while a dungeon worm is equivalent to 6. So I'll award 90 points and 180 points respectively. Andrei looked up and announced, your total score is 368. Congratulations, you pass. Meanwhile, the other 2 instructors who had just heard the final score were left completely stunned. Huh? How many points did they give us when we were students? One of them asked in disbelief. The instructor on the right, still taking notes with his pen, confirmed that back then, they didn't even include hellhounds in the scoring system. On the other side, the students stared at Zeke like he was some kind of monster. 368 points. How is that even possible? Even through the training fields, a black-haired student who couldn't accept the reality in front of him stepped forward and shouted, "That's cheating! Here there's only the corpse of the dungeon worm." Upon hearing this, another student turned to him with a look of utter disappointment, like he was staring at a complete idiot. Idiot. Just the dungeon worm alone was worth 180 points. But what were you and your group thinking for a second? If it had been a dungeon worm or a troll, do you really think any of you would have come back alive? A heavy silence fell over them as they realized it. Could it be that he's truly that strong? Meanwhile, the other students remained in shock. He looked at them, his lips curling into a loud smirk. He thought to himself, this feels completely different from before when all they did was mock me. It's not bad, but I just stood out again. This test had been rigged. The Sims family had deliberately altered the dungeon to make it much harder, all in an attempt to get rid of him. But was Owen really acting alone? No, definitely not. Even Owen wouldn't dare tamper with an official academy exam, which meant the real problem was the Sims family itself. Looks like they're watching me more closely than I thought. If I try to hide my strength too, it'll obviously backfire. I'll have to keep things balanced and watch the situation for now. A drop of sweat rolled down as he felt the weight of the attention on him. The pressure was suffocating. Just when he was lost, thinking about his uncertain future, Reina and her subordinates passed by. She looked at him with a tense expression while speaking. He stayed still, she said. You beat me this time. She quickly walked away, leaving him standing there, totally confused. I won, but I won. How? Exactly. What the hell is she talking about? Time flew by. The scene shifted to the familiar training field where he was preparing to try out a skill he'd never used before. I guess I should start with this. Murmuring to himself, he glanced at his system screen. The skill in question was the level 1 dragon technique, gluttony. This skill lets the user eat more and digest faster. It required 50 points to unlock, and he currently had 780 points saved up. Having quickly gained wealth in recent days, he decided to invest in it, a skill he once ignored as useless. But now, spending 50 points was no big deal. Without hesitation, he unlocked the skill. However, the moment he reread his description, his eyes widened. Wait a second, the description has changed. He fixed his gaze on the system screen, now showing level 1 of the dragon technique, gluttony. In gluttony state, you can digest anything and turn it into energy. Also, if you consume a monster with an inherited skill, you can absorb its abilities. A drop of sweat ran down Zeke's face as he clenched his fists in frustration. Absorbing monster skills. Damn right. He should have activated this skill before the exam, but regrets were useless now. He needed to test its effects immediately and convert the energy. There was only one way to find out. Zeke searched his inventory and pulled out a fresh piece of raw meat. Activating gluttony, he got ready. Suddenly, a dark mist shot out, passing through the meat, shocking his vision. And as he looked down, his own shadow began to ripple, sending out tendrils of darkness tinged with a faint golden glow. The piece of meat in his hand slowly sank into the mist. It was like a swamp was swallowing it right before his eyes. The meat wrinkled and dissolved into the shadows. He furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought. Once the process finished, the system sent a notification. Confirmation. Energy absorbed. Restoring depleted energy reserves. As soon as the absorption was complete, he felt a refreshing rush of energy flood his body. His entire condition improved instantly, as if he had just taken a short but deeply restorative nap. Even the persistent headache that had been bothering him faded away. Though the effect was subtle, he noticed his mental fatigue lessening too. Not only that, but his body felt revitalized, and even his ether core had slightly recovered. These 50 points were absolutely worth it, Zeke thought, excitement bubbling inside. With this skill, I can eliminate all the risks from my other abilities. Mental exhaustion, handled by gluttony. Physical fatigue would be offset by endless stamina. If so, I could train non-stop. No food, no drink, no sleep. Excited, he decided to test this limit right away. Let's start. The path ahead had never seemed clearer. But just as he prepared, his smile froze. An annoying familiar voice escaped his lips. Hey Dexter, I told you before, unless it's urgent, don't bother me during training. Unless it's urgent, don't bother me when I'm training. Before him stood the old butler, Dexter, who immediately bowed apologetically. I sincerely apologize, young master, but I have urgent news you need to hear right away. Zeke frowned. Urgent? What is it about? Dexter's deep, firm voice rang out. Your sword has been completed. The moment those words left Dexter's mouth, Zeke's expression lit up once again. Thanks. After all, I needed this weapon, the one my friend Galleon forged, to mask the fact that he couldn't use the aura without losing a second. Zeke ran straight to Galleon's forge. As soon as he walked in, he didn't even bother to greet him. Galleon, the sword's finished, right? Galleon nodded. Ah yes, it's done. Give me a second with that. He hurried to the back of the forge, pulled out a wooden box containing the sword and handed it to Zeke. What the hell is this? Zeke stared at the sword inside the wooden box, his eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. His mind immediately recalled the weapon Galleon had made for him in his past life. A masterpiece forged from pure mithril and high-grade steel, the legendary solar sword was truly a thing of beauty. Just a glance, and anyone could tell it was an extraordinary weapon. This time, however, the blade was crafted from dragon fang, a much rarer material. Naturally, I had expected something equally magnificent, if not better, than Graham's. But why does it look like this? Taking a deep breath, I examined the weapon closer. A dark blue and black blade lay within the sheath. Its surface was rough and uneven compared to the smooth elegance of Graham's. This sword looked pretty ugly. I know he went ahead and grabbed the sword firmly, lifting it for a closer look. He spun it around in his hands, checking every detail. But after a moment, he could only shake his head. At first glance, it seemed like just a regular sword. You didn't bother sharpening this, did you? Zeke asked. With his brows slightly furrowed, Galleon simply replied, This sword was made like this from the start. Zeke squinted at the answer, but after a brief pause, a small smile escaped him, thinking about Galleon's skills. He asked, So this is how you think suits me best? Exactly, Galleon confirmed with a nod. Seeing that Zeke didn't question it further, Galleon felt a bit surprised. Most people would have been confused, even frustrated by a weapon like this. But Zeke understood. He saw through Galleon's intentions. If it's him, then this sword will be the perfect match, Galleon thought to himself. Then pointing to the blade, he added, By the way, this sword still doesn't have a name. I tried to name it, but nothing felt right. Why not name it after me? Zeke asked, pointing to himself, slightly surprised. At that moment, memories from his past life surfaced. The sacred sword of the sun. It was Graham Galleon who had named it back then. Yet this time he couldn't find a name for the sword. He knew he'd assumed this was still Graham, just with a new appearance because of the dragon's fang used in its making. But now, he wasn't so sure. This blade felt completely different. When that thought crossed his mind, a strange determination flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his inventory, pulled out a dagger, and sliced deeply into his wrist. Blood immediately gushed down the arm in front of him, like a rushing river. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you doing? You need to stop that bleeding! Galleon yelled in alarm, but Zeke ignored his panic. Instead, he focused inward, deliberately suppressing his natural healing ability. His healing factor was always on, but if he concentrated, applying the right skill, he knew he could control it. Can I actually do this? He calmed himself as if responding to his own thoughts. A system notification popped up before him. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disabling passive healing factor. As soon as the notification appeared, Seke's regeneration stopped instantly. Alright, that's done. Now, let's do this, he said, reaching out to the sword and letting his blood drip onto the dark blade. Watching this, Galleon's expression shifted. He quickly realized what was happening. Wait, is this the right to name the sword? Naming the sword was an ancient dwarven ritual. In this ceremony, the wielder swallows their sword with their own blood. It contained traces of human aura. Once the blood absorbed, the ritual triggered. The bearer entered deep subconsciousness, searching endlessly to find the sword's name. Due to its danger, the rite was nearly forgotten. How does he know this ancient dwarf ritual? Where did he learn it? Galleon wondered, eyes wide with amazement, shifting to Zeke's view. Everything unfolded as Galleon said. His mind sank deep into a vast, boundless realm. Thank you. It felt like being submerged in an endless sea, surrounded by countless names floating around. Surrounded by countless floating names, I must find the one that reveals this sword's true name, muttered Zeke Draker. He dived through the ethereal sea until he found it. Black Sword Bahamut. A system notification appeared. The Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as your equipped weapon. Zeke Draker blinked, doubting briefly. Is the name I chose truly linked to the dragon's subconscious? Okay, back to reality. I knew I had just finished wrapping the wound on my left arm. Galleon, still amazed, burst into excited praise. You're truly incredible. Even among dwarves, very few know the right to name a sword. I knew he brushed off the compliment with a casual gesture, explaining he'd only learned it while studying dwarf history. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, Galleon's expression changed quickly. He shouted, "Want to rest a bit? There's something I have to give you." Hearing Galleon's words, I couldn't help but feel a little curious, but still nodded. "All right, take your time," Galleon said before suddenly running off somewhere. Meanwhile, I looked at my hand's wound. The ability to control my regeneration was crucial. It let me hide my abnormal traits, preventing others from realizing how extraordinary it was to regulate my healing. Even if it stayed constantly active, it carried immense importance. Had I known sooner, I could have hidden my skills during that bet with Master Duke. I wouldn't have had to lay all my cards on the table. Then, shifting focus back to his wound, he murmured, "I'm sorry, Galleon, but I'll take this bandage off as soon as I'm back. For now, the priority is to test this out." His gaze drifted to the sword lying nearby. At that moment, a system notification popped up, displaying all the weapons info. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master blacksmith using the Seer's Eye, infused with blue flame mana, crafted from the toughest fang of a cursed dragon. Bahamut. Unique abilities. Indestructible and an aura conversion note, currently sealed. The sword will unlock gradually as its wielder grows stronger. Despite having witnessed countless incredible things in his past life, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. The seal loosens as the user develops their power. Thanks. I've never heard of a sword like this before, and its main craft is indestructibility, even if it's made from a dragon's fang. That sounds insane. But no matter how absurd it seemed, the most important feature was the aura conversion. All the effort he put into creating the mana battery for Galleon and forging this sword was partly thanks to Galleon's immense skill. But the real reason was Gramo's core function, the ability to convert ether, mana, or any form of energy into aura. This adaptability allowed him, someone once unable to control aura, to reach Scarlet rank level. As he thought about it, he closed his eyes, focusing his energy and channeling it into the blade to start the aura conversion process, while at the same time, Galleon returned holding a scabbard in his hands, slightly out of breath as he spoke. Finally found it. Sorry to keep you waiting. You've been waiting a while, right?" But just as he was about to hand it over, his eyes rested on Zeke's sword, now fully enveloped in a sharp blue aura. He was stunned. A blade-like aura surrounds the edge. It's already surpassed the limit of a purple knight. Zeke, noticing Galleon's stunned look, couldn't help but chuckle. "You're back, and this sword is honestly incredible." "You did an amazing job, Galleon," Zeke said. In response, Galleon extended the scabbard towards Zeke. "This is nothing compared to the forge, but take a look. This scabbard was made by my master." Hearing that, Zeke furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In my past life, I'd never heard of Galleon's master. Let's see. His gaze fixed on the name engraved on the scabbard. Golan Haver. He murmured the name just before his eyes suddenly widened in realization. Wait. Golan Haver. Golan Haver, the legendary dwarf blacksmith, famed across the continent. Every creation was perfect, imbued with unique powers. Collectors prized his works, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. I know this couldn't help but make Galleon reassess things. He never imagined you as Golan's apprentice. Galleon blinked, surprised. So you can even read Dwarven script? Impressive, setting language aside for now. I know he kept digging. If Golan made this, then this scabbard isn't ordinary, right? Of course not. Galleon smiled and showed that if you turn this roller near the scabbard's opening, it transforms into a shield. It's made of mithril and wyvern bones, making it virtually indestructible no matter how much damage it takes. And if you roll it down from the handle, it turns into a sheath compared to the favor you've done. I mean, this still falls short, but please accept this gift. With that, Galleon firmly extended the sheath toward him. Seeing this, I knew he awkwardly accepted it, then hesitated and asked, "But if you sell this, won't you lose the chance to build your own forge?" "Haha, I can't sell my master's creation to just anyone," Galleon replied with a joyful smile. "But this thing's worth tens of thousands of gold coins," he asked again, and upon hearing that, Galleon's face broke out in a nervous sweat. "I didn't realize it was so valuable." "Are you serious?" "Anyway, I'll gladly accept it, thank you," he said, voice full of gratitude. Then he turned his gaze to the sheath and his massive sword. "This sheath seems a bit small for the sword, but if it's a creation by Golan's craftsman, there must be something special about it." Thinking this, Zeke carefully tried sliding his sword into the scabbard as expected. The scabbard immediately began reshaping, expanding to fully encase the sword, forming a perfect fit. Incredible. This has even surpassed my wildest expectations. I've received an amazing gift. "Thanks, Galleon," he said with a bright smile across the way. Galleon looked as happy as if he'd found gold. "As long as you like it, that's all that matters." Time flew by. The scene shifted to the familiar training field. At that moment, I know he was examining the pair of cloud iron gloves he had just received. Tough and lightweight. No special skill yet. When the full cloud iron set is equipped, a special skill activates after reading the description. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed by cloud iron. It's an incredibly rare material. This was something he got from a random reward box, a bonus from an unexpected mission. He had assumed it was just another treasure chest, but what was inside was way more valuable than expected. "All right, time to check the second box then." Zeke turned his gaze to the remaining box and slowly opened it. But what he found inside sparked even more curiosity. What he pulled from the second treasure chest was a tattered, incomplete map, missing large sections, making him wonder if it was even a real map. But before he could think too long about it, the system quickly notified him that he had discovered a map with traces of the Great Sword, Saint Ky Sisaya. The moment he saw the name Kewasher, his interest soared. Kewasher was legendary. The hero Ken Kewasher and the Knights of the Clock Tower. This famous book told the tale of Kava and Shiri and their knight, dating back to the founding of the Kronos Kingdom, once a glorious land. But because the book's tale seemed exaggerated and lacked proof, many dismissed it as mere fiction for a long time. The thought that he had just gotten a map linked to such a legendary figure made Zeke's hands tremble. Not from fear, but pure excitement. "Does the hero Rekewasha really exist?" he whispered shakily. Meanwhile, the system began analyzing the map and issued another notice, starting the restoration and decryption of the damaged parts. Decryption complete. The designated location has been marked on the mini-map. At that moment, a small holographic map materialized. Before scanning the highlighted markers, he quickly recognized the location. The Giant's Mountain Range. That's the territory of the barbarian tribe. This could be easier than I thought. But before I could plan, another system notification popped up. Based on my user level, guidance will now stop. You've discovered an item tied to a mission. Hero King K and Salas's vision. Quest objective: find the Scissors' vision in the ruins where their footprints lead. No time limit. Quest reward: authority upgrade. Rank admin downgraded from low to intermediate. At this point, even a fool could get the picture, let alone me. So that's how it is. The guidance system was just a step to help me reach a certain level. Everything until now was just the beginning, which means from here on out, this is the real game. The rewards are on a whole different level compared to before. Alright then, so that's how it works. I'm gonna fix this, wipe everything out without leaving a trace. First things first, it's time to use the points I've gathered with a confident smile. I know I decided to go all in and improve my skills. You spend 50 points to unlock Dragon Arts Level 2. Now you can check the details of Dragon Arts Level 2. Checking Dragon Scale Armor details. Crystallized. Drag. The scales form a tougher armor that greatly boosts magic resistance. Unlocking costs 80 points. Dragon Claw summons a powerful claw, which can annihilate enemies in one strike. Unlocking costs 80 points. Seeing these two skills, I couldn't resist unlocking more, but held back. I still have a decent number of points left. But who knows when I'll get another chance to win such a big prize. Damn, what a waste. For now, I just need to invest in some potions and these two skills. I'll keep 400 points in reserve. With that in mind, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Unable to contain his excitement, he decided to try them right away. Starting with Dragon Claw, he whispered the skill's name, activating it. At that moment, energy burst from his palm, condensing into a massive Dragon Claw. Without hesitation, he swung his arm forward with all his might. That single move left deep claw marks instantly gouged into the solid ground, stretching a dozen meters ahead. Seeing the immense destructive power of the skill, he could only let out a nervous chuckle. Ha ha ha, this skill is insane. Alright, time to try the next one. Without wasting another second, he activated Dragon Scale Armor. Almost instantly, shining golden dragon scales formed around his left arm to test its defense. I know he didn't hesitate. He pulled the black sword from his inventory and swung it hard against his own arm. But what really shocked Zeke was that the sword flew backward, repelled by the armor's defense. The defensive power was so overwhelming. Even he found it hard to believe. Even without using aura, my strikes should be strong enough to cut through anything. Yet my sword just bounced off. My body may be bare, but it feels like I'm covered in a full suit of heavy armor. Dragon Claw for attack, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple but insanely effective. Alright, my body's warmed up. Let's keep going, he said with a smile before diving back into his usual training. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the main arena of Drake Academy. Today was the semester evaluation test. Countless training dummies were scattered across the practice field as students stood in formation, waiting their turn. Suddenly, an instructor's voice rang out. Today marks the start of your semester evaluation exam. Before we begin, I'll explain the rules. The instructor gestured towards the dummies behind him. These dummies are specially made. If you rely only on ordinary strength, you won't leave a scratch. But if you infuse your attacks with aura, you can easily destroy them. That said, if you don't even make one scratch, you'll be immediately eliminated. All previous evaluations will be voided, and you'll have to start the year over. His tone was cold and serious. That chill sent shivers down the spines of the students who feared repeating the year. That means we won't get anywhere, the students whispered anxiously, eyes wide with worry, ignoring their murmurs. The instructor continued, sharp and commanding, silencing those whose names were called forward. First, Aaron, present. Aaron quickly responded and sprinted up to the platform. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a sly grin spread across Owen's face. It's natural for newbies to be nervous. But to me, this academy's training methods aren't any different from my family's aura cultivation system. His golden eyes gleamed with arrogance as he thought this through. After all, my family originally set up this academy's aura training curriculum, even among the pure-blood awakeneds. No one can match my aura control. As he pondered, he subtly glanced at Sekwe Reina from the corner of his eye. Not long after, the instructor loudly called out the next name. Owen, are you ready to begin? Owen confidently drew his sword and took an attacking stance. But what caught everyone's attention was the radiant blue aura enveloping his body. The moment they saw it, the other students broke out in cold sweat and gasped in awe. That's sword resonance! He's only 13 and he can already use sword resonance. That's insane! The instructor squinted at the display, then looked at his faculty colleague. The bearded instructor behind him nodded affirmatively, as expected from someone of noble lineage. Then, under the crowd's watchful eyes, Owen's body vanished like a blur, dashing forward at lightning speed in the blink of an eye. Countless sword slashes rained down on the red dummies, each strike leaving deep, jagged cuts behind. The other students could only watch in horror, their faces pale. Some even stood there with their mouths open. After Owen finished his test, one of the instructors came over to inspect the dummies and exclaimed with admiration, "Absolutely remarkable. Just as expected from Sim's bloodline. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses Lord Evo." The instructor smiled as he spoke, completely unaware that his words had darkened Owen's face to the color of coal. Owen's jaw tightened as he gripped his sword, then brusquely shoved the instructor's hand away, startling the man. "What a rude brat! What's his problem?" The two instructors exchanged annoyed whispers while Owen's expression twisted in frustration, whatever his mood. The exam went on as usual, but the results were far from promising. As they evaluated the next set of dummies, the instructors shook their heads and muttered among themselves. Seems like everyone's struggling. Owen's overwhelming performance had shaken their confidence, and so far no one had completely failed, even if just barely. Each student managed to channel aura into their sword, as expected from the special class, but even in a room full of geniuses, the weak was set to be eliminated. It was now Reina's turn, the swordswoman. She stepped forward. She bowed respectfully to the instructors and confidently made her request. "I look forward to your guidance. Instructor, I have a request. I'd like to be tested using the Dragon Slayer judgment." Her words made the instructor's eyes widen in surprise. "I'm aware this is a top-tier evaluation standard," Reina replied firmly, keeping her eyes on the ground. Owen heard her request, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. So after waking, she thinks her pure blood makes her special. She's letting it go to her head. Infusing aura into a weapon and undergoing the Dragon Slayer judgment are two entirely different levels. Just maintaining aura in a sword demands extreme focus. But the Dragon Slayer judgment is a whole different beast. It requires not only precise aura control but also meticulous management of aura consumption with every move. At best, one can land only a few strikes before their aura is completely drained. Her arrogance is only setting her up for humiliation. Reina Turunoben could barely hide her glee, grinning ear to ear as she waited excitedly. Reina's failure. Meanwhile, on the testing platform, the bearded instructor asked one last time, "If you choose the Dragon Slayer trial, the failure criteria are way tougher. Are you sure about this?" Reina, unwavering, confirmed once again. Seeing her firm resolve, the instructor dropped further warnings. "Fine. Do as you wish." "Thank you, sir." Reina bowed slightly, ready to face the extreme challenge. The entire testing field fell completely silent. Every eye was locked on Reina, holding their breath, afraid to miss a single move. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Reina's body was wrapped in a golden aura as she slowly lifted her sword above her head. In the next instant, a storm of slashes erupted at lightning speed. Each strike tore through the air, creating a powerful shockwave. Her attack's force didn't just mark the dummies. They were shredded into countless pieces. By the time she sheathed her sword, the battlefield was unrecognizable, reduced to nothing but shattered fragments. Seeing this, the other students couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Wow, the desire to compete is completely gone. I thought Owen was the undisputed master of aura control. Turns out he's not even in the same league. These hushed whispers kept ringing in Owen's ears, making him bite his lip hard. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, burning with frustration like he was about to lose it. But then his gaze locked onto Reina as she lowered her sword. What the hell is she mocking me for? That thought hit him like a punch, but then his expression froze in shock. His eyes darted back as panic took over. No, that's not it. For starters, she didn't even acknowledge me. Reina's sword tip wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at Seke. Now it was clear this swordswoman had chosen her true rival. As Reina's challenge echoed in his ears, Seke scratched his head awkwardly, sweat dripping down his forehead as if he'd just run a mile. This is so awkward, he thought to himself. She's staring at me like that. How am I supposed to ignore it? Looks like I gotta go along with it now, or this is gonna get way too embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, I saw him raise his hand with determination and say loud and clear, "Instructor, I'd like to be tested on the Dragon Slayer technique too." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Some looked so shocked their faces twisted like they'd just bitten a rotten lemon. One of the nearby instructors, eyes filled with doubt, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Are you eager? Do you really think the Dragon Slayer technique is something anyone can do? Just because Reina made it look easy. She's a pure blood awakener." But before he could finish, another instructor by his side waved him off dismissively and said firmly, "As long as you meet the same requirements as Reina, there's no problem, right?" Hearing that, I saw a confident smile spread across his face, so bright it looked like an angel had come down from heaven. "Of course," he said. Then he stepped forward, ready to put on an impressive show, ignoring the whispers of disbelief buzzing around him like a swarm of bees. "Why'd you pass this instructor?" one student asked. "Sure, his name's on the list, but I've never seen him in class." The instructor stayed calm, his tone steady, like he was telling an old story born from a bet between him and Instructor Andre. "Ah, you're new. You wouldn't know about a golden bloodline awakener. Something never seen before, the rookie who shattered Lord Avon's record during the dungeon scouting exam." He decided on that. Meanwhile, I know he closed his eyes, focusing completely on the powerful energy rising from deep within his body. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "The Blackblade Bahamut has detected the activation of the Dragon Slayer technique. Unique ability, activating Blackblade aura conversion. Bahamut converting detected energy into light aura." In an instant, a bright aura surrounded the sword in his hands. Even he was momentarily stunned by the sheer glow of his weapon. He muttered under his breath, "TCH, controlling my strength is harder than unleashing it all at once. Alright, this should be enough." He raised his sword high, gripping it tightly as a slight tremble of excitement ran through his fingers. In front of him, Reina stood frozen, eyes wide as saucers, dumbfounded that the first form of the Dragon Slayer technique, the opening stance of Haddon and Ran, not only matched his, but was also on par with Instructor Andres. At that moment, Seke's sword struck down like lightning. The wooden dummy in front of him split in two, the sharp crack of splintering wood echoing through the room. But he didn't stop there. His movements were smooth, his sword slicing through the air with effortless elegance. In his mind, a thought blinked. I practiced this technique over and over for 2 years before my regression. The sword's path, my footwork, even the flow of the light aura. My body doesn't instinctively remember it yet. Used to disgust me. But refining the basics like this isn't so bad after all. After a few more smooth strikes, I know he finally stopped, taking a moment to look around with a satisfied smile that should have sparked Reina's excitement. But what followed was way beyond any queen's thrill. The spectators whispered softly, their voices rolling through the hall like waves crashing on the shore. Did he just coat his entire sword and aura in light? Yeah, I saw it too. The whole greatsword was glowing. That means he's hit the level of a Death Knight. I know he breathed with a shaky gasp. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as his heart raced. Damn it. I tried to hold back, but I must have overdone it. My light aura probably slipped out without me noticing. I only wanted to keep my power on par with the regular students. And that dumb confident grin probably made me stand out even more. Even among the usually stoic, unreadable instructors. Now they were silent. Stunned. Wide-eyed. Jaws slightly dropped in silent disbelief. A first-year student was already at the level of a Death Knight. How could something so ridiculous be true? That revelation shattered someone's confidence beyond repair. Standing in the crowd, Owen clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. Shame burned him like an unrelenting flame, drowning his pride in an overwhelming wave of humiliation. He couldn't deny it. Seke's skill had completely crushed him, but while Owen staggered from the blow, Reina was on the other end of the spectrum. Her eyes shone with uncontrollable excitement. Her chest rose and fell with joy as she thought. She whispered to herself that she hadn't been wrong about him. Soon after, in the director's office, the old man picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and spoke in a deep, measured tone. "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Truly remarkable, Seke." Sitting across from him, Seke replied indifferently, "It was just luck, really." The director chuckled softly, setting the cup down before continuing. "To reach Death Knight level at 13 and call it luck. So what do you think about taking the advancement exam?" "I know." Seke's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "The advancement exam? Does that mean skipping a whole academic year?" The director nodded, explaining, "Exactly. It could be a year or even more. This system is meant for exceptional students like you." Seke fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. "Faster than expected. Well, I guess I've done enough to stand out." Then, with a confident smile, he declared, "I'm taking it without hesitation." Calmly, Seke stood and closed the door behind him as he left the office. As he walked away, his mind was already racing. Undoubtedly, he's planning something. A sly smile crept onto his lips. "Well, I don't mind playing along." Meanwhile, inside the office, the director sat quietly, fingers absent-mindedly digging into his coat pocket as he murmured, "Reina Drake and Seke Drago, two pure-blood awakeners, will be taking the exam. This will be interesting." A voice echoed from the shadows. "Understood, sir. I will proceed as ordered." A conspiratorial grin spread across the director's face. This is going to get very entertaining. In the training hall of the Advanced Academy, Reina and Seke were present. The atmosphere was tense, as if everyone in the room was holding their breath, waiting for something explosive to happen. Reina, her face pale with embarrassment, thought to herself, "At least pretend to look at me." The heavy front doors of the lobby creaked open. A deep, commanding voice sounded, "And you were already waiting here." A figure entered like an announcement. The one supervising today's advancement exam was none other than Soraus Ray, the high-ranking knight from the Drake family. The man who walked in was surprisingly handsome, radiating a cold, almost untouchable aura. His mere presence demanded attention. The moment Reina locked eyes with him, her breath hitched, her heart pounded, and a chill ran down her spine. That man is the wood-flowing sword. At that moment, memories flooded Seke's mind on that gloomy day, the sky as dark as the sadness weighing heavy on his heart. The owl moved slowly and solemnly, carrying a body that seemed lifeless, his steps heavy with sorrow that filled the air around him. From a distance, Seke watched with a frown, muttering with bitterness, "A drak, that cursed imperial dog. What is a creature like that doing here in this forsaken place?" But as he approached and got a better look at the face of the fallen, surprise softened his expression into one of quiet wonder. Meanwhile, Owl stayed silent, kneeling down with calm determination to carefully dig into the earth beneath him. Something about the scene made Seke stop. His gaze swept over the many cold, lifeless gravestones surrounding them. Without a word, he grabbed a shovel, making the owl jump slightly. "Need some help?" Seke asked. Before the owl could answer, Seke had already started digging beside him. His voice was casual but firm. "Even if you refuse, I'd help anyway." As he worked, he added, "I'm Seke Morada from the Northern Alliance. You're one of the Drakes, right?" The owl hesitated before responding, his voice distant. "No, I gave up the Drake name a long time ago," he said softly. "Oh, so like me. Then what should I call you?" For a moment, the man beside him seemed lost in thought before finally whispering, "Call me the Lumberjack." Flowing sword back to the present. Seke snapped back to reality. The owl, a man who matched the cold demeanor of the flowing wooden sword, was still a high-ranking knight overseeing a simple first-year promotion test. Despite his inner thoughts, he and Reina straightened up quickly. They bowed respectfully in unison. "Greetings, Lord Owl." This high rank wasn't just for show. It belonged only to those who'd earned unparalleled strength, prestige, and experience. True pillars of the Drake lineage. The instructor stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute. "A sword duel is the most familiar combat form for anyone raised here. As long as you're not unconscious or surrendering, you may continue the challenge. Give it your all." Hearing this, Reina stepped forward confidently. "I'll go first," she said. But Wu, standing tall and calm, just smirked. "No need to take turns. Come at me together." Owl's mockery lit a fire inside Reina. Her eyes blazed with determination as she braced to strike like a wild beast provoked by a reckless attack. But just as she tensed to charge, a hand shot out, stopping her effortlessly. It was Deseke's hand. His speed was so precise it was like swatting a buzzing fly from the air. "Don't rush," he said, his voice urgent yet playful and teasing. "You know the skill gap between us and him, right? Besides, the test started long before you realized. If you'd lost your cool and rushed in, we'd have lost a bunch of points." Reina shot a sharp glance to the side. Her piercing eyes settled on the supervisor, who was scribbling away diligently. He was lost in thought, tapping his pen on the clipboard, as if writing an arcane ritual. He exhaled deeply. His breath showed in the cold air, though he hated to give up. Finally, lowering his voice, he asked, "What do you suggest I do?" She smiled confidently, already crafting a plan as expected from Reina, the prodigy of adaptability. Nodding approvingly, she said, "I have the perfect strategy for this. Now let's make sure Mr. Wu really knows what a lethal strike feels like." After finalizing their plan, the official fight began. Seke's sharp eyes locked onto the knight's weapon, analyzing every detail. It was an unusual sword, sharpened only on one side. Its design clearly hailed from the Eastern Empire. "Anonedao," he muttered. "He's been using it since I first knew him." Reina's expression tensed, as if this bout was a matter of pride. But she secretly scoffed, thinking, "Honor and pride are for the weak. Forget personal feelings. Stick to the plan." Then, in the next instant, they both lunged forward, their swords slicing through the air like twin arrows shot from the same bowstring. The clang of metal ringing out sharp and explosive. Their blades cut in a coordinated assault, striking from opposite angles. Their moves were swift and calculated. Yet Owl barely reacted, just a slight shift of his body. He dodged their attacks as if dancing with the wind. His sword effortlessly slipped through the narrow gap between their strikes before counter-attacking at lightning speed. With the blade angled downward, Reina barely managed to pull back in time. The tip of her sword just grazed some strands of her hair, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. She advanced without hesitation, eager to press the attack. Both renewed their relentless assault, their swords cutting like a torrential downpour. But Owl remained unfazed. The clash of steel echoed through the room with such fury, it drowned out even the howling wind outside. With one powerful strike, the knight forced Reina and Seke to step back. Reina shot a quick glance at Seke, her mind racing. Is this the strength of a high knight? Even though I followed Seke's advice to the letter, aiming constantly at his weak spots, not only did I miss, I didn't even leave a scratch. She clenched her teeth. This was unacceptable. Summoning all her resolve, she unleashed the Dragon Hunter technique. Chapter 3, First Form. She had to fight with killer intent. With that thought, she swung her sword with brutal force. The blade sliced through the air. Its speed and power roared like a dragon. It should have been a knockout blow. But at the last second, the knight tilted his body slightly, dodging the strike as effortlessly as water flowing around a rock. Reina's momentum carried her forward, throwing her off balance before she could recover. Knight struck her arm with a blur of movement, sending her flying like a broken kite. Crash! Her body smashed into a stone wall, shattering it on impact. Dust and debris exploded outward in every direction. Support staff rushed over, concern etched clearly on their faces. "Are you okay, Reina Drake?" She coughed violently, her body trembling with searing pain. Blood dripped slowly from the corner of her lips as her legs wobbled beneath her. She struggled to stay upright, her arms hanging numb at her sides. "I'm fine. It's too dangerous. Don't come any closer." Her breaths came unevenly, heavy with doubt creeping in. In that split second, he shattered my focus, leaving my defenses open and weak. "I stand no chance against him. But you can do this. I truly believe in you, Drake." Her thoughts drifted back to just before the fight. I know she'd revealed her strategy, but she opposed it fiercely. "I can't accept such a dishonorable tactic. Are you really willing to stain this fight with cheap tricks?" Rekazik answered coolly. "And how much do you think honor is really worth? Can you eat it?" He went on without letting her respond. "This isn't a knight's duel. It's a test. One that measures your ability to kill." Reina hesitated but finally exhaled sharply and gave in. "Fine by me. I asked for your opinion, so I'll accept it. But do you really think this plan will work? Our opponent is a high-ranking knight." She knew he was unshakable. "Then we just need to create the right situation for it to work." Then, with a sly grin, he asked, "When we fought as kids, why didn't you dodge the rock I threw at you?" Reina blinked, confused, not expecting such a sneaky tactic. She shrugged, knowing exactly. A high-ranking knight is no different. "Wait for my signal. Even the smallest opening is all we need to bring this back to reality." The duel went on. I saw him stand firm, using a technique from the Dragon Slayer arts. Suddenly his body split into several illusions around his opponent, forming an illusory maze in the night. Just looking at it made your vision blur, unsure where the real body was and what were mere shadows. A technique never seen before, finally unleashed tonight. A storm's pace, ghost-like footwork. But tonight he wasn't a rookie. He knew the ins and outs of combat and caught on fast. "This is a forger's technique," he exclaimed, eyes darting between images, analyzing the pattern. Then, in an instant he lunged forward, sword cutting through the air. The knight reacted instantly, parrying the blow. Seke smiled with satisfaction. "You'd better start getting ready now." Just then the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the battlefield. The knight's expression flickered in surprise. Lights out. So that's it. He's draining mana, disrupting the flow of a pure blood awakened straight. His grip on the sword tightened. Then he struck a powerful blow that sent Seke flying backward without losing rhythm. The knight gave a masterful display of swordsmanship. His blade cut through the darkness with sharp precision. Every feint, every block, effortless for him. Defending against Seke's attacks felt no different than casually savoring a fine treat. For a high-ranking knight indeed. Seke pondered amid the fight. His strength must not be underestimated. The knight sneered with a smile, a childish notion. Did he really think blocking my vision would create an opening? But something felt off. A subtle stir of discomfort towards him. A feeling he couldn't pinpoint even in the pitch-black void, where even he could barely make out shapes, moved as if he saw everything with the crystal clarity. What is this unsettling feeling? His eyes sparkled mischievously. Well, since we're testing things out, he flexed his fingers, activating a new technique. The dragon art. Dragon claw. A burst of movement, lightning speed, sharp as a blade dancing through the darkness. His strikes came from unpredictable angles. He toyed with the knight, forcing him into desperate defense. The knight gritted his teeth. This is the swordplay of a first-year student? No. Calling it fencing didn't even feel right. It was something entirely different. Seke was way beyond a normal student's level. Reina Drake watched sharply. He moves like darkness doesn't exist. Has he removed unnecessary energy sources and set a limit on himself? Instead, she frowned. That strategy only works when the opponent is equally strong. As she analyzed the situation, the knight continued his relentless pursuit, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks into the void, desperately trying to catch the elusive shadow. At that moment, the only thing left was the flash of clashing swords. The two blades collided at such incredible speed that the naked eye could barely keep up. Even before the impact sounded, the steel sparkle had already flickered in the air, sharp and cold. Cold sparks exploded like dazzling fireworks in the dark, fading just as quickly, leaving behind the sharp scent of scorched metal. Seeing the knight's reaction, I know he smiled with satisfaction, thinking his moves were nearly the same as before the lights went out. Did he really adapt that fast to the dark? In that moment, the knight felt something was wrong. Instinctively, he swung his sword in a powerful slash forward, but his blade cut only empty air. His furrowed brow slightly irritated, relaxed. I can barely make out his form. It feels like I'm fighting a shadow. He kept swinging blindly at the empty air, but each strike missed its mark. It was as if he had vanished completely from his sight. At that exact moment, a light fixture fell crashing right in front of the knight. But that was just the beginning. He quickly sliced through more of them, sending a cascade of shattered lights raining down. It was all part of his plan. The loud noise fully masked his presence, wiping out any trace of Zeke Draker's aura. The knight blinked, confused and briefly disoriented, and then, without warning, Zeke appeared right in front of him, flashing a wide, mischievous grin. "It's ready!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the space while the knight was still processing what was happening. Another gadget dropped sharply toward him, Zeke remembered what Professor Fanon once said. The structure and materials were pretty simple, but if left as is, it would only work once. What kind of magic are you planning to infuse it with? Explosive magic. He hadn't explained much at the time, just offering a carefree smile. None of that, just a flash spell and one big explosion will do the trick. There was a powerful blast. Boom! Perfect timing. Reina, the lead, calmly covered her ears, waiting for the magic to unfold. The deafening burst jolted the night. That sharp roaring sound tore through the air, shaking everything by pure reflex. Her body recoiled, dropping into a defensive crouch, chest tightening as if something squeezed her heart. Only then did she realize she'd been tricked. So I was wrong to think it was just residual energy, he thought grimly, seizing the moment. Reina charged forward, unleashing the dragon hunter style. Chapter 4. First Form. Crescent Moon. Severance. Two fierce sword strikes cut the air, pushing the attack. A shockwave spread outward, scattering dust and debris in all directions, sending a strong gust rushing across the battlefield as the dust storm slowly settled. The knight still stood firm. His expression twisted with discomfort. He hadn't expected Seque's move at all. In the end, despite their efforts, Seque and Reina couldn't defeat Owl. They lay on the ground, battered and bruised like a carriage had run them over. Moments later, a team of medics rushed in to treat them. Their hurried footsteps echoed like a rescue melody. Meanwhile, the knight stood tall, completely unscathed, looking as calm as if he'd just returned from a casual stroll in the park. An instructor approached Owl, bowing respectfully before speaking. "You've worked hard, sir." Suddenly, an angry voice thundered from afar, growling like a storm. "Owl, you bastard! Did you have to beat my students like that?" Owl turned his head toward the voice, narrowing his eyes as he recognized the figure approaching. "Duke," he said, slightly bowing in greeting. Owl replied with a calm, deep voice. "Greetings, stormy night." Duke stepped forward, casually draping an arm over Owl's shoulders. With his usual playful smile etched on his face, as rigid as ever, he said, "So how did my disciples do?" His grip tightened in a friendly but firm shake, causing Owl to lean in slightly for a moment. Owl stayed silent. His eyes flickered with a hint of memory, thinking back to their last exchange. Just as Zeke Draker's blade had reached him, Owl had deliberately loosened his grip, choosing to stay defensive instead of counterattacking. Why didn't he strike when he had the chance? Owl wondered. Was victory really his goal? Did he simply aim to improve, revealing only the bare minimum of himself? Skills. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke with a firm tone. "He has far exceeded my initial assessment." Later in the meeting room, the Academy's promotion review was underway. After considering everyone's input, the director straightened up and made the final decision. "It's settled then. Everyone agrees with this resolution." A unanimous response echoed through the room. "Yes, Director." No objections. The decision was final. He was promoted to 5th year, Reina to 3rd. Afterwards, Seke lived quietly, like a lazy cat curled up away from the chaos. Andrei, mastering Duke's techniques and fighting style, naturally took Seke's old place. Though Seke kept good ties with Professor Fanon, they grew apart once he joined the Royal Institute of Magical Research. Putting on gloves, he left the academy behind. From that moment on, Seke completely distanced himself from the heirs of noble families, avoiding trouble like the plague. Interestingly, Obiwell kept arranging sparring sessions every quarter, like a relentless hunting dog refusing to let go of its prey. Then, one day, something clicked within him. His eyes lit up as if he'd just discovered a great truth. Without hesitation, he resigned, packed his things, and joined the martial arts dojo to continue training, leaving behind his prestigious Knight Senior title. Time passed, and 2 years later, I know he graduated from the academy. Inside the dorm, the old butler's joyful voice echoed with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, young master. The youngest student ever admitted to the Balaya. I'm sure the head of the family is incredibly proud by now." He was no longer the naive 13-year-old boy he once was. He'd grown into a more polished, confident, and composed 15-year-old version of Zeke Draker. His acceptance letter to Balaya had come with a personal recommendation from the director himself. Such a rare honor, it was practically unheard of. Clicking his tongue, Zeke sighed inwardly at his 2 peaceful years. As the title of youngest student ever admitted threw it all out the window, he spoke with a detached tone. There are 3 months left until the entrance ceremony. Right beside him, Decker nodded as Zeke continued. Decker headed towards Atlas, eyes wide as if the sky was falling. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to accept. Understood. But you, young master. Before Decker could finish, Zeke cut him off firmly. I'll withdraw alone. I don't want anyone bothering me, understand, Decker. Decker? Realizing there was no room for debate, he bowed deeply. Yes, young master. As Decker left, I noticed he glanced at the map in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. The Kewashir ruins lie on Titan Ridge. Using my withdrawal as cover, I'll stop by the Argos Kingdom's Adventurers Guild to launch an expedition. No point in revealing my true destination to anyone suspicious. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Without hesitation, I knew he spoke and entered. Liam came in and bowed deeply. Your humble servant greets you, master. I know, Drak. He turned, brow furrowed. Liam, didn't I tell you this greeting is way too formal? A simple hi will do. He quickly spoke, then said, I'll say goodbye now, young lord. I nodded. Yes, about the van. Enrollment. Just handle it with the black card. After Decker left, Liam tilted his head curiously. Why did you call me to the Platinum Estate? Zeke replied casually, I heard you got assigned to the special class this time. Just like your master. How could I stand idly by? I gathered everything you'll need during your time at the academy. Semester exam questions, assessments, training programs, and all exam materials. Then I handed Liam a thick stack of papers, leaving him stunned. I kept talking about the breath of Papnir and showed them this list. They'll provide everything and then some. When you reach your 4th year, you'll need a sword that truly suits you. Go to the breath of Papnir and get a custom one made. I've already paid for everything, so don't worry. I know you won't let me down. Overwhelmed by emotion, Liam felt tears sting his eyes before they even fell. They were already streaming down his cheeks. He bowed immediately, voice trembling. I'll never let you down. I sighed and muttered, Didn't I just tell you not to get all dramatic a minute ago? Liam let out a shy laugh. I'll fix it right now there, sir. The kingdom of Argos sat at the northern edge of the central continent, alongside Del Poa, Tavia, and Valencia. It was one of the 4 central kingdoms. Titan Ridge marked the border between Beast territories and the rest of the continent. It held countless dungeons, both huge and small, attracting hordes of adventurers eager to change their fate. The founding king of Argos, now little more than a faded name in history, forged a bond between adventurers and dungeons, making it the kingdom's main industry. Backed by the crown, the government broke Titan Ridge into hundreds of zones, setting up transport routes and supply hubs. This was the founding of the Argos Adventurers Guild, an organization that had since spread across the entire continent. At the registration desk, the monotone announcement echoed throughout the hall. Next up, number 546. Number 546, no response. Moving on. Number 547. Congratulations. You're now a registered adventurer. I know Mori will submit these documents to the licensing office to receive your registration card. After disguising himself with a wig and enchanted glasses, I knew he had become a completely different person. He smiled kindly and replied, Thank you. Even he barely recognized himself in the mirror with this getup. Let's see if anyone guesses who I am. Now he glanced at the papers in his hands, feeling satisfied. If I want to move freely, it's better to have an adventurer's identity. No way am I going around openly as Drake. Carriages lined up, one by one, leaving with groups of adventurers. I know I'd settled into one, officially starting my journey. Sitting inside, I reflected on how crowded this season is. Landing a seat is lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice called out, Hey there, friend, you're an adventurer too, right? I slowly opened my eyes. The guy sitting across smiled. Judging by how tense you look, this must be your first dungeon run. Hey? Another came over, anxious. What do you say? Wanna join our party? We might not look like much, but we're vets. The dungeons nearby are dangerous. Go in alone and you'll be monster chow in no time. I stayed silent, thinking, no matter where you go, these lowlifes always show up. They wouldn't give up. Kept trying to lure me in. They say the first party you join in the dungeon world shapes half your fate as an adventurer. Heard that before? I sighed in frustration. Classic newbie scam, either bait or slave trade. What a joke. Despite my thoughts, I didn't reply, nor accept or decline. Meanwhile, their eyes locked on me like a pack of hungry wolves hunting fresh prey. I know he suddenly stood up and slammed his mouth shut. The group was left stunned. One of them stammered, "What? What's the problem? Woody, did I say something wrong?" Ignore them, I know he just got ahead of himself. He leaned toward a small opening near the driver's seat and spoke to the coachman. 500 meters back and to the left there are monsters. They look like orcs, so this is monster territory. The coachman blinked in surprise. What? What are you talking about? This is supposed to be a safe route. Laughter broke out from the adventurers around him. Beginner nerves. Hey, do you really think there are monsters here? This route is managed by the Adventurers Guild and directly overseen by the kingdom itself. Not even wild beasts are allowed in, much less monsters. Then came the words that sent chills down the coachman's spine. Then what's that right behind you? His eyes went wide with disbelief. Right behind him stood a massive orc with bloodshot eyes and razor-sharp tusks, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It towered ominously, like it was savoring the scent of fresh prey. Before anyone could react, the carriage was ambushed. Lives full of surprises. Anything can happen. It wasn't just one monster. An entire horde appeared, swinging axes and ripping apart the wooden carriage. Chaos erupted instantly. These creatures were huge, muscle rippling under rough, stone-like skin, their glowing red eyes craving blood. Heavy axes and rusted hammers shattered on impact, tearing the carriage to bits. The horses neighed in terror. They tried to retreat, but it was already too late. They barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling under their feet. Now the only sounds echoing through the forest were breaking wood and clashing weapons. One of the men who had tried to lure Zeke into their group peeked his head out from the rubble, still dazed. He hadn't even processed what was happening when an orc's eyes locked onto him. Before he could react, the massive creature loomed over him. With a pale face and trembling lips in his final moments, he prayed for mercy. But life isn't a fairy tale. Boom! His head was blown off instantly. Bits of flesh and brain splattered the ground, a bitter end for a foolish man. Without hesitation, Zeke jumped behind a large tree, watching the orcs gorging on their freshly claimed prey, tearing apart the bodies. Their grotesque chewing sounds filled the air. Observing them, he analyzed the situation. The fact that these orcs roam free, in a supposedly safe zone, means the outpost has failed its purpose. How long has it been abandoned? Once stuffed, the creatures wandered off, leaving behind a blood-soaked battlefield. Zeke stepped out, surveying the carnage. The bodies were piled up like discarded waste. He realized he might be the only survivor, just as expected. A complete disaster. Even Argo soldiers were wiped out despite their training. Normal monsters shouldn't have posed a threat. Then something caught his attention. His expression hardened. Each corpse had a deep cut, a wound too precise to be made by mere monsters. I realized this wasn't the work of beasts. This was human-made. At that moment, Seki's face darkened. The bodies had been deliberately mutilated to mimic monster attacks, but the cuts were too clean. If real beasts did this, the wounds would be jagged and messy. Plus, most victims died instantly without any sign of struggle. There's only one explanation. This was the work of the Knights of Death. He furrowed his brows, muttering under his breath. Staying here will only make things worse right now. My top priority is reaching the Quasher Scissors ruins. With renewed resolve, he pressed on. After some distance, he came across a grim sight. A pile of skulls and crossed bones stacked like a morbid monument. Zeke stopped and studied the tribal markings around him, taking note of their meaning as he checked his mini-map. He confirmed he was close to the Quasher ruins. But then a sudden chill ran down his spine. They're watching me, he thought, and his jaw clenched. But how the hell are the Imperial Hounds here? The Imperial Hounds, an elite unit reporting directly to the emperor. Only recruited the most exceptional knights in training. Their tracking and killing skills were unmatched, even within the empire. Few knew they existed. But soon as war swept the continent, they would rise as a formidable force. He felt his fists clench. I've been tracking their movements on my minimap this whole time. No doubt this tracking pattern is theirs. His gaze turned ice cold because before my regression, those bastards killed me. He recalled Duke's words about the Emperor's obsession with immortality. He had been scouring the continent for something, even before sequel's return. The Emperor was fixated on ancient relics, as if his mad ambition to unite the continent wasn't enough. He chases the impossible dream of eternal life. I know I sneered. If that's the case, has the Empire already found the Kyoashiran Greek ruins? There was only one way to find out, and in the blink of an eye, I was gone. The Imperial hounds tailing him suddenly stared blankly, confused. They exchanged anxious glances. A scar-faced man felt something was off and instinctively reached for his chest pocket, searching just as he drew a firearm. A blur of motion struck him. Zeke knocked the weapon away. Zeke fired a pointless shot into the air, and the next instant a severed hand hit the ground. His sword had sliced clean through flesh and bone, leaving the man with eyes wide in shock. Zeke's voice was as cold as ice. A yellow flare signals an emergency, confirming an unexpected situation. You're the squad leader. Only 3 of you here. This has to be an outer patrol unit. Usually a full squad has 12 members. No, another soldier standing at a distance stepped forward and barked. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Zeke didn't even bother to answer. With a swift move, he silenced the squad leader forever. His head rolled clean off his shoulders. Lowering his sword, Zeke spoke again, sharper than steel. I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully. You have 2 mouths. If one shuts forever, the other won't be far behind. Choose wisely. In the end, there was no choice. The entire patrol unit was wiped out, never to see the light of day again. Once the dust settled, he unfurled his map, scanning the layout of the area. So this is their makeshift base. Quite the gathering. They're the ones turning that outpost into a slaughterhouse. His eyes narrowed. They even dared lay hands on the kingdom's soldiers. Have they really found the ruins? A smile crept onto his lips. Well, there's only one way to find out. If they dare draw their swords against me, they'd better be ready to die for them. Meanwhile, inside the so-called fortress, a guard let out a loud yawn, rubbing his tired eyes. He grumbled. Seriously, who the hell invades a barbarian fortress and sets up sentries? The soldier beside him nodded. Yeah, weird as hell. Before they could think more, a shadow flickered. One fell, then the other. Both sentries were taken out in under a minute, so fast they didn't even get to warn Han once. A silent figure moved through the camp like a passing breeze inside. One of the ambushers stiffened, sensing something was off. Another man mocked his hesitation. What are you standing around for? Get in already. Wait, the first man muttered. Didn't you hear anything at the gate? The second shook his head no. He had no clue his buddies were already dead. Suddenly a splash of crimson cut the air. The man barely had time to see his comrades fly through the air before terror hit him like a hammer. Eyes wide, he screamed. But his warning was cut short as a blur appeared, punching him hard in the mouth with a bone-crushing force. The blow left him speechless, silencing any sound he had. Without hesitation, he finished the job, sending him to join his ancestors. Blood dripped from his sword, pulling at his feet. He exhaled dryly, his thoughts drifted back. This reminds me of that time I followed the orders of the old weary general, a man worn down by 5 years of faction war, on the mission against the Pabella cartel. The feeling back then is exactly the same as now. A whisper of movement snapped him back. He was surrounded on a raised platform. A dominant figure surveyed the scene before announcing the Gyugam technique of assassins from the southern front. Little Pabella. No matter which faction you're with, you won't walk out alive. A smug smile crept onto his lips. But if you give up now, I promise you a painless death. I could tell he followed the voice's sound, looking up at his commander. I'm pretty sure he muttered something like, at best. barely above a blue knight compared to the veterans I fought in my past life. These guys are nothing but green recruits. A scoff slipped from his mouth. Painless death? That's rich coming from someone who just watched his own men die without flinching. Shouldn't you be avenging them by tearing me limb from limb? 3 generations wiped out to settle the score. That's what real warriors would demand, not a chance. His voice came strong from the central continent. Just a bunch of weak-willed punks. The insult struck a nerve. The commander's face twisted with rage. "Small fry!" he roared. "Grant him his wish. Tear him apart while he still breathes." The order sounded like a war drum. The soldiers' charging blades flashed, striking at me from all sides. They attacked recklessly, slashing wildly, as if cutting through. Enya. But something was off. I could tell he frowned. The abuesos were always this slow. He dodged a hit effortlessly. Was that them, or have I just gotten that strong? Either way, no need to waste time sizing them up. In an instant, he triggered the mana reflex. The world shifted. Darkness swallowed the battlefield, snuffing out all light. The cave plunged into absolute blackness from above. The commander froze. Damn it! A power outage now, of all times. Panic flickered across his face. His mind raced. Was this a mana disruption caused by a dragon hunter? No, wait. He's been fighting barehanded all along, not even using the aura. And that swordplay? Definitely the Southern Breaker style. He's an assassin. So could it be just a technical glitch? He hesitated, then barked a quick order. Don't panic. The light will return soon. Hold defensive formation until then. But then surprise. Big surprise. When the lights flickered back, the scene was nothing short of a nightmare. In seconds, all the abuesos were slaughtered. Bodies littered the cold ground, blood pooling in the shadows like glistening puddles. The commander stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face like a torrential storm. His mind reeled, unable to grasp the massacre before him. His lips trembled as he muttered, "What the hell is this?" Without him knowing, Zeke had already closed the distance. Standing right behind him, the Emperor got some gods. Zeke's voice was as cold as steel. "You dare set your eyes on the Rekawa Esquila hero ruins?" The commander's body convulsed involuntarily. "Kawa and Sisaya ruins? What the hell are you talking about?" But the moment he turned, Zeke was gone. Only his eerie, ghostly voice echoed through the air. "Don't worry. Even if you refuse to speak, I'll find the truth myself." A hand radiating pure killing intent emerged from the darkness, and a blade sharp as a razor's edge pressed against his throat. That's when the commander realized his death was inevitable. "Wait!" he stammered, gripped by panic. Zeke smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. "What about this?" A quick slash. A burst of crimson. The commander's fate was sealed with his final breath. Zeke headed for the cave's exit, where the blinding light of the outside world beckoned. Casually, he discarded a sword onto the ground. Everything that's happened here, he thought, will be blamed on Meken. The Meken cartel. One of the 2 crime syndicates that carved up the lawless wastelands of the southern continent after the Cusco kingdom's collapse. A ruthless organization willing to do anything for profit. In my past life, I know I was once one of them. I could have easily hidden my identity by relying solely on dragon arts. But instead, I deliberately wielded the distinct Southern Breaker style. I even left behind one of Mahane's infamous calling cards, all with a clear goal in mind. I reasoned it's the safest strategy. No doubt the Empire will blame the Southern gangs. And if they retaliate? Well, I smirked quietly. They were doing the dirty work for me. But that wasn't even the most shocking revelation of the night among the documents I uncovered. One stood out. A letter. A directive from the Emperor himself. The main order was clear. Find the ancient ruins. But it was the accompanying campaign map that sent a chill down Zeke's spine. The Emperor's ambitions reached far beyond the central continent. His forces had already begun the search in the eastern continent, where a fragile ceasefire still held. They'd even sent units to the mysterious Black Sea. The scale of their operations. The look on Zeke's face darkened. They'd reached the same level as in my past life, but if they hadn't found the K and Greek scissors ruins yet. Still, his eyes glowed with determination. I have to move first. Then, from deep within the Abueso's hideout, a crimson flare shot into the sky. Zeke, already far away, glanced back one last time. A knowing smile crossed his face and a red signal flared up. He wondered, could this be the start of the Skynet? Time flew by. As soon as a flare lit up the sky, Seke quickened his pace. He felt it. The Emperor's abuesos were closing in on the Kewashi ruins location. But he hadn't gone far when a strong chill ran down his spine. He knew multiple presences were approaching from behind. His eyes flicked back for a moment as he thought, they've caught up to me. Seriously, he knew what that light signal meant. It had 5 variations, each deadly on its own. This one represented the Skynet, the Earth's trap. A clear declaration that the target had to be eliminated at all costs. With the flare as the central point, they'd sweep the area, tighten the net, and seal the house. The order wasn't just a signal, it was a death sentence. All the hunters around would keep the trap sealed indefinitely, until the one who gave the order cancelled it for good. Even when I stole the relic the Emperor wanted from the northern continent, I died under that same setup. He remembered grimly. But now, with that thought, I knew he grabbed his gear and pulled out 2 short swords, gripping them tightly with both hands. Just in time, the assassins were already on him, attacking from every direction. The blades sang through the air, cutting at him with terrifying speed. Yet instead of fear, a spark of excitement flickered inside. This might be fun, he murmured, a satisfied smile spreading. In an instant, Seke's arms moved like a machine. With every strike, images flashed as he blocked every attack with perfect precision. Without wasting a second, Seke jumped back, breaking free from their hold and putting some distance between them. Now with a clearer view of his enemies, he narrowed his eyes, just as he thought. These guys are on a whole different level from the cave dwellers. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a new wave of footsteps thundered behind him. Reinforcements. More killers poured in by the second, and within moments, the area around Seke was flooded with figures in black cloaks. Even he had to admit, this was getting complicated. This is definitely a problem, he muttered, exhaling sharply as he displayed the system map. It was riddled with red dots encircling the entire area, and more were closing in fast. Approaching quickly, I murmured quietly, if I used it now, I could still get out, but doing so would blow my Meken disguise, which I'd fought hard to build. There's no other way. I never planned to use it for something like this. Frustrated and out of options, he reached into his bag and pulled out a small whistle. The assassins nearby watched him, confused. Taking a deep breath, I blew hard, unleashing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed in all directions. The assassins shuddered. Their eyes darted around suspiciously. What the hell is that? Is he calling for backup? One spat. Meanwhile, a scar-faced assassin realized he was pulling out small spheres and shouted in alarm. Smoke grenades. The sound was just a distraction. Stop him now! The hunters lunged forward, but it was too late. Seke threw the spheres to the ground, and with loud pops, thick black smoke burst out, engulfing the area in a choking dark fog. And with that, his figure vanished from sight. The squad leader clicked his tongue in annoyance, but quickly regained his composure and barked orders. No panic! Once the Skynet is cast, no one escapes. Hold your positions and watch for any movement in the smoke. Stay alert for shifts or changing shadows. He scanned the area but saw nothing. Only his scattered men squinting through the fog, wary, no sign of him. Does he really think blindness will make us retreat? Or maybe it has something to do with that whistle? Like it was answering his unspoken question. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the smoke. One of his men was thrown into the air like a rag doll. His body faltered and twisted. The leader's eyes snapped open wide. What the hell is going on? He frantically looked around, trying to spot the source of the attack. And then he saw them. A group of shirtless, muscular warriors, each massive and built like bears. They were tearing through his squad like savage beasts. His jaw clenched tight. These lunatics. The barbarians. What the hell is going on? We didn't provoke them. Not a single move against the barbarians. If it were just 1 or 2 berserkers, maybe I'd get it. But this is a full-on assault. The confusion flipped into outrage. Off to the side, another killer growled in frustration. Filthy savages! You dare attack us! He wrapped his sword in an aura and swung at lethal precision at a barbarian's waist. But when the blade hit that giant's body, it was like striking solid steel. The force bounced right back. Sending his sword flying between his hands, he trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could recover, A bald barbarian stepped in and delivered a brutal punch to his head, shattering his bones. Blood and skull fragments splattered through the air. The man died before hitting the ground. And so, the assassins began to be crushed. Literally one by one, they were overrun and wiped out. Watching from the sidelines, the squad leader felt his heart sink. This is bad. I'd never seen them so furious. At this rate, our forces won't make it through this chaos. And I feared the reinforcements on their way would just end up as fresh meat for the barbarians. He quickly pulled out a flare gun and fired it skyward, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Aboard the skies! Net formation! Everyone fall back! Retreat now!" At the sound of the order, the assassins seemed reborn. Without missing a beat, they bolted with the desperation of newborns seeking their mother's milk. But the barbarians chased after them, roaring with fury and relentless in pursuit. It wasn't until the assassins had vanished completely into the distance that he finally re-emerged. Climbing out of a small hole he'd used as cover, he chuckled. It went better than expected. He looked at the now cracked whistle in his hand. It's a barbarian war horn designed for quick communication in chaotic battlefields. A tactical tool from my past life when I forged a strong bond with the Moakon tribe. I learned to craft these horns and decode their signal codes from them. The signal I just sent means a stranger has invaded the ancient sanctuary. People think barbarians are just wild brats, but they actually have their own traditions and a surprisingly rich cultural heritage. Still, given how clumsily this one was made, I doubt it'll work more than once. With that, Zeke tossed the broken horn aside and stood tall. All right, time to find the real Kisir ruins. Now that the assassins were out of the way, Zeke moved fast, following the path marked on his system map. Soon, he reached the ruins of Sisaya Kowai. But as he entered, he realized those assassins weren't the only clue. Something far more dangerous and terrifying was lurking inside, pressed against a wall. Zeke peered cautiously around the corner. What he saw took his breath away. In the center of the chamber, there was a massive 9-headed beast, its grotesque heads constantly swiveling and scanning the surroundings. A system notification popped up before him. A corrupted dragon skin has been detected. His body is corrupted by an unholy miasma. It froze, one thread after another. Now what is this? A corrupted dragon skin? He checked the minimap, spotting a sealed door far off. "System, can you open that door?" he whispered, hopeful. The system replied, "Administrator request confirmed. Accessing control system linked to Sisayake Wakan's hero rest area." Unlocking the door, the massive stone door rumbled open slowly as the message ended, revealing a hidden passage behind it. But the moment the monstrous creature noticed the movement, it went completely berserk, watching everything unfold. I know I could only force an ironic smile. Sleeping silently was my only choice. I took a deep breath and triggered the shadowless step. In an instant, my body shot forward like a missile, dodging the wild attacks of the beast like I was dancing with death itself. My goal was clear. Use the shadowless step to confuse the beast and make my way to the opening. Just a bit further, I urged myself, as the entrance loomed ahead. But of course, nothing was that simple before reaching it. One of the creature's massive snake heads lunged at me from the side. Its mouth flew open wide, smashing violently into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Luckily, I barely dodged the strike in time, but now frustration sparked inside me. Time to teach this damn snake a lesson. Without hesitation, I unleashed Chapter 7, the first form of the dragon-slaying art, slicing off the dragon's head. My sword sank into the creature with a flurry of precise blows, each tearing through its thick hide and spilling blood. The beast fled in agony. Its screams echoed through the ruins. Crimson blood splattered the air. Some of it landed on me, but as it touched my skin, there was a harsh sizzling sound, and smoke started to rise. I stepped back instantly, alarmed. Its blood is acidic, I realized wide-eyed. A 9-headed beast with acidic blood. Even my master in a past life barely took down one of these. A hydra. A damn real hydra. Realizing this, I gritted my teeth and gripped tightly the sword in front of me. The creature's 9 heads turned in unison, locking their eyes on me, each one radiating a deadly intent that made the air feel heavier by the second. Just as the 9-headed hydra bared its venomous fangs and lunged at Sekwe, I gritted my teeth and raised my sword to block the attack. Steel clashed against fang with a piercing screech. The sound rang out like a death knell, echoing through the cavern. Before I could catch my breath, another head roared. Its emerald eyes gleamed like cursed gems, exuding a bloodthirst so thick it made the air feel like sludge. But I didn't flinch, not even with my body on the verge of collapse, like I'd just run a marathon through hell. I staggered back a few steps, regained my balance, muttering low, as if arguing with my destined self. Damn it. What's so great about this dragon-killing technique anyway? Dragons are extinct after all, and the closest thing I've got is this dragon skin monster. No matter how I cut it, the damn thing just regenerates. This is so damn frustrating. The bitter truth is I don't yet have the strength to take it down, but in 30 months I will, meters ahead of the sanctuary entrance. It trembled with promises. That was the goal. That was the only way out, thinking fast. It roared. The system shut the door. The system responded with its usual deadpan tone, like an overworked office clerk granting admin requests. Initiating closure of the Hero King Kaiser sanctuary doors, the massive stone gates slammed shut with a deafening boom, shaking the entire cave like a collapsing mountain. He slammed his sword into the ground. The stone cracked beneath him as if hit by a divine hammer. A wave of power burst forth, sweeping the air like a tsunami. The Hydra heads recoiled, stunned, eyes flashing with fear. He broke through. Secret strike. Wind slash. A brilliant arc of energy tore across the battlefield. Song, one snake head, was launched skyward, spinning before crashing down. Purple blood splattered like grotesque fireworks. The beast screamed, the cave walls trembling with its agony. But he pressed on without hesitation. I saw him bolt for that sealed door like a lightning strike, perfect. I thought he was panicking. One head down, he loses his balance. Time to vanish fighting? Not yet. Hydra wasn't dumb. Its monstrous eyes lit up like headlights in a sci-fi nightmare, instantly catching Sege's escape plan. One head whipped out like a whip, stretching its neck painfully long. Its jaws snapped all around, trying to crush him like a raw piece of meat in a deadly sandwich. I was just steps from freedom. So close. But then one of the Hydra's blows pierced his left arm. Blood burst out like a fire hydrant, splashing the freshly sealed door. He stumbled through the entrance, gritting his teeth against the sharp pain, his face twisted in agony. Damn it, you sneaky snake. Have you really chased me this far? Rage exploded like a volcanic eruption. Sege's eyes burned crimson as he roared, raising his sword and aiming straight at the beast. You want my arm that bad? Fine. Take it all. He leapt into the air, targeting the closest head. His sword became a storm of steel, stabbing and cutting like a man possessed. Blood flowed from his severed limb, soaking his clothes until they stuck like he'd bathed in gore. But his immortal body had already begun to heal. Bones reformed at a supernatural speed. Tendons wove together like a living spell, rebuilding him in real time. The Hydra shrieked, not just in pain now, but fury. It took a deep breath and exhaled a thick green mist. A poisonous fog so thick it choked the battlefield in toxic haze. The air grew heavy, suffocating, like hell itself had come down. I frowned and muttered under my breath, poison bones. Seriously, is this boss fight ever going to end? The system replied with its usual robotic indifference. You've been poisoned by the venom of the Hydra dragon. Without hesitation, I poured every last ounce of strength into one devastating slash. My sword flared with a brilliant blast, cutting through the air like a divine lightning bolt, slicing right through the massive Hydra's body. Another head went flying, purple blood spraying the air like toxic rain. The Hydra's eyes widened in horror, filled with regret, like it realized too late it messed with the wrong immortal. I was drenched in sweat. My face turned pale. My lips lost all color as the poison coursed through my veins. But my grip on the sword never wavered. My eyes still burned with stubborn fire. We're not done yet. The last head let out one final fierce roar and lunged at me. Moving so fast it blurred. A desperate attempt to drag Seke straight to hell with it. One life, one shot. I clenched my jaw. All or nothing. I'm not dying here. In that critical moment, I activated the dragon's power. A wave of pure force bursting out like a meteor crashing from the sky. The very air rippled. The whole cavern shook as if reality couldn't handle the weight of unleashed power. Seke's eyes gleamed as he growled, voice deep and cold as ice. I'm not running. Leave now, unless you want me to chop you into pieces and make sausages. The Hydra froze for a second. It growled defiantly. But then, like someone flipped its fear switch, its whole body started shaking. Grape-sized sweat drops rolled off its scaly skin. Panic lit its eyes, and suddenly it dashed off. It vanished like a scared mud crab avoiding its owner's slipper without looking back. I finally exhaled and collapsed into a sitting position, panting like an old man after a week of unpaid overtime. Didn't think dragon power could work so well. Damn, I should have used it from the start. But before I could celebrate, a weird heaviness grabbed me like someone had tied concrete blocks to my limbs. Wait, why am I still feeling drained? I'm supposed to have infinite stamina. The system popped up. Again, this time with a cheeky twist. You've scared the corrupted dragon skin's soul using dragon power, but now you've been tainted by corrupt energy. Wanna activate the dragon skin domination protocol to tame the target? I saw it flash, then my eyes lit up. Wait, remember the fear? I can tame it. No way to get a free boss monster pet. I opened the interface with dizzy excitement, but the second I read the message, my face froze like someone dumped ice water down my spine. Insufficient admin privileges to dominate corrupted dragon skin. Target taming failed. I was stunned. Not enough privileges? Seriously? I got hyped for nothing. I was ready to curse the system for a week. But then bam! A sharp stabbing pain hit my skull, like a dragon kicked my brain against a brick wall. He doubled over, clutching his head, trembling like a wet pup. The system's voice was too calm. Warning. Hydra dragon's venom has reached a critical level. I gritted my teeth. Damn it. Does this poison just heal itself? Is it meant for me? Then through the pain, an idea sparked. Level 1 Devour Dragon Technique. My eyes snapped open. If I activate Devour mode, I can digest anything and turn it into energy. If I eat this thing, I could absorb its poison resistance. No question about it. Zeke activated the Dragon Devourer. The severed Hydra head began to melt, steaming like it had been baked in a hell-forged oven. The system log scrolled wildly, devouring the severed corrupted dragon skin head. Corrupt energy detected. Consuming target. The system's voice kept updating, calm and robotic, like an office clerk reading a year-end report. Severed corrupted dragon skin head successfully digested. Corrupt energy detected in target. Skill to fully absorb poison has leveled up. Rookie. Arrow pointing right. Proficient strength. Bloodline trait restored. Fully absorbed, total poison resistance. Detox in progress instant. Felt his body lighten as if divine, fresh and cleansing. The poison vanished, swept away like mountain mist. His muscles tensed again. His eyes shone like twin stars, and his skin was smoother than a luxury skincare model's. The system confirmed the venom from the Hydra dragon is fully neutralized. You've gained total poison immunity, capable of resisting and purging nearly all toxins. A status window appeared, shining gold. Badge. Admin, low rank 1, name. Zeke. Class. Immortal, unique level. Titles. Dragon blessed by ancient bamboo serpent. Heir of Terrakim. Body type. Skybone constitution. Status. Total poison immunity. Permissions. Queen domination dragon. System functions. 100-slot inventory. Minimap. Beginner quest log. Class skills. Auto-regen. High mental defense. Infinite stamina. Combat instinct. Fighting skills. Martial strike rank. Counter skill-led spirit. Novice rank. Wide northern swamp novice. Dragon arts level 1. Dragon sight. Skilled. Dragon power. Skilled. Devour. Skilled. Dragon tongue locked. Dragon arts level 2. Dragon scales proficient. Dragon arts level 3 locked. Needs 300 karma points. Trait 465 grants total poison immunity. Resists and neutralizes most toxins. He smiled, satisfied. Anyone who tries to poison me will poison themselves. He glanced at the updated status screen and frowned slightly over the toxin resistance. That's the annoying part. But with this skill, poisons are no longer a threat. His eyes went wide open when he saw the skill upgrade go from novice to expert. No way this thing levels up unless it paused and nodded to itself. Eyes glowing. That's it. It had to be a marked kill, some kind of system target, and boom, a rare drop. Luke jumped to his feet, dusted off his coat, and marched forward like he'd just barely survived a run-in with a giant multi-headed killer noodle. Well, it's really useful to know that killing what the system hates nets juicy rewards, he muttered as he walked away, determination flaring up again in his voice. That damn Hydra set me back way too long to speed up the grind in my mind. I knew he thought of Hero King Kaiser, a half-human, half-elf legend whose name still echoed through myth's halls. Born from a wise man and the Elf King, Kaiser's life was anything but peaceful. A dark witch tore him from his parents and tossed him in the woods like garbage. Luckily, that dark witch wasn't long for this world. A divine wolf, blinded by sulfur, monosulfide, beast rank or higher, found the infant and raised him as her own. Because of that, Kaiser grew strong and fierce, rock-hard abs, long flowing hair, and an epic dark vibe. He freed humanity from tyranny and founded the kingdom of Kronos at the continent's heart. A tale every child could sing like a lullaby. But now Kronos was just faded glory, like Kaiser never set foot on Earth, a dusty legend buried in ancient tomes. Stinking of time, standing before Kronos' ruins, I froze. The crumbled walls stretched endlessly, silent but grand, whispering old tales through weathered stone. Looks kinda small, I muttered. Thought a legendary kingdom would be bigger. Shrugged it off. Any dragon hunter sanctuary I hit had the same vibe. Sacred, mysterious, definitely main quest material. Approaching the ancient's door, the system blared like a security alarm. Analyzing Kaiser's mark confirmed. The Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary had unlocked. Without hesitation, Zeke stepped through the door. A faint glow pulsed from a radiant emerald crystal, as if it held the kingdom's soul. He reached out, lightly touching it, whispering, "Is this the Hero King's vision?" The system blared like a security alarm, triggering the Hero King Kaiser quest. Zeke flinched. I haven't even said a word yet, but the system didn't care. Cold and bureaucratic, like a bank clerk denying a loan. The system warned me I couldn't leave until I finished the whole quest chain, then slammed the door like a mom catching her kid late at night. I was freaked out. Quest details popped up. Quest chain, the path of the Hero King Kaiser. Objective inside the ruins where Kaiser left his mark. I have to uncover every step he took. No time limit. Reward: Tears of the Elf King. I squinted, reading that last line out loud. Tears of the Elf King. He rubbed his chin, his mind racing. Kaiser's mother. The one who grants blessings to humanity, right? And I'm supposed to get her tears as a reward. He looked up at the glowing crystal, now pulsing like an NPC's eyes just about to give a quest for those trapped tears, and whispered, "I'm not sure about this. The mother of the Hero King Kaiser, a being who can grant any wish, and the price is her tears." That sounds terrifying. He still hadn't recovered from the shock, mouth agape, muttering like his soul had just left his body. I have no clue what this thing actually does, but it's definitely some sort of god-tier treasure. He spun toward the system. Voice rushed. "How do I get more progress like this?" The system let out a cold beep, replying with the indifference of a worn-out guide assistant. Admin request confirmed. Retrieving data from magical recording file 506. Hero Ken Kazor's 12 magical videos detected. To match your current progress level. Playing first video now. The screen flickered with a magical stage light glow, like a busted spotlight struggling to keep the image steady into a blurry, dreamlike form. A voice spoke a language long lost, but the system translated it instantly. Puff. A figure emerged, his charisma almost divine. Power swirling like a storm about to consume the world. He said, "A sword is just a sword. These old-timers yammer on about sword spirits and philosophy, but never land a real hit. What a joke." Suddenly, someone shouted in the background, "Hey!" Satan, focus on the damn recording. The screen shook violently like it was kicked. It knocked the wind out of me, eyes wide open. No way. The man was Kaiser, the legendary Hero King. And that voice? Satan, Kaiser's right-hand man, famous in many tales. This wasn't a reenactment. This was real, actual recordings. The video kept playing. Kaiser raised his sword under the night sky. The blade gleamed cold and sharp, cutting through darkness. I was watching the screen, but it felt like someone stabbed me in the chest. My body trembled, collapsing back, drenched in sweat, limbs weak like a rookie on the battlefield. Only one thought echoed. That presence, that pressure from just a recording. How am I supposed to live up to that? Then Seke's eyes lit up like a kid seeing a new toy. He laughed excitedly. I love this system. Rewind the last video. I need to watch it again from the start. Admin request confirmed. 4 days have passed since Seke was locked up. In this place called the Sanctuary, it looked like a dungeon from the outside. But it was actually a training chamber built specifically for Kaiser's successor. Before him stood 3 doors. The first led to a storeroom packed with enough food for a month. The second opened into a lavish suite, with beds soft as clouds and amenities fit for a 5-star hotel. The third was a war room stacked with military tomes, training manuals, enchanted weapons and daily combat gear. Seke swung his sword thousands of times, obsessively copying Kaiser's form, desperately trying to replicate that aura that shook the world. But no matter how close he got, that presence kept slipping away. Then suddenly the system buzzed. Progress recorded. You've learned the basic elemental sword form, the Hero King's Path, Kaiser. Starting application phase. Summoning the Hero Ken Kaiser's soul. A brilliant strike burst from a nearby magic stone. Out came a misty yet imposing figure wrapped in majesty. It was like time itself had split open, and stepping out of the ancient world was none other than the Hero King Kaiser, the immortal ruler of Kronos. Seke went pale, stammering. Wait, what? You're telling me this is actually Kaiser standing in front of me? Before he could think it through, Kaiser suddenly gripped his sword tightly. Cold as ice, like he was ready to cleave Seke in two. Seke barely had time to flinch before Kaiser lunged like lightning. The sword swung down purely by reflex. Seke drew his sword and blocked it. Clang! The clash of metal echoed like a battle cry from the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "What the hell? You're just gonna attack me out of nowhere." A second later, boom! Kaiser's force sent Seke flying through the air like a rag doll, crashing hard to the ground, hitting it like a burnt pancake. He was covered in cuts and scratches, gasping like a fish out of water. Kaiser's voice boomed, full of authority. "Get up! Do you think sword training is just some game of whack-a-mole?" Groaning, Seke dragged himself to his feet, muttering to himself. "What kind of training is this, hitting like this? This feels way too familiar." Just like my old master, Kaiser stepped forward, scolding in that wise teacher-like tone. "Back in my day, we were told to hone our sword with our own strength. If the knights of the old era saw you now, they'd rise from their graves just to have a heart attack." The pressure from Kaiser felt like a mountain crashing down on Seke, but he was still confused. What does this guy want, a fight? Or is he just here to mess with me for fun? Before he could think more, Kaiser struck again. This time his blade cut through the ground, sending a shockwave straight at him. Seke screamed, "What the hell is this? He's trying to kill me." Cold sweat ran down his face. He dove to the side, barely dodging the hit. "I don't think I can handle this. This guy's a monster in human skin." Then Kaiser's slight smile, a gleam in his eyes saying, "This is fun." His blood boiled, but no, focus. "Do what I always do." Tightening his grip, he drew his legendary sword. A radiant aura burst forth like a blazing forge. Seke took a deep breath. "Let's do this." Kaiser blinked and muttered quietly, "You're Satan's student, so you got it after all that power. What was it called? Aurora?" Seke didn't answer. He lunged forward like a lightning bolt, his sword slicing the air. But Kaiser raised his weapon casually, blocking as easily as a man cutting weeds in a garden. Tilting his head, he murmured, "Not quite there yet, I know." He gritted his teeth, his face flushing bright red as he thought, "After this move, I'm gonna be drained, literally and figuratively." Kaiser smiled with satisfaction, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Doesn't matter, as long as it's fun. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Boom, boom. They clashed in a battle that shook the skies. Swords collided, sparks flying like fireworks on Lunar New Year. But bit by bit, he started to tire. Sweat ran down his face and his limbs trembled. He knew he was losing, but didn't expect to be crushed so easily. So this is the real power of the hero Ken Kaso. Zeke lifted his head, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Almost there, but don't think I'm weak. Snap! Zeke activated his skills rapidly. The system blared. Dragon skill, slash, kill. Dragon skill, speed, sprint. Dragon skill, linked slashes. Dragon skill, dragon claw. Suddenly, he became a swirling fury, his body glowing with energy, sword techniques erupting like a volcano. He charged Kaiser. The battle shook the space around them, as if about to tear apart. But Kaiser didn't back down. He summoned a giant hand with extended claws and launched a devastating strike. The ground shattered, and the air filled with dust. Kaiser stood in the middle of the rubble cloud, clicking his tongue. Not bad, a dragon skill from someone who's not even a dragon. Interesting. But by then, Zeke had already slipped behind him. Kaiser's eyes blinked in surprise as he turned and murmured, "Now you're using elemental strength." Zeke unleashed his soul technique, his body becoming a swirl of illusionary images moving like a tornado toward Kaiser. Boom, boom! The two massive forces collided, bursting into a wave of energy rippling through the air. Sword energy, killer intent, dragon aura, all fused into a chaotic symphony of destruction. However, after a fierce clash, the inevitable happened. I knew I was beaten. No last-minute comeback, no tricks. I lay there flat on the ground, as lifeless as a raw pancake. After a few moments, I opened my eyes, dazed, like I'd just woken up in the middle of a battlefield. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here, surrounded by shattered earth? Kaiser sat there casually, legs crossed, as if enjoying a lazy snack. When he saw me move, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, the weakling finally woke up," he added slowly. "But you've got talent. Satan's skills, the power of King Dragon, and now elemental strength. Quite the mix." Zeke stayed frozen on the ground like a piece of wood. His mind was spinning in confusion. Kaiser frowned, as if he'd just uncovered something even more fascinating. He leaned in, eyes sharp. "Wait a minute. York's soul is intertwined with the spirit realm." "No," he grimaced. "What the hell is the spirit realm?" Kaiser went on like he was giving a university lecture. "You've crossed the line between life and death, not just once but multiple times. For a mortal body to do that using elemental power, it starts to make sense." Zeke's eyes went wide. His thoughts twisted in a baffling way, slapping me in the face. He sighed, frustration written all over his face. "All I've heard from you are words like Satan, spirit realm, elemental power. And I have no clue what they mean. Can you explain it to me clearly?" For once, Kaiser smiled with satisfaction, his gaze sharp as a blade. "HMPH. Are you pretending you don't get it?" He turned his back, took a few steps with his hand resting on his sword's hilt, his voice low but commanding. "Isn't that right? Beyond all these little things you think you know better, what you're really learning." He stopped turning, his eyes blazing. "Is the sword elemental force. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the very foundation that forms everything in the universe: water, fire, earth, and air. The four supreme elements. And the sword of elemental power is the ultimate weapon forged from these four legendary elements. Not just words," the hero Ken Kaso explained as he unleashed a terrifying wave of power like a divine storm sweeping through the space, cracking the ground with deep fissures. His voice thundered. "This is the storm sword, the realm of wind, the wind element within the four great elements." His voice rang with authority. "To wield the sword of elemental power, the core is none other than the essence of cosmic spirit you've heard about." Zeke hesitated, his face pale as a ghost, thinking silently. "Wait, what is this? It sounds like magic, but the technique itself is pure sword skill." Before he could think further, Kaiser suddenly turned and said, "Now it's your turn." He froze. His mind swirled like a hive on fire. "Is this the source of elemental power? But I can't feel any EDL at all. Or is the secret in the transformation process? Hesitating, he took a deep breath and asked, "If so, could you teach me to transform into elemental strength?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow. He thoughtfully scratched his chin, pausing just before he answered as his sword suddenly burst into bright, fierce red flames, casting a fiery glow ready to engulf everything around him. Then, with a mischievous laugh, he said, "Fine, do it your way." I saw him freeze for a moment, his face confused like a lost puppy's. Why are all these potential masters like this? I wondered silently. I can barely sense the power. Trying to use it feels almost like trying to catch a faint, flickering Wi-Fi signal. I have to concentrate extraordinarily hard just to catch even the slightest hint. But he still nodded. "All right, I'll try." Kaiser smiled proudly, though inside he was pondering. Don't trust everything you see. If Kaiser calls this elemental force, maybe my spirit's ability is connected. Without hesitation, he summoned his soul ability, Wind Spirit. Suddenly, bam! A heavy blow from above nearly knocked him out. The culprit? Kaiser himself, sitting cross-legged, glaring disapprovingly. "I told you to use elemental force. Who gave you permission to mess around with those clumsy tricks?" He grabbed his head, eyes wide with pain and confusion. "Clumsy tricks? Spirit language technique?" Kaiser snorted. "Yeah, the spirit language technique is forbidden. Only the Dragon Clan can use a human like you for it. Using it only harms you. Every time you use it, your soul cracks a little more and you won't be alive long before losing everything. Ridiculous. Who would dare turn the spirit language technique into some party trick like this?" "Some kind of party trick like this? All right, you got it. Try again." I suddenly remembered the moment I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Hunter's rest spot. Back then, the system announced the dragon skill, the spirit language. Words with power locked due to the admin's immature level. I thought if the spiritual soul skill is based on spirit language, then once I grow and unlock it, won't I also control the spiritual soul skill? Another reason to get stronger faster. While still lost in thought, Kaiser, losing patience, raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Need another hit to wake up. Get up already!" I sprang up like a spring. Sure, the training was tougher than basic drills, but thanks to my divine body, the god of Kaiser, and the countless beatings I took, I slowly grasped the principles of elemental swordsmanship. It's similar to magic, using a magic circle to channel mana. But elemental swordsmanship uses the East as a bridge to summon elemental spirits. Once he understood how it worked, throwing the elemental force sword no longer felt impossible. After days of training, soaked in sweat, tears, and blood mostly from Zeke, Kaiser finally said, "Not bad now, but don't get cocky. The advanced stage will make you wish you were back licking rocks instead of pushing through this. Take the day off." Zeke saluted like a new recruit. "Understood, master." Then, as if he'd just remembered something, he scratched his head. "By the way, during the break, can I ask you a few questions?" Kaiser gave a slight nod, but as he floated in the air, looking divine, Zeke noticed something pause. He saw faint, dancing lights around Kaiser, moving like they had a spirit. So that's elemental power too. His eyes lit up and he cut to the chase. "When you and I met, you saw me use Aurora and called me Satan's disciple. What does that mean?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised, then spoke slowly in a deep voice, like telling an epic, dramatic tale. "Aurora. Yes, that's the name. I called it that because the technique you used was created by someone named Satan. He always claimed humans couldn't master the elemental sword. Yet, he fashioned a technique based on Ethior. He ignored my method and just built upon his own." Kaiser's eyes darkened, his voice turning bitter. That man, Satan Drake, that bastard, it felt like a bolt struck him. Satan Drake. His heart seemed punched. He's not Satan, the noble knight, the hero king's most loyal confidant. He founded the aura cultivation method known across the continent. He's from the Drakur family. Does this mean the Drakur ancestors aren't Terakim, like everyone thought, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why has no one mentioned this? The dizziness hadn't passed, and Zeke kept asking, "So what exactly is the spiritual realm?" "The place where spirits live. I can feel their power but can't picture its true nature." Before he could finish, Kaiser snapped his fingers with flair. like he was performing a street magic trick. Instantly, a fierce whirlwind surged towards them, twisting the air into a vortex and forming an invisible wall right in front of them. Zeke reached out to touch it, and it felt like pressing against compressed air turned solid as concrete. His eyes widened as realization hit. So, wind mastery can be used like this. Kaiser's voice echoed from beyond the storm, deep and hypnotic, like telling an ancient tale. To be precise, it's a bit complex, but here's a simple explanation. The spirit realm is the realm of the dead, while our world is the realm of the living. When a person's body leaves this world and enters the spirit realm, it's like crossing an unbreakable boundary. A one-way trip with no return ticket. Those trapped there can forget about coming back. Zeke froze and murmured, "But didn't you say part of your soul still stays in the spirit realm? How are you standing before me in spirit form?" Kaiser let out an invisible energy that radiated around him, like the soft glow of moonlight spreading through the fog. He stretched lazily before replying in a slow tone. "Well, I've never met someone like you. But there are ways to break the laws and cross the boundaries of the spirit realm." He looked at Zeke with a satisfied smile. "I'm a good example. Luckily, I had a dragon lending me a hand." Zeke nearly popped his eyes out. Swallowing nervously, he stammered, "A dragon helped humanity? Are you kidding me?" "I've never heard of anything like that." Kaiser frowned, staring like he might punch me, wondering what I meant. "Among all, dragons value humans most." "You look stunned, your mind in chaos." "What's going on? Dragons care about humans? Didn't ancient monsters like Bahamut almost destroy the world?" He pondered. "So back then, humans and dragons must have had a different bond. What's really happening?" Kaiser shrugged. His eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile, but his voice held a hidden meaning. "I don't need to explain it in detail, because you're living proof." He stepped closer to Zeke and gently touched his chest. "This heart of yours and the tooth used to forge your sword were both personally given to you by Bahamut." He chuckled softly, his tone half teasing, half admiring. Though his temperament's as prickly as a sun-baked dog, he's someone who never turns down a sincere plea. Honestly, it's adorable in its own way. I know he didn't answer, scratching his head while thinking to himself. Seems like Kaiser and the troublesome dragon Bahamut were quite close. Probably best to skip the whole punishment part. That's true. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, and we've been rewarded for our loyalty. I guess I misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Still the same, always looking out for his own. But I bet it was tough cleaning up after his weird mood swings. That fiery attitude of his also got him into plenty of fights with Kronos. Zeke raised an eyebrow, thinking briefly. Wait, Kronos is the name of a dragon too? I've always heard of Kronos as the kingdom. So the kingdom was named after a dragon? Kaiser smiled sadly, eyes nostalgic. Yes, I held Kronos' contract back then. We were all suggesting names for the kingdom, tossing out silly ideas. He just sat quietly, sipping his drink. I got annoyed and named it after him to settle the debate. I know he grimaced in pain and forced a smile, but inside he was laughing at the dragon drinking tea. Please don't tell me it's like the legends, where they can shapeshift. Kaiser crossed his arms and closed his eyes, quietly chuckling at himself. Either way, Chrono wasn't really shocked. He probably saw it coming. Honestly, he just wanted his name to live on through future generations. Back in the old days, when the Kaiser still roamed the earth, humans and dragons lived in harmony, like close brothers. A golden age now only kept alive in ancient books and stone carvings. But if a dragon with such overwhelming power helped humans unconditionally, the balance of the world would be disrupted, pushing the present era toward destruction. So the Dragon Clan made a historic decision to restrict their power using magic, shape-shifting into humans and forming contracts with those deemed worthy. They no longer intervened directly but offered quiet support like massive shadows through history's flow. Those chosen to hold contracts with dragons were known as contract holders. It was whispered in hushed tones. So that's how it is, he thought. No wonder ancient relics are powerful. There's a dragon's hand behind them all. But how did the bond between dragons and humans break? Allies turned enemies, fading into legend. I'll need to reread history books. Suddenly, Kaiser grumbled nearby. I've been waiting forever. He smiled shyly. You've been waiting 2 millennia for fresh air. A few minutes won't hurt, right? Kaiser just narrowed his eyes. His voice was cold as ice. Cheeky apprentice. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. He took a deep breath and declared that the final stage of advanced training would be an instant duel with me. The atmosphere thickened, an invisible pressure weighing down like a mountain. He thought, well, this isn't much different from past battles. Kaiser smiled, satisfied, eyes gleaming intensely. So I'll add a new rule to this training. He raised a finger. From now on, no eating or sleeping. The duel will continue non-stop until I say otherwise. I saw you swallow hard, trying to keep your cool. What's the next rule? Keith tilted his head, eyes sharp as a blade. You're only allowed to use elemental sword techniques of the same element as mine. What happens if you break that rule? Boss, the air exploded like gasoline meeting fire. Kaiser unleashed his fire elemental sword technique, igniting the space around him. The temperature soared, and the ground trembled slightly, like an oven about to blow. Before you could gather your thoughts, Kaiser stood before him, eyes locked. What if you break the rule? His voice was deep and threatening. If you had more than one life, I'd say prove yourself.